and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me, I must defy our mantra. What?
She's but a girl. What does she hope to accomplish?
Race to the family.
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Shao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Place at its finest. In July they came, and then in August, for flowers they were named. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking datura, feeding up rosemary who couldn't let go of discards. Night and night stood aloof from the light. Down and down fell into addictions and took delight. Time and time behind the curtain he hid till that came into sight. Place at its finest, bellow stain, where passionate vines often chase the butterflies. A place with fragrances, bellow stain, and now to dust the flower has returned.
What happened on the island?
Let's go and see.
Welcome to Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2021.
Right away. By the terrain, but look at that. Oh, yeah. Oh, but oh my god.
But oh my god, trying to cut corners, Mercenary eats that regular hit, LC, granting safe, and now just gonna go for the rescue. 7-2S being patient with the terror shot. Just in time, he was able to open up. He did, wow! just trying to kite his way around here, trying to push. Oh my, the Cypher is almost trying. Can Anchan survive this long? Excellent vault there. Oh, they popped the Cypher.
Have to keep in mind that teleportation thing.
GG's will be called. Excellent stuff, guys. Southeast Asia, congratulate GH because they are your champions, ladies and gentlemen.
Accept God's mercy. Rise beyond the constraints of life and death. This is an endless game of chance. Greed has tainted the sanctity of faith. Pawn your lips and tongue, never to speak of the past. Pledge your beating heart, break free from the Reaper's hold. Surrender your soul, submit to eternal desire. In this never-ending revelry, you must wager your immortality.
The new season of O-Lettuce, branded parent-child wear. Loose, comfortable trousers suited for different working scenarios. Tailored t-shirts fit for everyone. Fashion options for robots are also on sale. The final version is for parent and child? Manor-themed special photo sticker machine for couples. The video is not sponsored by Bloody Queen. If the product has quality problems, Bloody Queen won't be responsible for this.
Heard that there's an amazing mirror in Olita's Manor. It is not a funny mirror, but it will make you look slimmer. Of course, it can make you look bigger. Changes across species aren't impossible as well. That is not the mirror that we should use willy-nilly. News story still goes on. Look through the Olita's Manor mirror to see the other side of you.
Lettuce Bar's grand opening. We have a special barmaid who can make famous Dublin drink. The bar has a warm and welcoming vibe.
Hey! Don't drink weird beverages in my bar!
It was never a ruse. This is a requiem. For peace in a chaotic dreamscape. Even if it amplifies their fear, requiem for an exercise to extend the enigma. Extracting every last drop of that crystal dew. Casting memories into the abyss again and again as they stand on the border of truth and vanity, mourning them.
Don't look back! really haunted. Who's there? Crystal Palace was once where art and science collided. Some reminisce about its former glory. Some long for its splendor. Now, you're here too.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Miss Keo, how was your childhood? Well, at the dinner table, Father said with a smile, "You sure love playing judge, don't you?" And then they wanted me to pursue my own happiness. Of course, so did my brothers. Your brothers? He was not qualified to represent justice. And I won't allow that to happen. Something happened, I suppose. I did what I had to do. Justice needs obedience. Justice needs sacrifice. Turn it over to the fat lady sings. That's all.
The arrival of the first letter was the prelude to a change in tone. An accentuated sign of fate's shifting course appeared on the night the second letter arrived. Those fragile wings flew in with the dying light. We forgot one simple truth. The purer the light, the deeper its shadow. My nightingale, never chase after illusions of hope. Looking back with longing eyes, this is just his unfailing bait.
All that remains upon this throne is nothing more than a fragile, incompetent heart. After the embers fade and die out, our homeland ripped asunder by the flames of war. At the height of my desperation, I finally saw the light of a star above. She was the one who brought the light of dawn back into my life. But when the sun sank below the horizon, I saw the flames of war burning without end. Flesh torn and blood spilled before me. The illusion of my utopia had lost the favor of the sun. I have to get out of here. I have to...
Why do you wish to escape, my dear king? In this everlasting Colosseum, you will forever be my gladiator. Anna, night. Girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有，刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soil and leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it! End all this now!
When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However, is this calamity wreaked by disgraced deities? Or perhaps it all stems from greedy hearts? Stay a while. I have an interesting tale for you. Sergei, once the backbone of this circus, he brought numerous joy and laughter on stage. But he was a slave to the bottle off stage. His mistress began to fall for a more considerate man, and after a heated argument, she sought refuge in that man's tent. Sergei couldn't stand for this. He destroyed that man's wretched face with acid and ruined his life forever. The truth was finally spilled in a fit of drunkenness. In turn, on that drunken night, Sergei also lost his face. I don't like this face. Oh, it sickens me. But this face has become a new symbol, belonging to Sergei and to me.
Somebody save
Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me, I must defy our mantra. What?
She's but a girl. What does she hope to accomplish?
Race to the family.
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Shao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle, plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Place at its finest. In July they came, and then in August, for flowers they were made. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking datura, feeding up rosemary who couldn't let go of discards. Night and night stood aloof from the light. Down and down fell into addictions and took to light. Time and time behind the curtain he hid till that came into sight. Place at its finest, bellow stain, where passionate vines often chase the butterflies. A place with fragrances, bellow stain, and now to dust the flower has returned.
What happened on the island?
Let's go and see.
Welcome to Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2021.
Right away, despite the terrain, but look at that. Oh, yeah. Oh, but oh my god.
But oh my god, China cut corners, Mercenary eats that regular hit, LC, granting safe, and now just gonna go for the rescue. 7-2S being patient with a terror shot. Just in time, he wasn't able to open up. He did. Wow. Just trying to kite his way around here, trying to push. Oh my, the Cypher is almost trying. Can Anchan survive this long? Excellent vault there. Oh, they popped the Cypher.
Have to keep in mind that teleportation is like
GG's will be called. Excellent stuff, guys. Southeast Asia, congratulate GH because they are your champions, ladies and gentlemen.
Accept God's mercy. Rise beyond the constraints of life and death. This is an endless game of chance. Greed has tainted the sanctity of faith. Pawn your lips and tongue, never to speak of the past. Pledge your beating heart, break free from the Reaper's hold. Surrender your soul, submit to eternal desire. In this never-ending revelry, you must wager your immortality.
The new season of O-Lettuce, branded parent-child wear. Loose, comfortable trousers suited for different working scenarios. Tailored t-shirts fit for everyone. Fashion options for robots are also on sale.
The final version is for parent and child?
Manor-themed special photo sticker machine for couples. The video is not sponsored by Bloody Queen. If the product has quality problems, Bloody Queen won't be responsible for this.
Heard that there's an amazing mirror in Olita's Manor. It is not a funny mirror, but it will make you look slimmer. Of course, it can make you look bigger. Changes across species aren't impossible as well. That is not the mirror that we should use willy-nilly. News story still goes on. Look through the Olita's Manor mirror to see the other side of you.
Lettuce Bar's grand opening. We have a special barmaid who can make famous Dublin drink. The bar has a warm and welcoming vibe.
Hey, don't drink weird beverages in my bar.
It was never a ruse. This is a requiem. For peace in a chaotic dreamscape. Even if it amplifies their fear, requiem for an exercise to extend the enigma. Extracting every last drop of that crystal dew. Cast their memories into the abyss again and again as they stand on the border of truth and vanity.
Is this place really haunted? Who's there? The Crystal Palace was once where art and science collided. Some reminisce about its former glory. Some long for its splendor. Now, you're here too.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Miss Kyo, how was your childhood? Well, at the dinner table, Father said with a smile, "You sure love playing judge, don't you?" And then they wanted me to pursue my own happiness. Of course, so did my brothers. Your brothers? He was not qualified to represent justice. And I won't allow that to happen. Something happened, I suppose. I did what I had to do. Justice needs obedience. Justice needs sacrifice. It ain't over till the fat lady sings. That's all.
The arrival of the first letter was the prelude to a change in tone. An accentuated sign of fate's shifting course appeared on the night the second letter arrived. Those fragile wings flew in with the dying light. Who forgot one simple truth? The purer the light, the deeper its shadow. My nightingale, never chase after illusions of hope. Looking back with longing eyes, this is just his unfailing bait.
All that remains upon this throne is nothing more than a fragile, incompetent heart. After the embers fade and die out,
Our homeland, ripped asunder by the flames of war. At the height of my desperation, I finally saw the light of a star above. She was the one who brought the light of dawn back into my life. But when the sun sank below the horizon, I saw the flames of war burning without end. Flesh torn and blood spilled before me. The illusion of my utopia had lost the favor of the sun. I have to get out of here. I have to...
Why do you wish to escape, my dear king? In this everlasting Colosseum, you will forever be my gladiator. Anna, night, girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有，刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soil leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it! And behind all this now?
I remember now. It's all coming back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However, is this calamity wreaked by disgraced deities? Or perhaps it all stems from greedy hearts? Stay a while. I have an interesting tale for you. Sergei, once the backbone of this circus, he brought numerous joy and laughter on stage. But he was a slave to the bottle off stage. His mistress began to fall for a more considerate man, and after a heated argument, she sought refuge in that man's tent. Sergei couldn't stand for this. He destroyed that man's wretched face with acid and ruined his life forever. The truth was finally spilled in a fit of drunkenness. In turn, on that drunken night, Sergei also lost his face. I don't like this face. Oh, it sickens me. But this face has become a new symbol, belonging to Sergei and to me.
Somebody save
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our next day of action for Southeast Asia IVC. My name is Elio, joined here with Soy Milk yet again for some more gameplays. We're going to have two very exciting teams going at it today. TMX versus BL. BL, a team that we've seen be consistent in having success in the Southeast Asia region. Of course, TMX being not a team we're as accustomed to, but we'll see how they're able to play against BL. So a very exciting matchup. How are you feeling about this one, Soy?
Hello, yeah, feeling really, really well. Thanks for a nice intro. Really looking forward because this is the preliminary stage. So everything is at stake right here. These teams are going in with all they have because this is like almost their last chance. And afterwards, there's also like a wildcard stage maybe. So I think that could be it. But after all, they definitely want to get all those points first thing first, so they don't need to go through that. So talking about the Ivory Tower series customs, actually this is some of the limited customs that are coming back for a very short time until August 4. So check them out. There is that good student for doctor, and also the perfumer has like a coordinator JK uniform style outfit that looks really cute. I got all of them already. Some of them are my favorite is the perfumer one with the JK one and the coordinator. How about you, Eli? Which one is your favorite?
Yeah, so for those of you who know me, you guys know how much I greatly appreciate skins. So this is just such a treat for me. But anyways, looking at some of these are these are some ones we've already seen as well. We've seen this Doctor one in the past, we've seen the Ripper one in the past, Grapekeeper Violinist, and first off, I think these have all already been in the game if I'm not mistaken already, right, Soy?
Yes, this is from the Once series, actually the Backdrift series, which means like what the characters would have become if they didn't come to the manor. So you can see very innocent style for the characters. And last but not least, the Axe Boy pet accessory. It is super cute and it is so small and it moves around super cutely and super funny, and I think I really like it. And you can only get it with fragments. No, you can also get it with fragments as well. It's only like 3,000 fragments, Eli, so it's actually not very like expensive, and so I think everyone should get it because it's just so adorable, you know what I mean? It's just so cute. And
yeah, definitely very useful to be able to buy with fragments, because I know a lot of people something will come out and they'll be like, oh my god, I have to spend so much money on echoes to get this thing, and then it's like, oh my god, this next thing came out and then I already wasted all my echoes, what am I going to do? But obviously fragments are another way to buy at least certain skins, certain pets have the option to be used with fragments. Of course the Axe Boy one here is does supply that option.
Yes, last but not least, the Ever Sleeping Town firework event. Make sure to pop in there to take some pictures with your friends, and also some beautiful fireworks, the hearts, and they're like super nice effects. And I think we all got in the mail some free fireworks as well, so we can just get all of them and then take pictures with it. I really like the cat in the middle, is huge, and I think that was really adorable. Take pictures together with a huge pet cat. Well, I don't know his name, but I think he was like William or something, but it's so cute. It has like big blue eyes and staring at you like so fluffy. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely very cool. Obviously, again, for me, like, obviously, again, for those of you who know me, I was joking about the skin thing. I've never been too big on actually, skins on characters, but I do actually really enjoy to see like the different pets that come out. So the Axe Boy one, also very exciting. Actually, I think my favorite one is probably the Bloody Queen one, but it also scares me a lot because every time you're decoding and then you see the Bloody Queen do the little mirror, you think you're actually getting mirrored by a hunter. And then you remember you actually banned Bloody Queen, so you're like, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. And then it just becomes like a whole thing and you have like a major brain fart. But anyways, that's kind of, I really do enjoy seeing the different pets that come out. So it's very nice to see we have the little Axe Boy one there as well. That's definitely very cute. And I'm sure a lot of people love that because Axe Boy is one of the kind of a fan favorite character, right? Seeing the Robbie come in, whether it's in tournaments or whether it's in the pet form as well. That's definitely kind of a fan favorite for everyone.
Yes, definitely going to look for that. So yeah, I already got my Axe Boy. I kind of like all the pets as well. So yeah, I definitely will be getting this one too. I even got the Dream Witch one. So yeah, sometimes it scares me because when I play Explorer, the Dream Witch is bigger than me, and I think that Dream Witch is following me, and I was like, oh my god! But then just like you, there's no Dream Witch.
Yeah.
It just happens.
Yeah, I've had the pets. Yeah, sometimes I have to take them off because then I get jump scared by my own pet, and it's just like, oh, well,
Oh
that's not
no.
good. I think there was one situation where like how they have the little dogs, like the white dog and the where they like can like I
Yes.
forgot what happens, but I had one of the dog pets one time, and then it just kind of like ran up on me, and I thought it was like a Percy dashing at me or something, and I got really scared. I was like, oh wait a minute, how that doesn't make any sense. It's a little dog thing. I don't know. So, anyways, enough talk about the pets for now. Though we're gonna get into our first match here. And it looks like, or actually, we're gonna look at our brackets for today. Obviously,
Yes.
we saw the final matchups from yesterday. ZT and GH will be the two teams advancing in that first half of the bracket. In addition to Noir and RYU, will be moving on as well. So a very, very competitive side there. Those are four of honestly the best teams, kind of in the same bracket. So it's a little bit unfortunate that ended up that way, but that is going to be some very exciting gameplay once that comes around. We are going to have BL versus TMX first, as we mentioned, Soy, and we're also going to have WP versus MRC after that. That will be the second match that we will be commentating. And we also have the last two later today. I'm very excited to see MP play as well, and we will have Entity and Shocho in to commentate that match once that comes around.
Yeah, really looking forward to see some familiar faces here with BL, TMX, ADAM, WP, MRC, all IKUN as well. So all these teams have some of them have been into our IVA. So yeah, we are a little bit familiar, but we'll see them playing here. And very, very nice, exciting things coming in today. So watch out for Chocho and Entity coming to cast after us. So yeah, looking forward to that.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at the character selections from both sides here, it looks like we do have a potential wax artist that might actually come out here. Of course, these are just the kind of the predicted characters, but wax artist is a character that you have to watch out for. It really is with that wax artist adjustments, it has become a stronger character. Of course, we are playing with the new adjustments being allowed right now because this is not a competitive server. This is the kind of the standard Southeast Asia server, and then we also have Dreamwitch on the side of TMX as well. So very interested to see what just what really is going to come out here, and what Hunter. I mean, BL, the team that has been very successful in the past, they've adapted their lineup quite a bit. I think they only have a few of the same players they used to have here, so a lot of changes to the Hunter side as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that adjustment will work out for them.
Yes, in the side of BL, we see Mini Blue, and in the side of TMX, we see Basic. So both are using support and stunner characters. Very, very good for the new meta right now that we need a lot of support and a lot of stunners as well. And with the stats there, we see that they definitely have really good containment time as well. 82 seconds and 79 seconds. That's actually quite a long time because average is like 60 seconds. So having a player that can kite for 82 or 70 is actually very, very high for competitive player as well. So yeah, and then if I believe like BL is also what was one of our representatives for Southeast Asia. So definitely looking forward to see what they have to bring to the table because I believe there has been some little change on the BL lineup. So we definitely need to look forward to that, how they're going to work out with the new lineup. And next one is going to be Potato for the BL side, and TMU met with the Patient, and Potato with the Magician. They both are relatively new characters because they have been into the meta quite recently, but at the same time, Magician is the one who has received the buff, getting an extra one. And we saw Ila yesterday how come you can use Magician really well sometimes to block the pallets. However, though, it can also be a little bit tricky to time it well. So we will see again some Magician gameplay today. And then last but not least, there is Panda from BL and Shirayuki from TMX with both support and rescue characters as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Acrobat and Mercenary, of course, these are just the standard, characters that we see get logged in for the most part for a lot of these teams. Still no Seer as any of the recommended or any of the commonly selected characters, which still is quite disappointing to see, but hopefully that will come out later as these matches progress. Of course, Seer being one of the strongest characters in the game still, even if for some reason Enchantress is getting banned more. But you know what? Maybe we'll see Enchantress as well. I have never been fond of Enchantress, whether I'm playing on the Hunter side or the Survivor side, because for some reason, every time I get an Enchantress player, they follow the Hunter around and don't decode. But that's a story for another time. Anyways, we're going to see Mercenary and Acrobat yet again. for the last two Survivor Survivor players here. So yeah, we should we should be getting to the match shortly. And looking on paper how this match is going to play out here, again, we don't really know. We saw BL Carroll be the hunter back for BL back in Koa, but now that's not. We have a different hunter this time around. We don't really know what to expect from, I believe Liz is the hunter side, the hunter for BL here, and then of course TMX, just a team we haven't really seen a whole lot of. So this is just, I mean, obviously, as you guys know, 128 teams going into this tournament. So there's going to be a lot of teams, a lot of newer teams that we're really not expecting. So this is definitely one of these teams here with TMX here, but we'll definitely hoping they could potentially surprise us against a strong team like BL.
Yes, definitely looking forward to see what they have to bring to the table, because BL, after all, is, even though they might change the lineup a little bit, they are still a very competitive team. They have been through many tournaments in the past, and they even won the championship in Southeast Asia together with GH. So they're both very, very top tier teams. So Tiny MX, I've seen a little bit, like they're also a relatively new team, like kind of like a newcomer team. So I'm really looking forward to see also what surprise they can bring, because yesterday we also saw some new teams that they bring really interesting lineup, a little bit like you will say off meta lineups, like maybe using like Gardener or even other type of survivors that we are not oftenly see during competitive play. But sometimes, like even Doctor, you know what I mean, like in some teams I've seen Korea teams that use Doctor as well, like MS before the Koa qualifiers, and for them it worked in certain way. So it really depends, like of course like meta is meta, but it is really fun to see, of course, off meta sometimes, and see what synergy that bring the team has to bring to the table, and we will be able to experience some other nice gameplay, nice strategy, and of course just enjoy the preliminaries time for today.
Yeah, and it looks like we are going to see Ever Sleeping Town is going to be the first map here, chosen by, I believe that was TMX. So yeah, definitely having the advantage here going into this with the round 1 map selection. Of course, we do have the updated ban pick rules in terms of map bans. So essentially how that works now is the team that loses the coin flip is able to ban 1 map in the first round, and then it switches up in the second round, and the other team can ban a map. So you don't immediately have. This typically how coin flips would work is if you win the coin flip, you have a huge advantage, right? Because you can just pick the map. You're putting yourself in a great position. But now teams get an option to ban it, which makes things a little bit more balanced. But it still is Ever Sleeping Town. This is kind of the most standard round 1 map. Ever Sleeping and Chinatown being the two most common, because they're very good for Breaking Wheel, very good for Dream Witch. Ever Sleeping Town is kind of the most versatile map. It's a good map for survivors, but then it's also good for a lot of the round 1 hunters, such as Breaking Wheel, such as Dream Witch here. We are going to get into our picks and bans here. We'll see what TMX, the hunter of TMX, opts to ban here first. If it is going to be a Dream Witch like it was previously indicated, we might see Seer get eliminated from the survivors first, but maybe we'll see something else instead. Again, we don't really know what to expect from them necessarily. This is a newer team here with some newer players, but if it is a Seer ban, I expect there's a good chance we will see that Dream Witch.
Yes, I want to give a little shout out to the people you see in the public. Now it's very, very nice. We see Grape is H, we see No Blood, No Mary, Zephyr, Ayana, Kara, Benny, Chantel, Maney, and Janice. Yay! So yeah, everyone in the chat, thank you so much for showing your support and being active there. We read all the comments. I'll be following closely as well. And we see the first one coming in already from TMX, coming in with the Seer ban. Like you said, Eli, you wanted to see Seer, but now he's just going to go to jail first. However, though, this is just the first ban. I think it's also a respect ban, a focus ban. It could be a ban for one of the most meta hunters, such as Dream Witch, because you don't know, Seer can be very strong because they will know the location of the Dream Witch main leech, and then they will make everyone rotate around it. So I think that's why they ban Seer here as well.
Yeah, we actually see Acrobat ban next, which is not as common, but if it is going to be a Dream Witch, that could potentially be a good ban here. It looks like Psychologist will be locked in. So based off of this team comp thus far, I think the survivors know Mercenary is going to be banned here. I think the survivors know that they're gonna see a Dream Witch. Obviously, this team comp already very well run. This last character might just be Gravekeeper. Yeah, so Gravekeeper is going to be the last character. Obviously, having 2 Rescuers, 2 hard chase targets, Priestess, and Psychologist. This team comp is strong against Dream Witch. This is really difficult for TMX if they want to play Dream Witch here. Maybe they'll opt to go with something else. They're gonna go with Sculptor instead, so they acknowledge the situation. This is a really difficult comp for Dream Witch, and it looks like they are, yeah, they are gonna lock in that Sculptor ultimately here. So this is kind of just saying, you know, I think they're gearing up to play Dream Witch, the Seer band, the Acrobat Mercenary. Those are all Dream Witch bands. Not much, you know, Seer obviously works for Sculptor, but it's not as common anymore for a Sculptor to ban Seer first. We would expect it maybe something like Priestess or Forward, but you know, obviously this team comp Forward, hard chase target, Gravekeeper unchaseable for Dream Witch, Psychologist difficult because of 3 hits, Priestess on this map kind of unchaseable for Dream Witch, so it's just really tough here. Sculptor is kind of the next best option, assuming that Team X does not play Breaking Wheel, which I'd imagine they don't, because if they did, Breaking Wheel would have been fine against this comp. Going against Psychologist is very easy to deal with as a wheel, but I think the next best thing for them here is that Sculptor.
Yes, the Sculptor works really good against these survivors, because just like you said, Gravekeeper and Four and Psychologist will be very, very hard to counter at the beginning of the match with not yet a full presence Dream Witch. So going for a Sculptor in this map is really good. He will use all the status to try to find the ideal target. I think the best target to find, it could either be Priestess or Psychologist, because they both have they don't have unlimited resources, or like Gravekeeper has 2 shovels and very long distance he can buy, and the Forward with the football, stun and also run away from the Hunter. So I think Psychologist, after using the 2 hits, then she can just go down and she has no other option to Wi-Fi heal another teammate. And for Priestess, she also has a limited amount of portals. So I think that could be the best situation to encounter here for the Sculpture. And how about the traits for the first trait? I mean, because we definitely sure that she's gonna bring Trump card, most likely. So what is the idea for the traits in this case?
Yeah, so it's less likely that we're going to see Flywheel. Flywheel isn't necessarily, again, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, Flywheel isn't necessarily as strong against chip hunters such as Bonbon or Sculptor. Obviously, it still can be useful, but it's a little less common. Broken Windows is more common for going against. If you know that it's going to be something like a Sculptor, that might be a better selection for the Survivor. Sculptor isn't really phased by Flywheel as much as other hunters are, such as Breaking Wheel. So I think that that's definitely an option for the Survivors to go with Broken Windows option. I'm actually curious to see which characters actually have Tide Turner. So a standard team comp obviously is Forward and Gravekeeper bring Tide Turner, but sometimes you'll see Gravekeeper, if it's a Bonbon or a Sculptor, you'll sometimes see Gravekeeper go Broken Windows because they are a very easy chase target for a chip hunter. And then also sometimes you'll see Forward go Broken Windows, so you can because Forward's also an easy chase target for something like a Sculptor. Not easy, but it's chaseable. And then you might actually have Priestess be the one with Tide. So there's just so many different options that work out here. Of course, the most standard ultimately is Forward and Grave bring Tide Turner. They may actually just go single Tide Turner overall. Looks like Gravekeeper is going to be that first chase here. He's able to dodge that first statue, getting under the pallet here, forcing the Sculptor to break it. That's very important here. And he's going to go ahead and transition away. Actually using, it's kind of an interesting interaction, but using that accessory, I think that's an accessory. It actually makes it, it makes it so you can actually see the Gravekeeper shovel easier. So typically with Gravekeeper, you like to just not actually have any accessory because it blends in with the ground easier, but it is a cool accessory though, I have to admit. And we actually see that he is able to recycle that shovel, still have 2 because of that Gravekeeper buff as well.
And now Psychologist utilizing the portal to go to Graveyard side. Priestess already taking the tram, not taking any chance to get any presence to this Hunter, and now Psychologist will be the second one in Kite. Now the status will be placed going around the graveyard area. There is a window ball here, just waiting a little bit, trying to kite an open area is one of the best ways to kite a taking the first hit right here, but a Psychologist, he needs enough time to heal, and Blink will be forced out for the Hunter, and it will go right into the pallet. Perfect Blink, Eli, like go right to the wall. Ooh, very close to the dungeon, but no, she's gonna just try to chair her right next to the basement because she also needs to control the ciphers. At the same time, we see everyone has rotated, and the one who is going for the rescue immediately is the Forward with the stun rescue.
Ford is able to make that rescue. Looks like Ford did carry Tide Turner. Will Ford go first? Oh, gives a free double hit. So maybe a misstep from the Ford. He's going to use this double hit to go for a stun. And he's just going to chair Forward. He doesn't have to go for Psychologist. Psychologist getting killed anyway. He can actually just get free full presence off the Ford. Ford's going to use Football to not give the full presence here. But he gets hit by the... Oh, they both get hit by the tram. And, I mean, it doesn't really matter. They're both going down anyways. But... He does not give full presence, so it actually ends up being okay for forward here. So still a chip away from full presence for TMX here, but this position's actually not bad for the Hunter. Obviously, you do lose the first chase target with that Psychologist, but Ford used every ounce of their football on that first rescue. So Ford maybe overextending a little bit there. And I expect the survivors may not even go for a rescue at all. They might potentially just try to go for a draw here. It looks like Gravekeeper potentially pressuring here. Is able to not give any chip hits at all, so that's very strong. Again, no full presence just yet. And let's see if Mini Blue actually will go here. It looks like no, just feeding Tinnitus and waiting this out as long as possible.
Yeah, I'm going to try to chip damage the Psychologist from the long distance, and forward is still on chair. Just like you said, I don't think it's gonna be a rescue here because there is just so much items on the map. There's only 2 shovels, and then also there's no more forward with football, so I don't think there will be a rescue done. However, though, Priestess is light up, so they're gonna be also very dangerous because they will know where is her exact location. There is already a long distance portal set up for transitioning, and gotta be careful with the tram once again. That it is on the wow, now gonna destroy the portal before going to second floor. Ooh, now finally reaching the full presence, and Priestess will be set in a very tough spot using a portal just to buy some extra distance, and now it's only going to be about 3 machines left.
Yeah, and Priestess is going to use another portal here. I can't get Mind Game here. Priestess needs to be very careful. They are going to get back through the portal as well. They can actually just go back to the pallet. And it looks like they're not going to go to the corner house pallet. They're going to use the last portal as well. But the Desperate Fight is going to come into play here. It's going to heal, or not heal, but allow that recovery to be very, very fast here. And Priestess should go down right here. Misses that swing, though. But Priestess does not have any more portals, so she is going to go down in the corner here. But, I mean, Priestess didn't really do much. She kind of just dropped 3 portals, and it still ends up being a good enough kite for a draw. That's really the power of Priestess on this map, especially in the corner house area. She could have easily extended that kite, of course, if she utilized potentially that corner house pallet, but instead, just kind of, using up all 3 portals. That's still okay as long as enough time is wasted, which, it was in this instance. Gravekeeper can come for a rescue, and we can see Psychologist prime the last Cypher Machine. Will the Hunter opt to potentially teleport away here? I think the only chance the Hunter has here to potentially try to go for a win is teleporting that last Cypher Machine, and just like that, trade swap into teleport, going for the Psychologist. Can they get the swing at the window? No, Psychologist gets the vault off in time, has that broken window speed boost, I believe, and will be transitioning towards Graveyard.
Yes, now Gravekeeper will get the Priestess out of the chair, and now they're both also going up to the other cipher, while Psychologist will buy as much time as possible in this graveyard area. There's no blink on the line, so they will just rely on the status. However, though, for a full presence Galatea, this is not seems like be a hard task. So it's all about time and the mind games that's gonna be doing here around this graveyard area, taking the last hit. Actually, Eli, this is one of the strong things about Ada, that she can take 2 hits and she can still kite for a little bit long time, so that is buying so much time. The last cipher is 50% being decoded by the Priestess, and if I see correctly, the Gravekeeper will be the one ideal coming for the rescue, but no, they're both trying to decode 2 ciphers just in case, and I think that's something that we see often in competitive play. They always decode more than 1 cipher because they don't want to put all the eggs in one basket, and they definitely want to, ooh, it will be a basement party here for Galatea, putting Ada in the basement for the first time.
Yeah, Sculptor is going to be able to drag them all the way to that basement. They're unable to struggle free. The question is, how does he pressure this last Cypher? Gravekeeper is going to immediately drop through with that shovel there. The Sculptor did not see it, so they're going to be able to get a free rescue here. But you got to be careful. Cypher Machine is prime, but drop down is still in effect here. Going to try to force heal, forcing the Sculptor in the basement. But she has the full presence statues. If she can get the Psychologist down with statues here, that could be very strong. Goes for the drop hit. Hits the Psychologist. Will Gravekeeper go for the force heal? He's going to take the... he doesn't take the hit. They get the pickup. They get the pickup here, giving a balloon hit as well. And they're going to have to pop the Cypher Machine. Psychologist is dead on chair. They needed to try to go for the pop even after the drop hit. Of course, it is risky. But, yeah, the basement being so crucial there. If Psychologist doesn't die basement, that's a tie for the survivors. Now we're going to see teleport to the exit gate. Does catch wind of the Priestess, who does have some portals to work with. So this is a very difficult chase for TMX. But ultimately, it's still at least probably 3 survivors eliminated here. So yeah, a team like BL that, really has the advantage in terms of experience going into this matchup is now already on the back foot in this first round.
Yes, now we're gonna see the Gravekeeper trying to go to the main gate while Priestess buying as much time as possible. Maybe going to try to go for that dungeon dash. However, though, they can only be open once the gate is open. Getting some window speed boost, nice vaulting, and now another portal right here. Utilizing this area, this is a power of Priestess portal, especially in this map. But we will see against a full presence, Galatia is going to be tough, Eli. So we're just gonna wait and see how it develops. But so far, the Gravekeeper is already out, and now we will wait for the Priestess to just do some final struggle here try to get dungeon.
Yeah, so this is an interesting, actually, kind of situation. What happens here is basically the priestess needs to try to dodge these full presence statues long enough for them to get a portal back. And what they can do with that portal is they can either go towards the other building and potentially try to portal towards the open exit gate at Graveyard. Oh, they are going to take one more trip there. They need to dodge at least 2 more sets here for another portal. And they're trying to pressure here, going around in this area, trying to mind get the sculpt as much as possible. Goes for the window wall here. Can they go for the juke? No, they were not able to get the juke. Priestess getting a little bit, going for a premature vault there. I mean, I guess in that situation, you risk getting hit with statues anyway. So, but that portal was so close there. So if they're able to get that portal, they can push that Graveyard exit gate potentially through one of those buildings and maybe distract the sculptor away and then maybe push dungeon after that. It's really just a mind game in that situation, but Priest is really trying to go aggressive. The goal, the game plan for the Priestess there was vault that, get a broken window speed boost, juke the first hit, and with that speed boost, push for the dungeon, maybe get knocked into the dungeon with a basic hit. But they got hit back right away, so an excellent job from TMX not to allow that. Didn't give anything away there, and TMX is now leading 3-1.
Yes, that was an amazing start match for TMXU with 3-man kill, and getting that priestess, not giving that priestess dungeon was definitely hard, because against a priestess with portals and the dungeon being at such a convenient location, sometimes I've seen some players that will be able to juke the status and juke the normal hit and just rush for dungeon, but this time you definitely managed to get those status on point, and also with detention as well. Actually, it's not very common to see sculpture with detention, but this time you decided to bring it, and it definitely paid off, because just wants to be completely sure that she'll be able to get a third person, ensuring the win for the first match of the day. So this is looking very good, Eli, because this is the first match against BL, a big team right here. So a lot of things are going to be really, really new, and we're gonna see some also good gameplays right coming in from both teams. As you saw, Tiny MX, you guys have a lot of pressure, but at the same time, you guys are also going to come in and have this chance to go against one of the top teams of Southeast Asia.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, definitely TMX has a lot less pressure here because 3 survivors were eliminated. Of course, they are going to hold a 2-point lead because of that. So there's definitely more pressure on BL now. Their hunters are going to need to perform really well. And again, this is kind of a new hunter, Liz. We don't really know what we're going to see from them. So it's going to be very interesting. We did see Gravekeeper getting that one, kind of just that one solo escape there. Just BL, a team that's known to be very strong overall in the Southeast Asia region, kind of going down quickly here, 2 points. It's just definitely an uphill battle now. So, what can Liz do here? Again, we don't know what Liz is going to play. We don't really know much about them at all.
Yeah, about Liz, I did know a little bit. It's not only main Nayad, it's also a good geisha main, and also a breaking wheel main. So we probably will see. I mean, I wish I could see Nayad more, because yesterday we didn't really see Nayad. So I'm missing kind of the Nayad presence right here, because Nayad is one of the newest hunters, and depending on the map, it can work really well. Like, for example, in Lakeside Village, and also I've seen it works well in Red Church, like the small maps, and also in big maps. So it's a very versatile type of hunter. Although I'm not sure, like, for Liz will be the best option to bring Nayad on the first round. So that's something I'm not really quite sure about.
Yeah, we're probably not going to see Nayad in the first round, especially in a situation where, they're down 3 points. Nayad's not really a win hunter. More of a tie hunter, so it's a situation where you got to try to come turn things around here. Of course, TMX did have the option to pick the map here, so it puts BL at a disadvantage slightly. But again, we don't really know. Again, you talked about some hunters that Liz could potentially pull out here. Breaking will make being the most logical for getting enough kills to actually tie or win this round, but. Yeah, just TMX coming out here making a statement against BL right away, putting BL on the back foot, and they're gonna need a lot to come back here. So this is just it's gonna be very interesting to see if we are gonna see a breaking wheel here from IVE Liz. I think it depends on how the band pick is gonna play out here. I think we're gonna see Seer first, probably be band Priestess before we get locked in after that, and then we may see things such as Enchantress, such as Entomologist, Patient. Those characters very strong against Breaking Wheel if they are prepared for that, and it could also be a different hunter that we don't know of as well.
Yeah, the other hunter that I think it could bring up, besides, it could be also a mirror match, kind of like Sculpture as well. And then we could see the hunter Liz Sculpture, and also will be very, very dangerous because Sculpture gameplay is very important, the timing, and that you find the right survivor. Like you saw, she found Breakkeeper first and forced him to utilize the shovel, but immediately transitioned away from him and just giving room for him to just go to goal. But they immediately found Priestess and Ada at the same time, psychologist. So disturbing the cipher as well. So that's one of the thing about Sculpture, to reach the presence really fast and be able to chip damage the survivors. So I was really, really surprised that Ada actually could take, I mean, she can take so many hits, but at the same time, she put so much time with that kite that it might not seem a lot, but you saw that the ciphers were ready, like almost they went from 3 to 1 in no time. So that's one thing to be sure about Sculpture. Like she's one of the hunters that can counter the Cypher Rush, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And again, it's a situation where you have to get 3 survivors eliminated. Sculptor, of course, does have an ability. Any hunter that has abilities to slow down Cypher Rush, whether that's Breaking Wheel's map pressure, as you mentioned, Sculptor has that chisel available to potentially stun on Cypher machines. Dream Witch has map pressure with the followers. Any hunter that has any sort of extended map pressure and Cypher control, those are the hunters that are going to have the win potential, right? You look at things like a Bonbon, for example. Bonbon Cypher control and map pressure is so limited. The best you can do is throw a bomb on a nearby Cypher machine if you're lucky enough to even chair someone near a Cypher. Or something like Naiad. Naiad can only pressure Cyphers if they're nearby. Hunters that can pressure Cypher machines from long distances, those are the ones that have win potential. So Sculptor, Wheel, and Dream Witch, and then also if you want to get technical, you have things like Wu Chang, but those are characters that you never really see get used because just not very good early game chase. But ultimately, yeah, those, and we see that come into play in this first round, right? Sculptor going in here, you think about a lot of this game being very survivor-sided. Survivor should at least be able to get a draw, but Sculptor, able to utilize that win potential and use it for the advantage. And again, the situation was tied. The game was drawn, but the problem is Psychologist got basement and then give a drop hit, and they didn't opt to pop right after. They tried to be a little too aggressive with that heal. You just kind of have to... I mean, it's tough. When you get a drop hit, no attack recovery, what can you really do? I think the best bet, maybe try to force heal in basement, but then maybe you die to statues. It's just really tough there getting basement. As soon as you get basement, that's what gives the Sculptor a chance to come back.
Yes, I think the moment that the basement was there, at the first time that she saw the basement there, she didn't choose to chair her in the basement because she still need to control the ciphers and throw the CCTV status right at the ciphers. But the second time that she got another chance to get Ada into basement, she went for it directly and chose the basement party because she knew this was it for her. If there was no basement there, there's no way she can get advantage of the double hit and the double down. And also, even though Breakkeeper will have tried to force kill Ada, like you said, the status are there, chip damage is there, double hit is there. So there's so many things that a Sculpture can work with compared to what the survivors could do at this moment of basement. Very, very tough.
Absolutely. Getting into the picks and bans here, we'll see what Liz has planned here for TMX to have to deal with here. If we are going to see that Seer ban first, it does indicate probably a breaking wheel from that hunter side. If we see something else, maybe we go with something a little bit different, but we could also see forward, but it's less common. Again, the most standard ban here would be if it is a breaking wheel, we're going to go Seer ban, Priestess forward locked in, and then maybe something like anything between Entomologist, Patient, something like that will get banned next. It is going to be Seer here. Expect the survivors to go forward and Priestess, but we've also seen Enchantress be a pick from some of these teams as well. So we'll have to see if that's something that they do want to utilize here. And then, of course, there's a lot of characters that are good against Breaking Wheel. Breaking Wheel is just such a strong character overall. We're going to see Forward and Priestess, as previously mentioned. And the next ban here for the Hunter, there's a few you can go. You can go Mercenary. Okay, well, Mercenary, there's one of them. And now if they are preparing for wheel here, you're really going to want something that has good transitioning abilities, such as a patient, such as an entomologist, and then maybe enchantress as well. But we'll see if that is something that they're actually preparing for.
Yes, I'm reading the comments and some people saying that the hunter from Ivy League is PP Cha. So yeah, that it could be quite interesting because PP Cha is one of the Japanese players that is really popular and actually was in Koa. And if you remember correctly, it went against big teams like Wolves and B4U, and it was a lot of pressure there too. But he did quite well, and really looking forward to see what Liz has to bring to the table today. And of course, good luck to both teams. But so very nice comment you see from Elaine. Yeah, shout out to everyone that is on the public. You guys are there. You guys got the first entrance ticket. And Safir, Firm, Janiste, Kritsung, Ayana, Elaine, Kara, Chantel, Beanie, and Maney. Hello guys, hello there. And as we see, it's going to be the breaking wheel sitting already on the hunter chair. And wow, we really haven't seen Prospector against Breaking Wheel as much, but definitely we're in here for a treat because we did saw the basic is a Prospector main. So at the same time, I believe that playing Prospector, it is something that it requires a lot of skill. You need to be very skillful with those magnets, throwing out the donuts to the hunter to pick them and then stun. So I definitely think that we are in here for a trip, Eli. We're gonna see a very nice Prospector main, and hopefully he doesn't have to take the first kite though, because you know Prospector at the beginning of the match he only brought one magnet. So I think the ideal one for the survivor side, of course, will be to either find the acrobat or the priestess, so it can buy a little bit extra time for them to decode. That's what I think.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know. Again, we'll have to see here. It is Ever Sleeping Town, so. And it is a breaking wheel, so you have a lot of mobility, you have a lot of options for finding these characters early on. Prospector, of course, being an early round option, it's not something you see every day, but it is more standard of Japan region players to go Prospector early. And that's really the only region that goes for early Prospector plays. So it looks like we're going to see a Graveyard Gate spawn from the breaking wheel immediately rotating towards middle. Does catch sight of, I'm not sure who that is just yet, but he has caught sight of his first target here, and it looks like he's going to go ahead and get out of wheel form. I think that's the forward. Gets an early trap on the forward again. This is a repeat of what we saw yesterday. So a forward, if you get spiked early as a forward, you have to football away so you don't get trapped here. And that's unfortunately, it's going to be a huge misstep from the forward, costing them a very fast down here. Forward's going to go down right away to a snap. He's going to be able to drop down. He's going to be able to football to try to make distance, maybe try to get to something like a portal, but he's going to have to use so much football just to avoid the snap, and PB Trust still going to have, if this is PB Trust, we actually don't know, but Liz is going to have snap online in a moment here, going to go ahead and use that magnet, forcing him back into wheel form, but he's already injured forward. He's going to get a spike on the Prospector, forcing him to remove it before he goes back to decoding, and he can also take down these portals in the process.
Yeah, there is already Blink online, so Priestess here will be very dangerous. Gonna try to force the Blink first so they can just know that he has Blink. This time, survivors don't know what is the trait, but most likely will surprise either Blink or Excitement. So that is something that survivors need to watch out for. Another portal here, avoiding the trap, nicely done by the Priestess Yume right here, going to second story, one of the strongest kiting areas for the Priestess. There's still no portals right now, so you just have to use this area of pallets and will have to move away and then getting again into his car and going back through the portal and trying to find another target because he doesn't really feel the Priestess yet.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and go for Ford instead here, able to get that spike here. Ford is going to go down to a basic hit and is going to use the rest of the football to get away here. Looks like we're going to see the Acrobat try to go for a bomb, but he's going to give a free hit because of it. Oh, another unfortunate misstep here for the side of TMX, and this is slowly just working into this breaking wheel's favor. I mean, the survivors had such a strong position, but just yeah, forward not using that football early on was a big turning point for this hunter. And then we're gonna see the blink right here. Oh, he gets stuck on the wall, but Ford runs back into him. Can he make it to this pallet? Needs to go for a mind game. Gets the pallet stun, and the blink now becomes useless. Any point in a match where a breaking wheel goes for a blink and misses it, that's a game changer. That's super important for TMX. That forces him back into wheel form. He's gonna go down to a snap here, but that's another 30 seconds wasted with blink already expired here. And the forward is still kiting. He's gonna go all the way to the corner and still juking this, able to avoid the extended spikes as well here. And he actually misses this too. He should go down to this trap. He is excellent trap there, but it doesn't matter. Enough time was wasted here where the survivors already have a drawn position. If TMX does get 2 out the exit gate here, they will win round number 1.
Was almost 3 minute time that they contain, all of them contain the hunter, and that is a very good cooperation already from the survivor side. But just like you said, there's already coming someone for the rescue. It will be the acrobat, the one who is in the close area, and we'll try to use, oh no, cannot avoid that trap. Amazing trap from Liz right here, and Acrobat will be taking the last effort, giving enough time for the forward to also move away and almost stop him from getting into this portal. And now Liz going right to this portal once again, and I think he lost the forward, Eli.
You know, he just went through the portal so he could take down, because as a breaking wheel, what a lot of stars do against a breaking wheel is they'll wait for the wheel to get out of wheel form and then take the portal. But what he was doing is he was simply just going through the portal to remove it, so the forward couldn't go through it, and then just zoom back over to the forward with that fast ability. So that's what a lot of breaking wheels do, is they don't want to get out of wheel form to break the portal, because then the survivor can easily just take it. So they'll just go through it in the wheel form and then just turn around and go right back to the other survivor. Looks like he's going to play very aggressive here, changing on to the priestess, getting one spike there. He's going to head back to the chair here to make sure there's no free rescue from the acrobat, but it doesn't really matter. He's camping this out very well, but the last two ciphers have progress, 76%, 45% as well. So the breaking wheel really needs to try to get another quick down here if he wants a chance to come back here. Has caught sight of the priestess, trying to force them. I think he's just going to get out of wheel from here. Oh, and he's got to get the hit. No blink used as well. Priestess needed to camp that window so they could at least force the blink there, but it looks like was not able to get that out here. He's actually going to switch to peepers here and just select the priestess and play more aggressively, try to pressure down these last ciphers.
He's putting so much pressure here with the peepers out as well, and now it's only going to be up for the acrobat here to take the kite. With only one ball left, it's going to be very difficult as a full presence breaking wheel. So what the survivors are doing right now is just try to rush up the last two cipher machines somehow. Prospector almost finishing his machine, and as soon as that, going to snap the acrobat right here, placing a peeper, not even wasting time on the chairs. This is something really some breaking wheel really do, because they don't want to get the risk of that survivor standing up and finishing the last cipher. And since there's no more trump card on the hand, he can only use the peepers to slow down the cipher machine. So this is the only thing left for breaking wheel. But once again, he got his full presence, so he's going to try to find the priestess once again, down her down, knowing that she used the self-heal, and going in for another down, using the flywheel to avoid the trap. Nicely done from the priestess, putting down another portal. This is a head-to-head match right here. Priestess using the portal, Liz going immediately there and immediately going for the trap.
He is going to be able to get the down on the priestess, but that was so much time wasted there. Yeah, two cipher machines already 50 plus to the stars, can easily just split the last two cipher machines. He's going to go ahead and go towards corner house, which is location of the prospector. This is not an ideal find, because prospector, you got to go for 2 hits to get him down here. Prospector he's going to go down without using the magnet as well. Prospector doesn't have flywheel. He brought broken windows for a breaking wheel, which honestly makes no sense. I don't really understand that, and unfortunately it does cost him there. If he had flywheel, he could have dodged that full presence. The breaking wheel taking advantage of that, just going to get that full presence on. And the last cipher machine is now primed here, but the priestess on the ground. I don't know if they have self-heal available. Acrobat may just have to pop the cipher machine straight up. Yeah, and they're going to have to push for the end game. Not ideal at all for the survivors here. And Liz has a good chance at least getting 3 survivors eliminated, which would tie up the first round.
Yes, it's gonna be very difficult, but I believe Priestess might be going for the rescue, because she got those portals and she can utilize them to just reach the survivor on time, getting down the acrobat. But you have to remember, the acrobat hasn't been chaired yet, so it's just buying some extra time for him to transition away and going back to the prospector chair. And thanks to the priestess portals, they can just split and once again try to get the attention from the breaking wheel away from the gate. And he knows he's just following the trail of the priestess portals, and finding her once again very close to the tram. This gate area is going to be very crucial here. How long can she contain a full? Just going to snap immediately the priestess and going to chair her. And the other survivors, which is the prospector, is going to try to touch the acrobat so he can stand up. But the only saving grace here, Eli, is the priestess first time in chair, so she can buy so much time. Actually, there was a dungeon as well, but this seems to be a very difficult situation for the survivors, even though with those magnets.
Wow, gets the magnet, but it's going to push him right into the trap. Prospector is going to go down there And if Acrobat doesn't have self-heal, that's it. This is over for him. He's going to go ahead and share this Prospector here. We're going to see, no, that's it. No self-heal for the Acrobat. And that looked like an easily drawn position here, but a 4 survivor elimination, that's a huge game changer. Excellent job there from Liz there. And of course, we don't know if this is PB Char or not, but, you know, going into that match, I wanted to see how this Hunter played. I wanted to see the type of gameplay. That's exactly how PB Char would play Breaking Wheel. If it, you know, again, we don't know for sure. That's exactly how you'd play it. A lot of Hunters would single target 1 survivor, and they try to secure that first down. But PB Char changing targets, they're being very aggressive, you know, leaving targets early, just trying to apply a lot of pressure to the map here. And even if it isn't PB Char, this Hunter has modeled their gameplay similar to them and similar to some of these other Breaking Wheels that play with that aggressive strategy. And yeah, just an excellent job there. 4 survivors eliminated. That's very, very important. Whenever we have to highlight how important that is. Around a 5-point game is always a game changer here. And I mean, again, you're going into this match, it looked like TMX, a team that we don't have too much information on, coming out and beating BL in the first round. It didn't work in their favor there. We saw, just the Hunter for BL getting 4 survivors eliminated, Acrobat not having that self-heal at the end. He was able to push a drawn position into a winning one. That is the power of the late game Breaking Wheel with the Peeper switch. You know, it allows you to slow down ciphers, allows you to slow down healing, for survivors to waste their self-heal, and they don't have self-heal in the later half of the game. And because you have Insolence, they can only heal 60% of the way because of that trait. If you build out to that left part of the Persona web, that includes, I believe it's called After Effects or Aftershock, we can only heal to 60%. So that's really a big game changer as well. And Breaking Wheel taking perfect advantage of that. All 4 survivors eliminated. And again, it really begs the question of the Prospector. You know, we talked about Prospector being a character that comes out in the Japan region quite often, but not so much here. Prospector against Breaking Wheel, it's not very strong. I mean, if you get trapped as a Prospector, your magnet will not activate in time, especially if you don't bring Flywheel. You're gonna have a very difficult time kiting, and we saw that exactly happen there. Prospector went down very fast towards the end there because he didn't have that Flywheel available.
Yeah, we see a 3 to 6 points difference immediately, all set up by BL on the lead right now. So this is going to be a very, very much less pressure for BL's Hunter that we're gonna see coming in. But I have to admit, I have to admire the gameplay of this Breaking Wheel right here, immediately after coming out of wheel form, going for the hit, like not giving any chance for a normal hit. He just went for a terror shock. And that was extremely scary coming in from a Breaking Wheel, using all those controls with a mobile device as well. Very flexible. I have to say that it looks, the way that this Breaking Wheel was playing, it is very smooth. It looks like he didn't get stuck at all. He was utilizing the area perfectly well. He went with the spikes, he went with the normal rounds, and even though the forward bought so much time, because kudos for the forward kite, that was a really long time of kite. He didn't eat any spike, he was just kiting around, and the only reason that he went down, it was because Breaking Wheel had full presence and the snap was up. So that is the reason. But before that, they really contained the Hunter as long as they could. They did it really well. The only thing here is that Breaking Wheel is so dangerous when he reaches the final presence, and that is with the snap, and it definitely gives you no chance, because as you saw with the Prospector magnets, even though he got the magnet on the Breaking Wheel, he cannot go that far from him, and even when he got a little bit far, he landed on the trap. So that is one thing about Breaking Wheel. He got the snap, he got the trap, he got the hitbox, and he got the spikes. So you have to avoid 4 things right there. And as a Prospector, I think that you will feel short sometimes because your magnets can take you just so far.
Yeah, and that's also why, again, you know, it's really just, it's not only is Prospector not a very good, strong character against Breaking Wheel, it's as simple as not having Flywheel. You have to bring, if you're playing a Broken Windows character, you bring Flywheel against Breaking Wheel, regardless. Doesn't matter what character you're playing. If it's a non-rescuer, if it's a character that does not bring Tide Turner, you bring Flywheel for Breaking Wheel. And yeah, I guess the Broken Windows there, it doesn't make any sense at all. I really don't personally, I don't understand it personally, and it was a big game changer. If Prospector doesn't go down there because he has Flywheel, he forces a basic hit, they can prime the Cypher Machine, and then they have 3 survivors up at the exit gate. They only had 2 up because 1 was placed on the rocket chair. So it's just really difficult, you know. From there, you know, you're able to pop the Cypher, but it doesn't even matter. And then also just a really nice play as well was getting that trap over at the what we call the 11 area over near the graveyard gate with the two pallets in that one window. He's able to get the trap through the window.
Yes.
That was really important. That's a very hard trap to hit. If you're able to knock that down, then you put yourself in a position where you down the acrobat. He doesn't have self heal. You can change targets, find the prospector at any point from there on out. You win the game. That's exactly what happened. So just an excellently played game from the Hunter side there. I mean, the survivors, they didn't make a whole lot of mistakes. I mean, they forced the breaking wheel in and out of wheel form a lot in the early game. Forward did an excellent job. Again, as soon as you miss that blink as a breaking wheel, that's the game changer. That's the turning point. If you're able to force out a blink, force the breaking wheel to miss it, as a survivor team, you should always win or draw from that position. But the Cypher Rush was just a little bit behind there, and the breaking wheel just constantly changing targets, applying so much pressure that the survivor team just wasn't prepared to deal with.
Yes, the moment the breaking wheel changed to peepers, it was due to just to stop the Cypher Rush, and we saw that it was one machine 88, the other one 40. So he knew which machine he need to put more pressure on, because he cannot do anything about the 88% machine is already almost done. So he put a lot of pressure on the second machine. But even though he didn't forget about the survivors at all, because that's one of the things when you play as a hunter, you focus too much on the Cypher Rush. So it's either you need to decide you're after the ciphers or after the survivors. And we can see in this gameplay right here that Pipicha knows for sure he's not only for the ciphers, but he's also for the survivor. He got that two things very straight, very clear in his mind. So he knew that, okay, I'm going to put pressure on the cipher with two peepers, but I'm also going back to the other survivor that I almost knocked down. And then immediately, as soon as knocked down, did not waste any time cheering anyone and just place few peepers here and there, forcing the self-heal. And just like you said, once you self-heal once, you go down again, you cannot self-heal to 90% again. You will heal only until 60%, and then someone needs to come to heal you all the way from 60 to 100. So that is the thing that Pipicha took advantage of, the healing time, because he knows that is one of the survivors' weaknesses, that once they heal once, they can only heal until 60, and then somebody needs to come to help them to heal up again. And I think that worked really well for Pipicha, especially in this match that was so clutch, and actually putting now a lot of pressure on Tiny MX.
Yeah, excellent job from Liz there. And we're gonna see, just going into this the second half here, it's gonna be an uphill battle here. We did see, TMX, they were able to choose the map there, and they weren't able to win on it. So it's just gonna be, it's such a tough position when you have that first round, or whenever you have map selection. That's the round you want to win. If you ever tie that round or lose that round, you put yourself at a really big disadvantage. So it's just it's gonna be really challenging. I don't know how TMX can really come back here. Again, you have to, against a team like BL, a really good team like BL, you have to be able to go ahead early, especially when you have that map selection. Now that they don't have it available, it's really challenging for them. It's really difficult to come back. I don't really know what we can expect from them. Obviously, they still have Sculptor, and I think Dreamwitch is also going to be on the table. We should see it get banned though here, so we'll probably see another Sculptor from TMX in round number 2 here. But if the BL survivors are better prepared this time for it, Sculptor, while it does have win potential, it's still more of a draw hunter compared to something like Breaking Wheel or Dreamwitch. And since those characters shouldn't be really an option here, it's going to be it's a tough match for TMX for sure.
Yes, and once they banned the main hunter of TMX, which was Sculpture, I think either will choose something that it is also strong, but it's also he feels very comfortable with it. Maybe we will see either. I think a lot of things are at stake right now, so he definitely needs to try to get a win, or ideally will get an all kill. So a lot of things are here for him to choose. So as you said, another hunter could play will be either Bonbon. I mean, if you're comfortable with it, I've seen many Bonbons getting all kills in tournaments before. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's a Bonbon coming in. Although nowadays a lot of players already know what are the Bonbon weaknesses, and that is the cipher control. He cannot really go to control the ciphers as much, and he can only take advantage of his camping ability. So I'm not quite sure whether Bombo will be one of the ideal hunters to come out. How about you? What do you think will be the hunter that Tiny MX should bring out if he wants to get a 3-man kill?
Yeah. So I don't think Sculptor is his main hunter. What I was trying to say is, like, the reason why he played Sculptor that last round is because the team comp was so hard anti-Dream Witch that you can't really afford to play Dream Witch against that team comp. So what basically what's going to happen here is that he has Dream Witch and he has Sculptor available, so they have to ban one of them. And now that we're in round 2, Dream Witch will probably get banned, so he should have access to Sculptor again. And obviously that's going to be the best character for getting the most survivors eliminated here. And I believe Red Church was the map selected here, and I could be wrong, but based off of that first round, based off of the ban pick there, that was 100% Dream Witch bans. And then because we didn't see Breaking Will there, which would have been good against the team comp, we know he doesn't have Breaking Will as an option. And then we also know that Dream Witch was probably going to be the character he was going with based off of the picks and bans. He was forced to go into Sculptor because the team comp was so much of a hard counter to Dream Witch. And like so, we're going to have Liz back on the Hunter side yet again here for BL. Let's see what they're able to do here on Red Church. It is, of course, BL did choose this map. I believe it is Red Church, if I'm not mistaken. So,
I'm having a
yeah,
little
this
bit,
could be.
yeah, I'm having a little bit back, a lot of like memories here coming in because I've seen that Liz is actually also a main wax artist. And I remember during IVA, we saw a match of wax artists in Red Church as well. So I have the feeling that if they choose this map, it might be because they're gonna play wax artist, because wax artist is really strong in this map and it can block the windows really well, and it can block the pallets. It can put the wax all over the pallets and all over the small areas to just block the survivors' way. So I think that this map is quite good for better for wax artists than for other hunter like Breaking Wheel, as you may say.
Yeah, we are going to see the Dream Witch ban here from the survivor side. Of course, Forward and Seer being very common Dream Witch bans. So the survivors see that. They see the Dream Witch. They see that they are Dream Witch bans, so they're going to go ahead and ban it here. And I think we're going to see probably Priestess and maybe Mercenary being the 2 lock-ins here. You could also go something like Patient or Acrobat, but the most standard 2 would be, okay, yeah, Mercenary and Priestess are the most standard 2 lock-ins here. Yeah, again, we'll see what this next ban is. Based off of this next ban for Liz, we should be able to determine what hunter Liz is trying to potentially play here. If we do see something like a Patient ban, there's a very good chance that we're trying to play something like Sculptor. But if they ban something else, it could be something different. We're still waiting on that next one here, but I don't know, the most standard ban here would be Patient if they're going to go Acrobat as well. Okay, so this also works the same sort of effect. Acrobat, another transition character that can be very strong against something like Sculptor. So I think they're still potentially looking to play Sculptor here, but as you mentioned as well, Wax Artist could work here. We haven't really seen a lot of Wax Artists, but of course with the Wax Artist adjustments, it has become more of a viable character than it was originally.
Yes, definitely. After the nerf and then the buff and then everything, they have all the adjustments that Wax Artist has received. I believe he's still a little bit of a strong character, especially at the stakes that BL has to play there on the lead. So I don't think they have that much pressure after all. So I think they will definitely try to focus on their strengths. And since they put Wax Artist as one of their mains, I believe they could be very confident about it. And at the same time, I think that Priestess and Mercenary in this map is one of the perfect duos, if you may say, because we often see them playing together and they can provide so much support, the best rescuer in the team. And they definitely should maybe think about bringing a decoder, because this map is quite small, so that means that the ciphers are also quite close to each other. So if you bring a decoder in this map, it will help you speed up the cipher machine and also stopping the hunter from harassing the ciphers. So this is going to be important. And I believe there is also a main mechanic in Tiny MX, which plays is like an S-batch mechanic. So I don't know if we're gonna be able to see her mechanic coming out, but I think mechanic is definitely on the table. And I know sometimes you say like it's not like one of the best survivors right now for this meta particularly, but we do see that mechanic can definitely speed up that cipher decoding progress.
Yeah, no, Mechanic's fine for the meta. It's just that she's not a very much of a winning character. She's more of a drawing character, which, I mean, in this situation, it's not bad. It's just that the problem is you're in a situation as on TMX where you're down points. You want to try to win this round. You're down 3 points. So they need to at least tie this round to force around 3. Ideally they can try to put themselves in a winning position for this round, so they have a stronger play going into the into the third round. We're going to see a restart here just because due to there was a loss of connection during the band pick, so they're going to go ahead and reset that, and we will have that back in a second. But yeah, I mean, so far it looks like Ford and Seer being banned here. Those are the most common bans for something like a Dream Witch. It also works for Sculptor, but it's a little bit less common. So maybe we're seeing Liz gearing up to play Sculptor again or Wax Artist with the Dream Witch being banned. I don't think we're going to see Breaking Wheel in Red Church, but it is definitely a possibility. We'll have to see.
Yeah, definitely a possibility because we definitely have seen before Breaking Wheel in Red Church, although it's not common. And the main reason is because Red Church is a very small map and it has a long area from the wedding all the way to back gate that the wheel can bounce in the area and can dash from gate to gate pretty much. So in those area works really well. But for example, in the area of graveyard or in the small areas such as the one in top broken or bottom broken, it could be a little bit tricky to play along those areas. But definitely if we see a Breaking Wheel, it will be another treat for us because these gameplays that we're seeing about Breaking Wheel is definitely showing us how flexible can a Breaking Wheel be. Because for me, the first time I played Breaking Wheel, it was so difficult in the mobile device because sometimes it is just so hard to control the wheel because it's so fast, or it's kind of like you're driving. So that's why I say, like, every time he gets into his car and then he drives away, because it's just the power and the mobility of Breaking Wheel. So if he decides to bring Breaking Wheel in Red Church, I think it's because he's just that confident in his main.
Yeah, it looks like we do have our big back to the band picks here. We are going to stick with the three Survivor bands we had originally and the lock-ins. And what are we going to see next here? It is going to be Batter. Okay, this is really good. I really love to see Batter here. This is a very strong character against honestly against most of the meta, with the exception of Dream Witch and Bloody Queen. Those are kind of the two difficult matchups for Batter. But now that Bloody Queen may not be used here, and then Dream Witch already banned, Batter could potentially be a good option here. Next going to be Postman. It's the last one. So Postman, you're talking about decoders there. Soy. Postman is right now the best decoder in the game. And it is going to be Sculptor, just like we talked about. Liz was gearing up to play Sculptor.
Yeah.
So we got that prediction right. And, Postman, again, talking about decoder. Postman is the best decoder right now with that decoding letter. A lot more versatile than a mechanic. It has more win potential than mechanic because the kiting is a lot stronger. Postman, not only does Postman have a decoding letter that gives the person that he gave the letter to 20% decoding increase, it also gives it to himself. And on top of that, it also gives him more versatility with supporting rescues with the rescue letter, opening the exit gate faster, and giving himself kiting potential with the dog, and even support potential with the dog, making him just a lot stronger than mechanic, especially in a situation where TMX is losing. If TMX only needs to get a draw for the Survivor side, mechanic would make a pretty good amount of sense here. But because they need to try to go for a win here as much as possible and try to win round number 2 to put themselves in a favorable position going into the last round, Postman definitely makes a lot more sense in this situation.
Well, just like you said, Postman, a very strong decoder in this map, in this meta as well. It's like a well-rounded survivor because he has the stun and he can give boosts to everyone around the map. Everyone. He just sends the doggo and the Inspiring letter, the Excitement letter, and the Hope letter, and also the Bravery letter. And if you have the accessory, you can also see the color of the letter. But of course, I think one of the most useful letters for the mercenary will be the Inspiring one, so he can decode 10% extra. And then for the rescuer, either priestess or even mercenary, they can use it for speeding up the rescue 50%. So I think Postman here will be the star of the show because we don't really often see Postman. So here we go. It's gonna spawn right next to the graveyard and heading already back to back gate. Probably going to find the first target, and we'll see whether Liz is picky or not about the most ideal target that she wants to chase.
Looks like it is going to be catching sight of the Batter here, and this is not a great chase target, and actually not even going to commit. Going to go ahead and rotate towards Church here. Good Survivor rotation here, but the Postman, rotating right into the Sculptor. That is going to be perfect here for Liz. But Postman is the best target, eliminating that decoder. Already gets a statue hit right away, able to dodge that. He's going to take the basic, and he gets the statue with the window. That was a perfectly placed rebound, and that gets an instant down onto the Postman. That is a great start for the Sculptor. No Cypher progress at all. Already Liz has a extremely winning position here because of that. Yeah, as soon as I saw that statue on his way back, I was like, You know, there's a really good chance that could potentially hit, and that was perfectly placed there. And I don't even know if Liz did it on purpose, but it worked out excellently here. And just like that, already a huge disadvantage for TMX here. Sculptor still has Blink available, has a full 6 set of statues to work with. First down on the Mercenary, getting an extra presence in the process. And there's really no chance of rebound kite because there's Blink and a full set of statues. There's nothing the Postman can do here. Mercenary, of course, making a nice rescue. They're not giving any free chip hits, but it doesn't matter. All they have to do is go for the Blink right here at the window. Is he going to use it? It looks like he now is going to use it. But Batter's here to harass, and that's a second missed Blink here from Liz, 2 games in a row, and that actually gives a little bit of a rebound potential just because of that one batter ball. Postman able to avoid the statue here. It's really going to be a mind game here. Does Postman have flywheel to work with it? And a portal setup, keeping alive even longer, and the batter's coming back. Excellent support from TMX. This is actually just perfect for them.
Nice dodge from Liz coming from Butter, but Butter got another ball ready for him using the little pallet vault and going out of the church, buying some extra time. They're trying to keep this Postman alive as long as they can and will be coming down with the stat chip damage. And Liz is still 2 more chips for full presence. Butter coming here again, picking up his balls. He gotta keep all his items close to him so he can stun the Hunter. And now he's going to see who's going to come for the rescue before he flies. I'm pretty sure this rescue is gonna be down Eli because the Hunter is right there harassing both ciphers, and I think that if they rescue, they can buy some extra time. But the thing is that if they do rescue, they will definitely give full presence to her, and that is the full presence sound. Doggo and Ball from the batter, both of them getting on Liz, really slowing her down, and that is going to be all up to the Postman. How low? Oh, that chip was again the statue. Perfect statue from Liz. There's really not much Postman could do at this point, but really nice guide and nice support from the Survivor team.
Yeah, I really don't understand the concept of going for multiple rescues here. I mean, the down was so ridiculously fast to a point where rescues don't... I mean, the first rescue is fine because you have batter support. Maybe you can extend that kite a little bit longer here. We are going to see Priestess take that first hit there, but it doesn't matter. This is a 4-person elimination. It is impossible for Team X to get any survivors out in this situation. As long as, yeah, Priestess goes down, nobody can rescue in this situation. Mercenary and batter both will go down here, and there is no Cypher progress at all. You have one Cypher at 50, one at 30, and the last 2 Cyphers really have not been worked on at all. So this is 100% a 4-person elimination for Team X, which means that sorry, not for Team X, for Liz, which means that BL, their Survivor side, they only need to get 1 out. They need 1 out the exit gate to win when they play Survivor here. So just an excellent job here getting that first. Oh, excellent dodge from the batter. 2 dodges in a row here. Wow, beautiful job for the batter. Those statues collided so close to each other, and batter did not give a single free chip away here. But again, it doesn't matter. Nobody can go for a rescue here, and the Cyphers are nowhere near done anyways, so there's just no chance for any escape here for TMX.
Yes, Mercenary here trying to avoid the status, and just like you said, this definitely looks like could be a 4-man kill, and it's very scary because now she has teleport on hand, and the batter will just have to avoid all that status, missing the ball right there because Liz also did a very good job going very close to the wall just to avoid the wall, and that is something that we have been seeing. Liz is getting better at during this match. The beginning of the match he took those balls, but now just doing a really good job avoiding them, and we see the batter will transition away. Will he try to get to this window? But no, there is 1 more ball on hand, but will be taking 1 last hit, and just like you said, this is at 4K for TMX.
Yeah, absolutely. A 4K and 4K for Liz there against TMX, and just because of that, now we're in a situation where TMX, their Hunter needs to eliminate all 4 survivors just to force an extra round, and you know, even if you do get to that extra round, it's just such an uphill battle because you're still losing. You can, you know, get 4 survivors eliminated, go into a last round down 6-3 is not ideal at all. So yeah, this is just really, really good for BL here. Definitely on track to go for a 2-0, we'll see. You know, we'll see if TMX can come back. But yeah,
Yes.
you know, looking at the important moments in that match, Postman obviously going down very quickly. The Cypher rush was very much behind. Mercenary going for that rescue, batter supporting right after, means that there was only 1 person decoding. And of course, going for a potential first rescue, trying to support into a rebound kite. It's not a bad strategy to come back from a quick down, but the problem is the Cypher progress was not far at all. There was no Cypher rush whatsoever from the survivors. And you saw multiple, I think it was 3 or 4 Cyphers remaining at the end there. So just an excellent job there, 4 Cyphers remaining, for Liz there, just really giving no chances to end the survivors at all.
Yeah, Liz definitely cut down the postman kiting time because he tunneled him so well, and you can see the stats right here: 82 seconds kiting from the batter and 72 seconds from the postman. But that was really not enough because, like you say, the ciphers definitely were struggling to be popped, and everyone was so busy also providing support for the postman as well. But sometimes you cannot play the match as you are playing like tarot, because in tarot we have to protect king, and in this case it seemed like everyone was in for postman, but no one was focusing on the cipher machines. And I think towards the end we saw how detrimental could that be for such important area where the sculpture gets all the presence, and that there's no ciphers there to pressure her as well. So she immediately changed to teleport, decided to just get closer to the survivors, and not giving any chance, not even for dungeon. So this was definitely how strong can sculpture still be in a map just like red shirts. And even though again going against a batter and a postman, they can both harass the hunter and provide so much support, but the postman definitely was targeted, and then sculpture definitely didn't let him go. So that was one of the things that we see, that sculpture play also really well, getting that postman down quite early on game and using all the status to the maximum extent of his ability. So that was really nice gameplay from sculpture.
Yeah, I mean, the survivors, they had the right idea, going for a save and trying to support a rebound kite. Going for the second rescue was not necessary. That just feeds extra presence, gives extra injury, slows down cipher progress. So there really wasn't any need to go for that one. So interesting decision for in that situation. But yeah, the first rescue was fine. It's just that Postman just eating those statues early on. An excellent job from the sculptor, getting it very fast down. That was the game changer. Again, Sculptor is a hunter that has win potential, but is mostly known for drawing. The problem is if you get it down instantly, then how do you tie for that position? The Cypher Rush is just not going to be fast. Even with the very fast decoding, if your decoder is eliminated first, which is the Postman, you don't have Cypher Rush to deal with, and it's just it just really falls out of favor there for the survivors. So yeah, excellent job again from Liz there, going up 5 points. And yeah, we'll have to see if TMX can come back. The hunter needs a 4-person elimination, and that's just not looking too promising as of right now.
Yes, another point is, like you said, once the survivor gets insta down, but in this case also we just saw that the survivors did bought a little bit time distracting him from the postman, because he first found the batter and he saw the batter and he was not interested, and then keep moving on all the way up. And when he found the postman, that is when the doggo got in and then trying to lock him in the church. But the changing thing was here is the statue placement at the window area. That is it, because if he misses the hit, there is fine. I mean, even though he could get a terror shock, but the thing is that he put the status in such a close space, not giving much chance for the postman to do anything, because he either gets hit or then he goes for the window vault and then terror shock. So I think what he did was he pulled the status right at the window, and then wait for the postman try to vault, and then the statue blocked the window, and that's how he got the terror shock. Is that right? Or do you think it was?
It wasn't a terror. There wasn't a terror shock. It was just that he got an early statue hit followed by a basic hit, leaving him at a quarter health, and the statue rebounded and hit him as he was vaulting the window, so it got an extra hit in the process, and that's what was able to get him down. So he took one statue hit, injuring him, 1 chip, and then he took a basic hit, and then there was a statue that bounced back and hit him after he took the basic hit, so that did the extra chip, downing the postman and getting an instant down there. So that was that was definitely the turning point there. You can talk about so many different situations in a match that, the turning point was here, usually happening later in the game. In this instance, it was just a fast down, and there's not really much you can do to come back from that. Again, they had the right idea, try to use the batter to support there, but Mercenaries decoding was behind. Priestess was kind of over supporting a little bit. That long portal in the back of church was very strong, but ended up not really mattering, and batter just kind of missed one too many balls there as well. So that was kind of a big difference maker. So, just definitely a challenge for TMX. Also to address everyone who says that I look tired. I actually had a coffee that I was supposed to drink, but me having the very high IQ that I have, that's sarcasm if you guys didn't know. I put it in the freezer and then it turned into like a giant ice block, and then I tried to melt it and then it just only melted like half, so I only ended up having like half a coffee. So I maybe I'm gonna be more tired than I was hoping for, and now it's kind of just like ice. But anyways, we're not gonna talk about that. Anyways, yeah. So yeah, but we'll do our best to keep the positive energy here, even with only
Yes,
about half
definitely.
caffeine that I was hoping for. But yeah, we'll see how again how TMX is able to come back here. But again, BL
Yeah, definitely.
such a big lead for BL right now.
Yeah, don't worry, Eli. You're doing great, even though with no sleep and I mean having like the time opposite of our Asia time, definitely taking a toll on you. But don't worry, we can make this work together in this. And of course, this is just the preliminaries, so just take it as like the first time we casting this long. So it's of course the first time is always going to be a little bit not like "Ooh, wow amazing," but you're doing great so far. So just let's stay strong and let's enjoy these matches. And as you said, I'm really looking forward for Tiny MX comeback because it is not over until it's over, and they're still going for another round, as you know. And I'm looking forward to see what will be the hunter that Tiny MX you will bring. I mean, after we saw the main sculpture and also Dream Witch, am I correctly? I really look forward to see whether we will see a Dream Witch game, unless she gets banned, of course. But I think the ideal banning here will be if they don't ban the Dream Witch, she will take out Sculpture, and if they ban the Sculpture, she will take out the Dream Witch. So I think that is either way. I think that definitely a lot of things in stake, but it is their first time going against BL. So even though they feel the pressure, especially after the match that we saw, all the pressure now will go back to the hunter, and sometimes the hunter will be able to take some more points, and maybe can force it to a tie, but we will see. Like it's definitely going to be very difficult, like you said, for Tiny MX to come back. But of course, we need to spec for the best and enjoy the match that is coming soon. And in the meantime, I do think that Wax Artist is still on the table, and then it's a good option, followed by Nayad as well. Even though they're not, like you said, the most common scene hunters for these big stakes type of matches, but I still believe that it's a possibility, you know. And however, for you, what do you think will be the best hunter that you should bring for the next match?
Yeah, it's not really that they're not good for high stakes situations. It's just they're not good for getting a lot of kills. And right now you have to get a lot of kills if you want to come back. So Nayad and Wax Artist, they're both very good right now. They're both very good and competitive. They're just not good for eliminating all 4 survivors, and you have to eliminate all 4 survivors here if you're the TMX hunter. So Nayad and Wax Artist just don't make a lot of sense in this situation, but they are still very strong hunters in the competitive scene currently. The problem is that, yeah, you have to eliminate all 4 survivors just to force a 3rd round. So, and again, we talked about in the first round, we expect that Dream Witch is the main hunter for you on TMX, but it's just that the team comp in round number 1 was so difficult that they had to go Sculptor instead. So I expect we're still going to see Dream Witch or Sculptor here. Probably Dream Witch ban. I would expect Ford and Seer to be the first bans here, trying to force them into maybe Priestess ban as well, maybe Priestess Seer. But it should be one combination of those, forcing them to ban that Dream Witch, and then he will at least have Sculptor to play with here in round number 2.
Yes, the first ban definitely will be either Seer or Priestess, because that could be one of the survivors that a Dream Witch don't want to see. If they want to play, they plan to play Dream Witch. And another one, definitely Mercenary. Ban Mercenary. Oh, when we see the Seer ban, oh, I got one right. And the Forward ban, wow. Oh, wow. I believe the Forward ban was definitely because they're gonna play Sculpture. And yes, there is also a Dream Witch ban right there. Just like you said, BL doesn't want to see a Dream Witch match, and they make it very, very obvious now. They ban the Dream Witch immediately, and they will bring in the Mercenary and the Acrobat, both very strong meta characters in this meta. And just like I was saying, they banned Priestess, Eli, so I got 2 right, the Seer and the Priestess ban right there. although I was really not expecting a forward ban, because forward is not that common ban against Sculpture, but as you saw, sometimes he can make you miss the blink, and I think you is afraid of just like getting harassed or maybe just getting kited by a forward for a little bit too long time, that she just doesn't prefer that. So I think that's what she went, or sorry, he went for the forward ban.
Yeah, well, I mean, the reason why you ban forward here is for a few reasons. The first reason why you ban forward is so that forces them into banning Dream Witch, because forward and Seer bans that's the two most common bans for playing Dream Witch. So if you go forward Seer, that forces them to ban Dream Witch, which allows you to actually play your Sculptor. And then also forward is very strong against Sculptor if used properly. Just the ability to stun on chair, prevent any sort of camping abilities, forward support. What a lot of forwards will do is, so the Sculptor goes for a basic on a Survivor, as their attack recovery is completing, the forward will stun and make it even longer, so the Survivor gets even more distance, and we know how distance is crucial against a Sculptor. We're going to see Enchantress ban as well. This is a very logical ban here. You don't want to have to deal with an Enchantress at all, especially as a Sculptor player. Any chip hunters are never strong against an Enchantress. The Survivors have given themselves a pretty good team comp to work with. Patient, difficult chase for a Sculptor. Very good decoding with the Postman. Acrobat, a good kiter as well. Mercenary, a stable rescuer. This is a very stable team comp for the Survivors here to potentially win or get a draw. Again, they only need one Survivor out the gate here. And with this team comp here, they shouldn't really have a problem unless the Sculptor is able to perform very, very exceptionally.
Yes, and also you see the Postman, a very nice decoder right there, and at the same time against the Sculpture, we'll see kind of like a mirror match, don't you think, Eli? Because we just saw a Postman going against the Sculpture, and we'll see now again how will you and Chapha will synergy together, because you see that you is also a main Sculpture and Chapha a main Postman, and they both will try to get the most points of each other. And I think the synergy will be definitely a little bit different, because there is no priestess and there is no harasser like batter or forward or even enchantress. So it's going to be a little bit different coming in from the support side. There's not going to be that strong harass support like we saw in the previous match, but there will definitely be a little bit more like kiting and rescue, because the patient can use those hooks to reach the chair and go for that rescue. And then he could be the ideal second rescue, if not the first rescue, if the mercenary happens to not be available at the time. So I think the best Survivor for Sculpture to go after will be definitely Postman, because patient with those hooks and acrobat with those balls will make it a bit difficult from the beginning of the match.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to load into the batch here. Sculptor immediately spawning at the top of Graveyard, going straight towards Backgate. Does find one spawn here, which is the location of I think that's Mini Blue, which is the Acrobat. So not a bad target early on here. Is able to dodge some stat. Oh, getting pushed back by the statue. An early hit and a statue follow up as well. What an excellent job for the Sculptor. The Acrobat waited too long to go for the bomb. They needed to go for that sooner, and he's able to walk around the slow bomb as well. Mini Blue gaining a little bit of distance in the process, but this is looking just like a repeat of the last round. So we saw a very quick down for Liz here. Can TMXU also do the same thing here? Goes for these statues. Acrobat able to get the bomb off in time. Uses the wrong bomb. He uses the white bomb there. There's no reason to do that. He's going to go down. He needed to use a red bomb. If he uses the red bomb, he can't use statues. He's able to make it to the pallet for free. Using the white bomb there does nothing. There's no objects for the Sculptor to interact with. So a huge misstep from Mini Blue here, unfortunately, is going to cost a very, very fast down. And all of a sudden, TMX has a chance to go for a 4-person elimination.
Wow, that was a very fast down. It's almost same time as the first one, like you said. So 1 minute kite, and now it's going to be for a normal hit for the mercenary, forcing the early rescue as well, not letting him buy more extra time on the chair. And now Acrobat will still have one red bomb, unable to utilize it because of the statue chip damage, and now going for last effort while she using the skill already unlocked for looking for a CCTV camera. At the same time, there's only one more chip for full damage, and he will get the last effort and the full presence.
Yeah, Mini Blue feeding full presence there as well. That is not looking good for the survivors at all there. TMX, you playing very well, but Mini Blue just having a bit of a rough match so far. Let's see if they're able to potentially turn things around here if they do go for another save. I expect them not to go for any sort of rescue at all here. Again, the goal is get at least one survivor out the exit gate, so there's no reason to push for a rescue on this Acrobat. Acrobat is currently out of bombs, did not get another red bomb, so or doesn't have any more. I don't believe has any more bombs to work with right now, so this is going to be the position is still possible to draw, but it's going to be tough. The Sculptor has a really good position here to get all 4 survivors eliminated. Is able to double chip onto the Postman as well. So very nicely placed statues from you here, and we may actually be seeing an extra round here, Soy, if you can continue at this pace.
Yes, definitely, Eli. We saw how high are the stakes here. He needs to get a 4 kill, no matter what. So he's focusing right now on doing that. He's going for this Cypher, looking if there's anyone here, just harassing Cyphers and the survivors at the same time. Don't forget, he needs to do both. He needs to multitask. He needs to go after the Postman. He found him immediately using the status chip. We'll see whether the dog... No, the dog didn't lock in, and now we'll go just for a normal hit here down the Postman, and already one survivor eliminated. There's still 3 Cyphers remaining, Eli, and the decoder is going to go to the chair.
Yeah, it's still possible for the survivors to go for a tie here. The reason why is that the patient's able to pop the Cypher, and we do have Cypher progress on 2 more Cyphers already. Mercenary Cypher, I believe, I can't tell which one that is. It looks like that one's at 30%, and then the bottom broken Cypher already... Patient takes 2 hits, and now there goes any sort of draw potential. The survivors unable to dodge any of these statues. You placing the statues very nicely. What had to happen there is Patient had to make that rescue, go and pop bottom broken Cypher, and then Mercenary could have popped the other one, and they would have had a drawn position. Because Patient gave 2 free hits right away, no one can go for any rescues at all. The only one that could maybe try to save is Mercenary, but if he takes any chip at all, then he will go down immediately to a basic hit.
Yes, definitely. And now we see that the patient is already moving away. He knows it's too risky to go close enough, and now trying to find a way, maybe going to try to just buy some distance, but Mercenary is still giving some earmark. So I don't think he's gonna go for the rescue anymore. Just giving some earmark, forcing you to stay in this area while patient gets enough time to transition away. And now you will utilize the skill to just find the patient immediately, giving another chip damage. This is really strong gameplay right here from a full presence Sculpture, and at the same time they cannot pop the last 2 Cypher, and this is very detrimental for the survivors, because that's the only way they can take at least 1 survivor out. They need to pop 2 Cyphers. And now Panda already got found once again. Mercenary with 1 elbow pad. Let's see whether he can make this kite and buy enough time for patient to also move away. But no, Yu is in the middle, controlling both survivors and Cyphers. So she's definitely high the higher ground here, Eli. So it makes it really difficult for the survivors to move an inch.
Here we go. Using that full presence is able to see that patient with that chisel, and also the patient did get crows as well. So just trying to dodge these statues. Patient able to avoid these, staying alive a little bit longer here. I think we're gonna see he's gonna hold on to his trump card. I believe it's probably a trump card build. Holding on to that blink a little bit longer here. Let's see if he's going to use it to try to get this out on the patient. Patient needs to use that hook. Oh, no! He gets the hook canceled in the process. There's the trade swap in a teleport going straight for that Mercenary. Only 1 elbow pad available. And yeah, just a common theme throughout this entire match is the survivors, they have not been able to dodge any of these statues. Of course, Yu has excellent statue placement so far in this match. Oh, and Mercenary eats another one. Another free statue hit. There's just too many statue hits from the survivors. Again, excellent statue placements from TMXQ, but you also have to be there. You got to be more conservative with your kiting. Prioritize dodging statues, and in this case, the survivors for BL did not do that at all, and that really works out for you here. We're gonna see Patient get back up here, but it's really just a matter of time with 2 Cyphers remaining. Maybe they can pop the 85% Cypher, but they still need another one with at least 60% progress, which really isn't going to happen. And another statue hit from onto that Patient. Will he get the last one? It looks like no. He is able to stay alive a little bit longer, still has another hook to work with, but it's not a great kiting area for him overall here. And he just hooks into the... he gets the vault off somehow. And he's going to stay alive a little bit longer. We see fast pallet breaking speeds. This is actually a no detention build. We actually see confined space and trump card then.
Yes, what an amazing vault from the patient, hooking to the pallet and then vaulting it, avoiding terror shock. That was really great gameplay right here, buying so much time, but at the end it will go down eventually because it is a full presence Galatia after all. And now just going for the 90% machine with the mercenary, and he's come feeling heartbeat, just transitioning away because he already used the self heal, so there is no much chance for him to, if once he's down, Eli is going to be a GG's because it's gonna be an all kill. So this is definitely delaying the inevitable because it looks like the mercenary is going to be trapped by you status around this middle broken area.
Yeah, and it looks like he is going to be able to get that last down, securing a 4 elimination. And yeah, that was what we called, what we would expect to see, a 4 elimination build with the trump card with the confined space. Prevent, just giving up on detention. Whenever a hunter gives up on detention and prioritizes something like insolence or prioritizes something like confined space, it allows you to have a stronger early game. Confined space is really good early game. It's not good late game. If you bring confined space on a hunter over detention, it makes it stronger for you as a hunter in the earlier half of the match because your chase is stronger because you break pallets faster and you have confined space, which prevents the survivor from kiting as well, right? Because you can block off the windows. So basically, you give yourself a stronger early game and you give up your end game with having no detention, which in this case is exactly what TMX needed to do. They had to get 4 survivors eliminated, so you go for an aggressive build with a confined space with the trump card, and it ended up working out perfectly. You don't need detention here if you are trying to play ultra aggressively, which they did, and they got the job done with what they were given.
Yes, and also what you did really great is that hold on to that blink, keeping the survivors at stake. That she's not gonna change to abnormal teleport just yet. So she just kept the blink and didn't even have to use it because she just got so good adjustment of those status, and also the survivors keep also giving him a chance to get them from certain points. And one of the we have to give it for the patient that did kited very nicely around the graveyard area after he missed some mishaps, but still able to recover and do a little rebound kite, if you may say. But let's check some match stats right here. We see that 79 seconds of kiting from the mercenary, the longest kiting time, and Emil patient decoding for 200%. That was actually quite a long kiting decoding time because you see the acrobat barely has time to touch a cipher machine, and he was immediately targeted from the beginning and unable to use his bows to the maximum extent as well. So he only got a 40-second kite, while you didn't got any terror shocks, but definitely had to destroy pallet fast and 7 knockdowns. That is a really high score for TMXU. If you have to ask me, is one of the best sculptures we have seen today. So definitely looking forward to what other hunter has to bring to the table, because now the match results are 11-8. So Eli, does this qualify for like it's still quite strong, right, Eli? I think TMX still can make a comeback, don't you think so?
They still can make a comeback, but it's not too strong. It's hard because there was a 5-point game in the first round. That's the big difference maker. Whenever you have an odd number point difference, that's harder than an even number point difference. So for example, if you look at like if it was like a 5-3 game in the first round, you're at a 2-point deficit. You need 2 points to come back. In this case, it's 6-3 at a 3-point deficit. The reason why 3-point deficits are more challenging and odd numbers challenging because for the most part, it usually will force a 4 survivor elimination or 4 survivor escape from one side to get an odd number. To hit a 5 spot, which is a 5-point game, you have to that's an odd number. It's weird how the points work out, but it's being down 3 points is really crucial. So basically, the game plan here for TMX here is if they get a 3 survivor elimination and a 3 survivor escape, they will ultimately win on points, I believe, if I'm doing the math correctly. And if they get they would also need a 4 survivor game of their own too, which would make things a lot more easier in terms of points. But I think it's really difficult because just being down going into the last round is just really not ideal. Whoever has map selection here, that's gonna be really important. Whoever has an option to pick that kind of what we call, again, I like to say this a lot, home field advantage, is going to have the advantage in this last round. Whoever gets to pick a map that's stronger for their own hunter.
Definitely. Map and hunter always go hand in hand. And as you know, also together with what they have in mind to stop the other team from doing so. So I think whoever has that right, like, or gets lucky enough to pick the hunter, pick the map, will definitely go target the other team's hunter, and vice versa. So we'll see what is going to be the next map very soon. I will tell you guys what map we have to work with. But I think that I definitely haven't seen Sacred Heart Hospital recently, and I think that could be a good map to choose, because some hunters work really work in Sacred Heart Hospital, and as well as for survivor teams. If you play with Toy Merchant, Priestess, and Entomologist, there are some really nice area in Sacred Heart Hospital to guide with. So I think that could be a very tricky map to deal with. And of course, either for Survivor or Hunter, we'll see which one is the map that do you think they should choose, they should prioritize.
Well, they did actually. We do have the map, and it is going to be Arms Factory, which was selected by TMX here, which definitely makes sense. I think the game plan here is that going into this last round, you're going to ban. You don't have to ban Breaking Wheel because it is Arms
Yes.
Factory. So we'll probably see Sculptor ban. We'll probably see Dream Witch ban. Breaking Wheel kind of gets banned automatically because it is Arms Factory. So then you're forcing Liz. You're getting rid of Liz's 3 main hunters. So that's a bit of a challenge here for BL with that Arms Factory selection. I mean, going back to your point, who you're talking about was Sacred. Sacred, of course, it's very good for survivors, but it's so weak for hunters that there's really no point in picking it, because obviously you give your survivor team a good map to work with, but then you make your hunter plan such a bad map as well that it's just not worth it in the long run. So and there's really no, for the most part, there's just really no hunters that are good on Sacred Heart Hospital. It's just really difficult. And even something like Soiver, which might not be bad because you have those webs to catch up. I actually had a conversation with Fafa, who's one of the best Soiver players from NAU. Even he says that something like Sacred Heart Hospital is just such a challenging map, even for a Soiver, because hospitals, it's just so strong. It's just so difficult to kill people in that hospital. All you have to do, you take a basic hit, you run into hospital, and that's it. You get kited for such a long period of time because it's such a strong looping area. Sacred Heart Hospital, that center area is so hard. It's the best kiting area, arguably, the entire game. So, but yeah, we're gonna see. Anyways, to go back to what we were talking about in this match, we are gonna see Arms Factory. That's a very good map for TMX here, because again, it forces Liz off of their 3 main hunters, and it's gonna force them into a hunter that they're not necessarily as well rounded with. So that if there's any room for TMX to make a comeback, it is here now that they do have an option to go with this map.
Exactly. As knowing Liz, he's not only main Breaking Wheel, Dream Witch, and Sculpture, he's also a main Nayad, and if I remember correctly, a Geisha. So I believe, and also Wax Artist. So he's the type of hunter that has so many hunters under his sleeve. But as far as I know, the ones that he also has but doesn't use them often are those 3: Wax Artist, Geisha, and Nayad. So I think from those 3, in this map particularly, I think Nayad or Geisha will work very well, because we have seen the dashes that Geisha can do in small maps like Factory or Redshirt, but in this case Factory can go from hut to Factory and from cipher to cipher. So I think Geisha is a very, very nice pick here for Liz. Either that or maybe Wax Artist, although I haven't really seen how well Wax Artist works in Arms Factory. And then talking about Nayad, I have seen Nayad in Arms Factory from Wolf Alex before, and he plays his Nayad really well in Arms Factory. And also the advantage of the ciphers being right to the middle and also quite close to each other can work quite well. So, however, though, there's still the 3 ban of the survivors immediately: Mercenary, Forward, and Seer Eli. I think this can tell us a lot already of what Liz is thinking.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, going back to the characters that they do have, Wax Artist and Nayad would probably make the most sense. Unfortunately, Geisha is pretty weak on Arms Factory. There's a lot of walls that you just really can't dash through, whether that's inside Factory, whether that's 3 pallets. It's very easy to loot those areas. A lot of the ruins areas, yeah, Geisha just struggles quite heavily on Arms Factory. And because we're going to see Patient ban here, that also indicates probably no Geisha. And it looks like we're going to see Batter and Acrobat being locked in here. I'm really excited to see how the Batter will come into play. A good Batter, like a Forward, can be a huge game changer. If you're able to play Batter to its maximum efficiency, you can literally win games for your teams. I've seen some incredible batters in my day, and I know that you know, if this batter is able to come out and perform at a very strong level, this could be very difficult for Liz. We are going to see Entomologist get locked in as well here. Again, we don't really know what Liz is planning to play here with Patient ban. It means probably no Geisha. There's no reason to ban Patient and then play Geisha, because Geisha kind of counters Patient, and then also, of course, you know, we talked about Geisha being very weak on Arms Factory. So I don't know if we're going to see something like Wax Artist or Naiad. Probably Naiad, actually. I mean, I would maybe Bloody Queen as well. Naiad can struggle with dealing with Patient because they can just hook away from the water zones. They can also hook away from mirror images. So probably Bloody Queen or Naiad, but again, we don't know. Oh, there it is. We're going to see the Bloody Queen.
Yeah, we see immediately the Bloody Queen pick here. The Enchantress being utilized against Bloody Queen, I think is not something we commonly see. But this is going to be the first time we together will see Enchantress gameplay, Eli, so I'm very excited to see that. As you see, the Survivor team, it's more like support and a little bit of stun. It's both mainly like support and stun, and I think this is a little bit risky of lineup because there's not really any rescuer. So they're gonna go in all for the kiting and focusing on supporting each other and harassing the hunter as much as they can. Although you have to be careful though, because this type of lineup can also give the hunter presence quite quickly, because the Enchantress feeds up of hits. She will get her curse if she gets hit. Together with the batter, he needs to be quite close enough to the hunter in order to be able to stun him. So both of them are like, they have good things and bad things. And I think with Liz in this map with a Bloody Queen, it's gonna be very, very risky, especially because there is no rescuer here. So she can easily stuff a rescue using a long distance mirror image and just stop the rescue from happening. So this is actually very risky in my opinion.
Yeah, and we're going to see the Bloody Queen is going to immediately go towards the no man's land area, trying to find the first survivor to target. Is going to use that mirror image right away here. Are they able to get that first hit onto the survivor? Yeah, it looks like yes, they were able to get the first hit onto the batter that is the main rescuer and supporter of this team comp. So if they're able to get the batter down quickly, that could be very big here. Looks like we're going to see the beast come in. We're going to use that to you know, push the hunter back a little bit here. Going to go ahead and eliminate the beast as well. So the beast kind of being expended a little too early there, maybe a bit prematurely here. And the batter needs to try their best to try to mind game in this area. Does batter have flywheel available? We're going to find out here, and it looks like is going to be able to use the flywheel, but still goes down to that mirror. Excellent job from Liz here. Very fast down. And keep in mind, if Liz does eliminate all the survivors here, it will be a win here for the side of BL.
Yes, BL definitely going in so strong from the beginning of the match, targeting the batter, getting rid of those beasts at the same time. The acrobat is being sighted, going through the mirror directly to the Cypher, while still camping the batter. And this is the strong thing about Bloody Queen in such a map like Arms Factory, hitting the chair, but now taking advantage of that chair hit and now trying to hit the Entomologist, getting that body block very nicely done. And now batter gets a little bit chance to buy some distance, going around in this little pallet wall area. And now going to try to get a little ball in her. Liz eating that ball from the batter, buying some extra time, might be able to do. There is a mirror image again, going away from it. They definitely know how to kite a bloody mirror image, and now it's going to this middle area, waiting with her with a ball, waiting for her with a ball right there, going transition to the middle, and the beast will come back again. This is very exciting, Ila. There's now a huge
goes for the blink there. Still was able to get that hit there. That's a really big play from Liz here. Gonna go ahead and mirror the Enchantress as well. Is gonna be able to he's going to go ahead and flywheel that first swing there. Still gets the hit on the Enchantress. So I'm really not sure why Enchantress was kind of just in this area, maybe trying to go for a harass there. But against a Bloody Queen, it doesn't work. It just gives a free hit to a mirror image. There's no really reason to go for that. And it also brings up the question, why play Enchantress in this situation? Enchantress is a good character when you're expecting Sculptor, Sculptor, Bonbon, Geisha, or Breaking Wheel. But the problem is, you know it's not going to be Wheel, you know it's not going to be Sculptor, and you know that Liz doesn't really play Bonbon. So why really go Enchantress here? You play right into Bloody Queen, which is exactly what's happening. We're going to see mirror image onto the batter there. Is able to avoid that first swing. They're going to go ahead and switch places, try to trap them in this area. Goes for the swing. Is able to avoid that. Goes for the mirror angle change as well. Could the batter potentially kite this out all the way? And no, gets the hit at the last second, Batter almost able to avoid all of that. An excellent job there, but again, Bloody Queen just such a strong chasing hunter, and Liz on track maybe to get all 4 survivors eliminated. We're gonna find out shortly if Liz again has to get 4 out here to secure things right now. If Liz does get 3 survivors eliminated, then on the side of Team X they'll all have to get a 5-point game of their own. But basically, what has to happen here is that the survivors need to try to get at least 1 out here.
Yes, there's 3 ciphers remaining, making it really difficult. Everyone was buying some time while healing too, so they want to be all healed up. And now there is Enchantress just trying to hide here, but Liz immediately spot her out. Oh, that's the entomologist using the bees to her maximum extent. I'm pretty sure this is going to be a very tough area for kiting, getting on the bees and then forcing Liz to move directly, switch images, and now using the full presence to just hit the mirror image and taking the first hit on the entomologist. Very dangerous here because this is where the basement is. So you don't want to stay in this area for too long because that will put a lot of pressure on your team going for the basement rescue. So entomologist here needs to just try to rush away from the mirror image and the basement at the same time, getting on those bees again. Nicely done, but once again the hunter will see the entomologist light up right after using the bee. So that's one of the things that playing entomologist against Bloody Queen is, like you said, not one of the most ideal survivors, but she definitely bought some extra time for everyone to heal up. As you can see, the ciphers are still 3 ciphers remaining, putting a lot of pressure on the ciphers machine right now.
Yeah, the problem is that they haven't started the last one, right? So even entomologicals in the rocket chair, doesn't matter. Mirror image is back online, traits online, and they have not started a 5th cipher machine. So this makes Liz have a winning position here. He's going to go ahead, cut off this survivor from a distance, goes for a blink onto the Enchantress here. Enchantress has to be very careful. All they have to do is go for that mirror image. And if he hits this mirror, this will be 4 survivors eliminated. Goes for the flywheel to avoid that. Can he get the hit there? And he gets it. No, it doesn't hit the chair. And that one registers onto the chair. And Enchantress makes the save. If Enchantress does not make that rescue, but goes down to that hit as well. So Liz making things interesting here, but Enchantress at least got the rescue. If Enchantress does not make that rescue and get stuff there, that will 100% have been 4 survivors eliminated. But now this gives them a slight chance here. We're going to see the Enchantress get shared into basement. Acrobat starting on that last cipher. She needs to be an entomologist, ultimately be the one to pop it. Acrobat's going to have to go for the rescue here, but Enchantress has a lot of stacks to work with here, so maybe there's a chance that can make it out of basement.
Yes, those stacks right there hold a potential risk for Liz. So now going to just mirror the Acrobat. This is very important here, Eli, because if he gets hit there, it will be very crucial. She just needs to switch mirror image and finish him off. So they definitely need to not avoid getting hit by that long distance mirror. While Entomologist has no items on her hands, no bees, nothing to work with. So that's one of the things with this type of late game Bloody Queen. She drains all your items and she puts survivors in a really, really difficult situation, now having to come for this rescue while the mirror image is already once again on the Acrobat Cipher machine with 60% on the coding progress. That really makes it really difficult for him to finish it before Enchantress flies back to the manor. And just like I said, she will just switch mirror image and be sure to get that hit on the Acrobat, chasing him away from the last cipher. And this is the pressure that Liz puts at the survivors of TMX, pushing them away from their last cipher, forcing entomologists to start a new cipher while Acrobat will go down so far away from his teammate. So this is definitely so difficult right now. I think at this point, entomologists, her options are actually not that many. What do you think, Eli?
Yeah, the options definitely are limited here. This is looking like a win here for BL and for Liz. Just gonna try to, it's really just a matter of time here. I mean, the only chance for the survivors is maybe they can kind of distract, one can pop the 70% cipher, but he's just gonna kind of stick around here in this area. He knows where the cipher is. He has abnormal. He can just kind of kick the cipher progress down if he wants to, and he's gonna do it right here. And now there's really just no chance to pop the last cipher. And just gonna look for the Acrobat. Entomologist on the ground here. It's really just a matter of time. Has to find that Acrobat. Once he finds that, that is gonna be 4 survivor elimination. 4 survivor elimination, and BL will advance here. So, yeah, just a matter of time. Excellent job from Liz. Gonna go ahead and probably use a mirror image, kind of in the just a shot in the dark mirror image here. Try to change the mirror angle to see if they can find a survivor hiding out here. But Again, in the long run, yeah, there's the mirror image. He's not going to find anyone with this angle because the Acrobat has now gone for the heal onto the Entomologist. But I think the Bloody Queen's probably maybe caught wind of this and will go back towards the Entomologist to see if they do get
Yes.
tinnitus at all. We'll have to see.
Yeah, doing some cleanup here, destroying balls, destroying pallets, and just going all the way right to where she left Entomologist. Actually, interesting enough, Eli, I really thought that instead of Abnormal, she would just switch to Peeper, because that's why some hunters do towards endgame Bloody Queens. They would just want to have the vision of the survivor. So if she switched to Peeper, she would just put a Peeper right next to Entomologist and just leave it there. And when the Acrobat comes to heal her, she will be able to have a vision for the both survivors. So very interesting option here, but just like you said, she knew that the cipher was only it was like 66%. So I think Liz felt that it was way too risky to leave it like that. So that's why she went for the abnormal instead of the peepers, as you may say.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, just going for this Acrobat here does not have a ball to work with, so he will go down right at the swing unless he has a flywheel available. Looks like Noah is able to avoid these hits, staying alive a little bit longer here. And actually, Entomologist has started another cipher, so this is interesting, but I don't think Liz is going to allow this to happen. Yeah, just going to go ahead and go back for the Entomologist. Basically, what can happen here, if you're Liz, is you can kind of just camp both the ciphers. You can stand on this middle cipher machine and just mirror the other one. So they're going to go ahead and abnormal this one first, and then they're going to go ahead and try to pressure off the Entomologist from the other cipher machine. Will he go ahead? He's got a mirror image here, so just trying to find a survivor that's worth chasing. Obviously, both would be here, but excellent job for the survivors, just kind of playing it slow and hiding out here. Still trying to get one out. They need to get one out here if they want to force the last half of this third round.
Definitely, they need to get one survivor out, and that's all they need. That's why they're forcing that last cipher, because that's the only way that they can get the gate. Oh, there's going to be a new ball here coming from the Acrobat, but it is a mirror image after all. Mirror images doesn't really work against the Acrobat ball, and he will go down once again. And Liz, after spotting out the shaking cipher, she would just go to that location and just throw a mirror image either left or right, and thanks to the ability, we'll just be able to spot on the entomology. So it's just a little bit of a waiting game here, because Liz pretty much got full control of the ciphers and also full control of the map. So the only thing she lacks right now is the vision, that she cannot really see where the survivors are. But this is when the game sense comes into play. Like, you will see how strong the game sense of these hunters are, and they would just be able to look around and then sometimes just spot the survivors even though they don't know where they are located. They would just use their hunter instinct to hand down the last survivors, and that's what we're gonna see, ladies and gentlemen. IVE Liz going in for striving for an all kill.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we talked about just a matter of time. Once they're able to, Bloody Queen's one of those hunters that just has kind of endless pressure. You can just camp one of the ciphers and mirror the other one. Might abnormal this just for good measure. The abnormal progress is really just not going to go at all. It might go down like 5% here, but we're going to go ahead and mirror here, trying to find the location of the last survivor. They are able to get the heal off, so I mean, TMX is really, they're not giving up here, and this is actually good. I mean, they're making Liz work for this, and if they continue to play like this, again, there's still a chance that they can maybe get one out. You know, keep in mind, every time that abnormal gets used, it's less and less for the next one. The abnormal progress will not be as strong for the next one. So we're going to see Liz looking for who's ever hiding back here. Acrobat, I think, has a white bomb to work with, so we can use that to try to make distance. Not going to go for a mirror just yet here. Acrobat needs to try to force out a mirror, and as soon as that mirror goes up, Entomologist knows they're free to decode until that mirror cooldown comes up. So there's the mirror. Acrobat is going to go for the bomb here, and misses that swing there. Can Acrobat go for the bomb here to try to make distance? No, Acrobat not using it. He held onto it a little bit too long there, and Entomologist is not able to finish the cipher in time, it looks like. So, and the Bloody Queen knows. They know that they're at Shack. They're going to go ahead and look for them here, and once they find the Entomologist, they can get that last survivor eliminated.
Yes, interesting enough, entomologists decided not to go for that vault to get some items to replenish her items. So that was very interesting, because there's two coffins at this place, but I guess she was just afraid of a mirror image, and then she will get terror shock if she gets found vaulting that. So I think she was just not into doing that, because some survivors will go all the way for just trying to get some item like either perfume or a remote control or a syringe, and that might be a game changer sometimes, because if you get the remote control you can heal yourself and you can finish decoding a cipher while you get tinnitus, and that can work sometimes. But I guess in this time entomologist was just not going for that, and she just focusing on finishing the cipher and also buying some extra time for the acrobat to just either. And this is it very interesting really, because now there is a possibility for dungeon. Eli, if you see, the dungeon is also appearing in the middle, but it's going to be very difficult with no items to go for a dungeon escape as soon as the acrobat bleeds out.
Yeah, and it looks like it's tough here. Again, if you're the entomologist, you know, as you mentioned, the best option here, try to search a chest. Maybe if entomologists can get a syringe and actually heal themselves, then maybe they can wait for the acrobat to go down. Also, entomologists will not get crows if they heal themselves. Oh, but they do get crows here, and that will be it. As soon as entomologist gets that crows, it is over. There's the hit on the entomologist. They almost were able to pull that out there, but not quite enough here. BL is going to be advancing.
Congratulations for BL winning against Tiny and Max. So this ensures him a spot on the next rounds, and then very extreme high core gameplay right there from both hunters, and definitely kudos for the survivors for lasting this long against such a strong hunter from BL. Liz, amazing work. Definitely they did so well, and for being a newcomer team, I think there's a lot of like, you have pressure, yes, but at the same time you don't have as much pressure as a big team, of course, but it definitely takes a toll on you at the end, because it is a very strong team that's going after you so early on. So kudos also for Tiny and Max for lasting this long and showing some really nice gameplay with all those stunners and support characters as well. And of course, definitely the hunters also did amazing job hunting and chasing those survivors so early on game, getting those early downs. That was really scary, and making the game actually go by very fast. So I feel that this is something that a lot of hunters, and at the beginning of the match they become a little bit like indecisive of which survivor to go after, but both Liz and you were really fast and really up to chasing the first survivor and just focusing on him until the end. So that's something that we can learn a lot from watching these pro hunters in the game.
Yeah, and absolutely. And Liz actually took advantage of kind of I don't know how to put this lightly. The team comp for TMX, it doesn't really work because I mean I kind of get what they're trying to go for there, but Enchantress doesn't work in this situation because Enchantress works if you're trying to maybe prevent them from playing something like Geisha, you're trying to prevent them from playing something like Bonbon or Sculptor. Of course, Sculptor was banned, so maybe the Enchantress is in there because they're worried about Bonbon. But the problem is like, they're not really worried about Geisha because Patient was banned. That means they're not going to see Geisha. I mean, Geisha is strong against Patient, so Geisha would never really ban Patient. On top of that, Geisha is also very weak on Arms Factory, so there's no reason to play Enchantress there because it plays right into Bloody Queen, and that's exactly what we saw happen here, right? The Bloody Queen taking advantage of them having to deal with an Enchantress, and Enchantress is not a strong character against that. So, you know, it's just that I feel like it would have been stronger for them to have us maybe a solid rescuer, maybe another type of kiter that would be good against something like Bloody Queen that's more versatile, such as a Patient if Patient wasn't banned, or Psychologist. But of course, Enchantress, again, it's in certain situations is very strong against Breaking Wheel, against Sculptor, Bonbon, and Geisha. But against a Bloody Queen, that's something you have to expect here, you know, from the BL Hunter side, and that's exactly what happened. And it just hard counters Enchantress.
Yes, one of the hardest counters for most stunners like Enchantress and Batter is definitely Bloody Queen, because her mirror image, and that is the match results first 16-8. That was the points, but as I was saying, the mirror image, long distance mirror, can avoid most stunners because you cannot stun the mirror image. Though I was gonna say also that once you get the mirror image on you, it's really hard to avoid that hit, because for some reason the hitbox of the mirror image is very smooth, and at the same time it seems to be a little bit more it seems to hit the survivors a little bit better sometimes than the actual body, because it can go through walls, it can go through pallets, so you can basically don't do much about the mirror image. So learning to kite the mirror image is definitely a skill that we should all try to acquire, because it definitely gets to the point that you will be able to have to kite against that mirror image at one point. And as a stunner as well, you cannot really stun the mirror image as a batter or an enchantress. I think one of the few survivors that can definitely counter the mirror image should be the ones like the patient, a little bit the hooks, can fly well from that mirror image. And as you saw, there were also some flywheels utilized in this map. So I think flywheel will work a little bit against the mirror image and trying to get some extra distance that you have. But we'll be seeing the MVP, Eli.
Yeah, it is gonna be IV Liz there. Yeah, eliminating every survivor in all 4 rounds, or all 3 rounds, all 4 survivors being eliminated, each of them. Just very excellent gameplay overall. So yeah, just very strong there. And yeah, going back to a point you were talking about with Bloody Queen, it's really unfortunate. There's no real way to kite a Bloody Queen mirror image. A good Bloody Queen just won't miss mirrors. The only strategy you really have is to try to vault something and get a speed boost, and outrun that mirror, which we actually did see happen once with the batter. And then also, you can potentially have a character that's good at kiting a Bloody Queen with such as like a patient, as you mentioned. Also something like maybe Perfumer is kind of a far-fetched example, but it is one of those examples. But yeah, Enchantress, it doesn't work. Entomologist also not very strong, unfortunately. But yeah, it's just like that. BL is going to be advancing, so congratulations. Then we have another team moving on to the next point in the bracket here. Taking the victory over TMX.
Yes, definitely. At the same time, I think that it was really nice gameplay that we saw from the Bloody Queen. At the end, I was not expecting it, because one of the hunters that PP Chat doesn't really use often is Bloody Queen. So when we saw Bloody Queen there, I was not expecting it. And the fact that he can play it so well and so smoothly, that was a really, really nice coming in from the hunter. And some people may saying that actually this account is a PP Chat's girlfriend account, but definitely not quite sure about that. We have to check out if that actually true or not. But yeah, if it is PP Chat, then definitely shout out to him. Like, he did so well in the playing as a hunter for BL. So that's gonna be big, Eli, because imagine if I think this is also like a type of warming up, because right now in Japan there's also another tournaments, and you have to get the most expert experience in this game in order to have the confidence to play in a tournament level, because you see the survivors and the hunters that get the most experience are the ones who will be getting into these tournaments.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to go into a 5-minute break here in between the next 2 rounds. Congratulations to BL for winning this first round here against TMX, and we will be back shortly with the next round of today.
Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me, I must defy our mantra. What?
She's but a girl. What does she hope to accomplish?
Race to the family.
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Shao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
with steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey. One can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathe in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Place at its finest. In July they came, and then in August, for flowers they were named. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking datura, feeding up Rosemary, who couldn't let go of discard.
Hello, fellow detectives, and welcome back to our IVC Preliminaries 2022. This is your caster Soymil, and together with Eli, we're gonna be casting the next match. How are you feeling, Eli?
Yeah, definitely. We saw a very exciting matchup first there. BL taking the victory. And in terms of how I'm feeling, I was talking to you guys in between rounds. As soon as this match is over, I'm probably gonna instantly just like go into such a deep sleep that I'll probably sleep for like 12 hours straight and then wake up the next day. But you know, anything, we'll see how that goes. But we are gonna have another matchup here ahead of us. The second matchup of today. These are two teams that we talked about in the last round. BL, a very well-known team, and then TMX being a newer team. We have another matchup here, two teams that we're not too familiar with, so that opens up a lot of exciting options. So we'll have to see, what we're gonna expect between these two.
Yes, because after these two matches, there is Chocho and Entity that will be coming to accompany you guys for the rest of the day. So really looking forward to that. But for now, we have two newcomer teams coming, which is WP and ERC. These teams are absolutely, I don't know anything about them because they're completely new. So we're gonna learn together, Eli, what is going to happen in today's matchup. What do you think WP stands for? I think it could be either like win, penguin, or what other word do you think would work well with WP? I really not.
Yeah, I'm really not sure. I'm really not sure. It could just be WP. It could mean something else. We're not really sure. And then MERC could be I don't know.
Mercenary.
Yeah,
Merc?
mercenary.
Yeah,
maybe.
mercenary.
Probably not, but it's possible. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, again, two teams with players that we're not too familiar with, and this is really what happens when you go into a tournament with 128 teams. You're gonna get obviously some newer competitors that you always would like to see do well and perform well. But again, we don't have too much data on either of these two teams, so it's just kind of up in the air for what we're gonna see here.
Yes, as you said, one of the most popular picks for the hunter. We might be seeing another breaking wheel and also a sculpture again. However, though, if it comes for the first match, I believe they could also pick a Dream Wish. And we haven't seen Dream Wish today, so I think Dream Wish could be a very good chance. And you see, for the round one band pick is going to be Red Church. Just the match that we saw before. So Red Shirts as starting the match, I think is very cool, very interesting, because one of the smallest maps as well. So that makes it very, very fast for the hunter to find the survivor and also try to count the ciphers.
Yeah, Red Church first, being the first map pick is actually, believe it or not, Red Church is a common map, but it's actually very rare in round number one. And the reason why it's very rare in round number one is because the two best round number one hunters are Dream Witch and Breaking Wheel, and both hunters are not particularly strong on this map. Dream Witch, of course, being Breaking Wheel, of course, being very weak on Red Church, whereas Dream Witch is still fine, but it's not as good because Dream Witch can struggle with getting the followers out of range. So such thing as map being too small. Red Church is so small that it's hard to get the followers out of range to follow the main body, follow other survivors, and they easily get stuck on objects as well. It looks like from both sides here, we do have a potential Bloody Queen and Breaking Wheel players here. And if it is Red Church, we might actually be looking at a round one Bloody Queen. Bloody Queen is very strong on the Red Church map. It can also force an opposing Breaking Wheel into something that's not as ideal. Of course, as we talked about, a lot of very strong windows here. The two church windows are very crucial for going against a Breaking Wheel. And it can be very difficult for that type of hunter to eliminate any sort of survivors if they position themselves properly.
Exactly. And for the survivor side, we see there's a cowboy main here, Judas, and Hermione coming with the mercenary. Very nice names. I saw the first one was Potters, and this one Hermione. So it might be towards a Harry Potter theme for the WP team that I'm getting in. And next one will be Cedric with the Seer and Kuma with the little girl. Both really well. The Seer, one of the most popular picks, and finally Eli. We see an Eli main right there from Cedric. Little girl, we haven't really got the chance to enjoy many little girl matches. We only saw one yesterday, so really looking forward to see whether we're gonna find we're gonna see another little girl match today. It might be work better against another type of hunters, or maybe together with a mercenary. We will see whether they can synergy well. There is a cowboy also in the lineup of MERC, so maybe a cowboy and a little girl combo might come as well. And last but not least, we get Scamander with the forward and Kuzandra with the mercenary. So far is a very typical lineup from WP, and a very interesting lineup together with the cowboy and little girl on the side of MERC. So from here, I'm just getting the vibes that this team have totally different ways of approaching the hunter at the beginning.
Yeah, definitely. We also have potential Bomber as well here, and Bomber is a character that's actually been started to utilize a lot more. It's a very strong character for certain matchups, and Bomber can be very good against round one Dream Witch because the reason why, and this is kind of a very complex strategy. I'm going to just go over it briefly just so everyone gets a good understanding. But in Bomber is good against Dream Witch because Dream Witch is a character that thrives heavily on injuring survivors. What happens is the Dream Witch downs a survivor. They chair them, and then someone comes in for a rescue, and that person takes a hit while rescuing, leaving them injured, and the Dream Witch will then leech the person that was rescued, making it so that person then has to de-leech before they can go back to decoding because they're half health. If they try to decode with the leech on them, they'll die to their leech because they've already taken one hit and they're at half health. But in Bomber plays around that because he can self-rescue, preventing someone for having to go into a rescue at all, and that also prevents the Dream Witch from getting an extra leech into play. And it also stems out and becomes a lot more complicated in the long run. But that's sort of the basic idea. But and Bomber can be very good against good camping hunters as well, like Sculptor and Bond. But it looks like we're going to see forward for the first ban. If forward ban first indicates a Bond or Sculptor, 100%. I don't think we'll see anything else here with a forward ban first. Unless there's something I'm not really thinking of, but it looks like we're going to see Seer potentially locked in. I'd imagine some sort of Seer Priestess, Seer Mercenary from the survivors here.
Yes, definitely. Seer Mercenary is a very, very good target right here, especially in Red Church, such a small map that you definitely need to take advantage of the location. And we'll be see Seer and Priestess being selected very soon as we speak. A nice combo right here, a duo. I was surprised that they didn't pick Mercenary, like you said. So important thing here, they feel more comfortable playing with Priestess and Seer instead of Mercenary and Seer. So that is something to take into consideration. And the next one, I think they will try to ban one of the maybe if they ban Mercenary, Eli, it will be very they did ban Mercenary just as we speak. There is not going to be any more Mercenary, no more Rescuer. So after taking away one of the strongest rescue characters from this survivor lineup, I think it's going to be very interesting to see what rescue character will they have to bring. Wow, it's just less choices for the survivors right now.
Yeah, so yeah, first ban forward again, it really indicates Bonbon or Sculptor. It could actually, now that I'm thinking, it could also technically be a Feaster, but that's kind of like a far-fetched option, so it doesn't really make a lot of sense in round number 1. But we'll have to see. Looks like Gravekeeper is being locked, and we actually see Gravekeeper being utilized more and more because Gravekeeper again can recycle that shovel. That's been something that's very, very crucial. From what we've seen so far. Looks like Acrobat will be banned here. In the last character pick, there's a lot of options here. You have Entomologist, you still have Embalmer, you do have Patient. Those are all very good options here. And you also have Little Girl on the table as well. Those are kind of the 4 best. Oh, Mechanic. So, okay, Mechanic is interesting. I think they're trying to play this conservatively as possible here in the first round. Mechanic also being very strong against something like a Sculptor and a Bonbon because they struggle against that, against the Cypher Rush from the Mechanic. They have a hard time eliminating that bot. Let's see what the Hunter is here. Again, I'm going to say it's got to be, with the forward ban first, it's got to be Bonbon, Sculptor, and then, like, I guess maybe Feaster, but yeah, okay, so it is going to be Sculptor here. That obviously makes the most sense here. You know, again, Seer ban obviously is very strong, but, you know, getting rid of the Seer, or sorry, giving the Seer here and going with a Chip Hunter is also okay, and forward is just such a strong Hunter again, such a strong survivor, my apologies, against a Chip Hunter like Sculptor.
Yes, the Sculptor once again for the first round. It knows something that we already saw before, but this one is against a different lineup. There's no stunners here, Eli, so only going to be more like decoding and support with the Priestess portals and the shovel of the Gravekeeper, which he can also utilize to cover a hit for the teammate. Like once he rescues, he can use the shovel to cover for hit and give some extra time for kiting. And you know that this is a game of time, so once the shovel gets out, he can buy so much extra time. But of course, it really depends in which situation he gets found, because if he gets found too early on the match, then he'll be forced to use his own shovel. However, though, if he gets found later on, he can use the shovel to cover up for a teammate and buy even some extra time. So it really depends on what are the spawns here and what is the luck also for the hunter who's gonna find first. So definitely going to look how will the Gravekeeper support the rest of the teammates.
Yeah, absolutely. And if I'm not mistaken, the hunter's name is that Potter or Potters, like for Harry Potter, I think.
Potters.
Okay, yeah. So that matches up with the rest of the Harry Potter theme. Okay, so that's pretty cool. I like that. But yeah, anyways, I think maybe the P and WP stands for Potter as well. I don't know what the W stands for, but you know, we'll maybe we'll see later on. But yeah, here we go. Going into the first round here, Red Church. Obviously, this is again not a very common round 1 map, but it does work if you are a Sculptor player. Sculptor is not a bad hunter for Red Church by any means. The survivors have managed to get themselves a pretty decent team comp. Having Seer and Priestess in round number 1 in the same team is just very strong. Gravekeeper is not as good against Sculptor, obviously, because you know, Chip Hunters can be very effective against the Gravekeeper, and then also Mechanic Cypher Rush can be very good here. For the most part, this is just a draw build. This is a draw team comp. They're going to try to tie, it looks like, against the Sculptor possibly, and then just try to put themselves in a position for their hunter to do well. It also depends on what kind of hunter the side of MRC has available, because again, round 1 Red Church, it's not good for the 2 most common Breaking Wheel and Dream Witch, so maybe they have something else that you know, we haven't really seen yet. We'll have to see how this plays out. We're gonna have the Sculptor spawn at Graveyard, immediately rotating towards back gate. Does catch on to this. No, doesn't see the Survivor go toward that God window here. Immediately rotating towards Graveyard, and he's able to evade line of sight here from the Sculptor. They're gonna try to find who's hiding back here, but we know they've already rotated all the way to Graveyard, and it looks like the Sculptor, I think, has caught sight of the Survivor here. That is the
Mechanic.
It is the Seer.
Yeah.
But it's a very good kiting area to be in. Graveyard is just very strong overall.
Forcing the owl out immediately, taking that owl hit, and then going around this graveyard area, one of the strongest kiting areas of the Red Church, and now going for that chip and almost getting, oh wow, getting that hit on the Seer plus the chip damage, and now a Seer with no owl going to transition into the Red Church, going to put those status out, and that will be the end of the kite for the Seer. Amazing status placement, and what a fast hand from the hunter as well. Being very proactive, destroying that portal to avoid any more decoding from the Priestess Cipher, and now going to locate the Seer chair right here, one of the most utilized chairs for the hunters because he can control the Cipher as well. And then Mechanic is the one going to go for the early rescue.
Yeah, Mechanic saving here is okay because I assume Mechanic does have Tide Turner, and if Mechanic gets injured, the Cipher Rush from the Mechanic's decoding isn't actually slowed down. It's only if someone else gets injured, and we're gonna see Seer take the hit. But yeah, an interesting choice in the early kite there from the Seer. The Seer opted to not revault that pallet after going for a pallet stun, and that was kind of the big difference maker because then the Sculptor just turns around and gets a free hit on the Seer, gets a free chip, and that was a huge game changer. But because Mechanic has bot in play and because Mechanic did the rescue, which means one less survivor is injured, Mechanic still is able to decode at a pretty reasonable pace here, and the Cipher Rush is still on tact for the survivors here. And this is where the Mechanic is really going to shine. It's going to show, even after a quick down on the Seer, that a tie is still easily on the table for the survivors without much effort.
Exactly, with the robot decoding another Cipher, and now it's going to be asked for the Gravekeeper to take this rescue. However, though, they seem to not be going for it because there is a full sight on the Gravekeeper right now, and he's just moving away, transitioning away, not trying to give the Hunter that hit. And now Seer will be sent back to the manor first, and as we see, Gravekeeper will be taking the second kite, taking those 2 damages from the statue hit, and now it is going to be for him that whether he would choose the pallet, but no, it was a bit too late for that, and he will be going down here a little bit far away from his main Cipher. So still not too bad for a second kite. However, though, Eli, you have to keep in mind there is still 3 Ciphers remaining, and the bot is already being being knocked down by the Sculpture.
Yeah, it looks like Sculptor is going to go ahead and just take down these portals, just kind of cleaning up here. And the Cipher progress, it's not looking to be enough right now here. We'll see who comes in for the rescue. Looks like it is going to be Priestess going to go ahead and go for that portal. Priestess is coming way too late here. The Sculptor can slow down the Priestess here. Goes for the hit there, and the rescue is after half. Priestess, again, yeah, came way too late for that rescue. Sculptor is a hunter that can cancel the rescue animation with the statues, utilizing that to their advantage, forcing the rescue after half, and Gravekeeper is going to go down to the blink right away. There is the down for Potters, and just like that, this is looking like an easy 4-person elimination, even with the Mechanic on the team. This is looking very good for the Sculptor here, and it really goes to show the power of Sculptor on a smaller map such as Red Chart's going to go ahead and use that chisel, trying to spike down Graveyard here, which is onto the Mechanic, and downs the Mechanic with a full presence statue there. Excellent job from the Sculptor, and now it's just a matter of time. They need to find the Priestess, secure the down there, force the survivors to expend their self-heals, and that will be a 5-point lead here.
Yes, that was crucial. The long distance statue chip damage for the Mechanic. Even though she got a perfume, there's not really much things she could work with against those statues. And now it's gonna be the Priestess here turn to try to avoid these chip damages. However, though, she still got she just tried to stuck to the walls to try to avoid a normal hit, but then the statues will definitely come in her way. And now the Mechanic is decoding a second Cipher machine at 78%, and then there's another Cipher machine with 86. So if she can finish this Cipher machine, there is a possibility that Priestess can also finish one more machine, which is 73%, and that could be a chance if they can pop it. However, though, Potters is not allowing that to happen, and she's immediately going after the Mechanic and already following her blood trail. And she's going behind this graveyard, using the perfume quite quickly just to buy some extra time, and then also forcing Potters to back off a little bit, but ultimately using the full present status to just chase her and hit down her for a second time.
Yeah, he's gonna go ahead and he's gonna chair because that's last. Oh, they popped the last Cipher. They got the pickup before the last Cipher machine was primed, but keep in mind here, so there's no detention available. This was confined space, and the survivors were able to sneak that pop there. We gotta be paying attention to the fact that they were able to do. I mean, that's just so crucial. And now, if the Sculptor has detention, it's really not too big of a problem. I mean, obviously, Priestess still has kiting potential here, but now because the Sculptor does not have detention, they're forced to either go for 2 basic hits onto the Priestess and takes the portal into Church, which means Priestess can hide a little bit longer, also has a portal to work with as well. And I don't think the Sculptor knows where this Priestess is. And if there's no mechanic on the team, this is a 4-person elimination before the Cypher Machine is primed. Because there was
Yes.
a mechanic with the extra Cypher Rush, that allowed them to have just enough time to actually pop the Cypher. And Priestess should be able to get dungeon here. If they play their cards properly, this should be a fairly easy dungeon escape for the Priestess. They just hide out at bottom broken, waiting for the mechanic to expire, and then portal along the length of the church and go straight to the dungeon because there is no detention. Oh, and they teleport, and yeah, that teleport's just going to give it up completely. Priestess can run straight to the dungeon here, and they should be able to get at least one survivor out the dungeon.
Yes, we see Priestess already coming in, preparing for a dungeon escape, and that was so crucial, to be honest. The fact that she could heal up so fast, finish her cipher, and then also go back to finish the last cipher, that was incredible. Incredible pop right here, going to try to stop her, but no, Priestess would just jump to the dungeon straight away, and that will be a one-man escape only for the team. So that was really, really clutch, Eli. I really didn't thought at one point that they could get it. I would just imagine if they could get it done, but they did it, and that is the amazingness of bringing mechanic on the first round. And that's why sometimes it could be a very strong ban, especially the way this mechanic utilized the robot, because the robot advanced 2 machines on his own while everyone was focused on their own decoding and kiting. So that definitely gave advantage for them, because playing with a mechanic is like playing against a team of 5 people instead of a team of 4 people. So that is definitely something to take into consideration, that mechanic gameplay here coming in very strong, a very important decoder survivor.
Yeah, definitely. It just and you see it as well. Mechanic is also a character that can afford to bring Tide Turner. You typically don't want to go heavy rescuers against something in this sort of meta. It's really more built around Cypher Rush and single speed decoding survivors. And you saw Gravekeeper and Mechanic be the ones with Tide Turner. Mechanic can go for that first save, which they did go for that. They didn't lose any Cypher progress there because the bot continues to decode. Mechanic's Cypher Rush isn't slowed down anyways, because again, she's taking the injury and not one of the other survivors. And it was just barely enough, right? They barely, MRC barely had enough in them to get one survivor out there. And they were able to do it. That's what's important. You don't ever want to give a 5-0 to your opponent under any circumstances. At least get the 1 point, make it a 2-point game instead of a 5-point game. That is such a difference in points, so much so that it's just so hard to come back from. So making it at least a 2-point deficit is not as bad here for MRC.
Yeah, 3 points directly for WP team. That definitely gives them the higher ground right here. And quickly gonna go through the stats. There is 227% decoding progress on the Priestess. That is a lot for someone who has a decoding debuff. And I think Mechanic definitely decoded her fair well, also almost 200%. So as you saw, Gravekeeper and Seer didn't have much chance of decoding, but they were very busy kiting and also rescuing and everything as well. So I think definitely the Priestess did the most job here, trying to contain and trying to kite. And ultimately, she taking the dungeon as well. So everything that she worked hard for, like the decoding, definitely pay off, because the fact that she could get the dungeon, not allowing the 4-man elimination, like you said, that is what worked here for MRC Survivor side. So once again, we're gonna see whether the MRC Hunter can also play something similar as well, putting their teams in a comfortable situation, because right now what we're facing is that WP is having the higher ground. They're getting that 3 points of advantage. So that's something to look out for, and we'll see what MRC Hunter will bring to us. As you know, he is a main breaking wheel as well. So we'll see. Do you think breaking wheel will be utilized in the next match?
Unlikely, yeah, because it is Red Church. I mean, maybe they'll try to play it here, but it's just Red Church. It's so bad for Wheel. I mean, it's just like, basically how that matchup plays out is if you're able to get a double rescuer team comp, you make it so you can't chase 2 of the rescuers, because who wants to chase rescuers first? And then basically the two other survivors will stay around the church windows in the early game. So the breaking wheel, for example, breaking wheel spawns top broken. You have I don't know, a postman who spawns bottom broken, immediately they rotate straight to church window and they just stand there and they wait for the wheel to come to them. And the wheel comes to them, they vault the window into church, forcing the wheel out of wheel form, and then it's a free kite from there. So that's really just breaking wheel is just so hard. And then also rebound kites as well. If you get any point a rescue and a survivor's able to make it a church window, they can't get spikes. So the wheel has to get out of wheel form, vault the window, maybe put up confined space, go back into wheel form, and then continue to chase them. It wastes so much time. Breaking wheel loses a lot of time on red church. They lose a lot of time on red church, and that's why it's not a good character for church. So I think it's unlikely we're going to see wheel, but it is a possibility if they're very strict to playing breaking wheel. It's definitely a possibility because it's not the worst map for wheel, but it's also not a good one by any means.
Yes, definitely. Breaking Wheel is very difficult to play in Red Church, especially for that, depending on the survivor lineup, if we see a postman or a patient, those type of survivors that can definitely harass the wheel once he gets out of wheel form. And then also the batter, who can also throw his balls through the window, but there's also a cowboy on the team. So a cowboy could work really well in red church, if you may ask me, because of those windows, because he could lasso the survivor through the window and steal him from the hunter before he's ready to put him on the chair. So bringing a cowboy on red church, I think that could be a little bit of a game changer, if you may ask me, because of the way that he can use his skill, making the teammate go all the way to the back of the church in that corner area, and then trying to make him struggle free, because the hunter's going to have to put him down. He doesn't want to get the lasso on, and then once that happens, then the struggle will become more faster, and then there is a possibility of struggle free. So that is one thing that cowboy can do against some hunters, like breaking wheel, of course. And then that could be one of the ways they can use this map to benefit them for this first round.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely possible. Cowboy, it's not a very common character, so it's not likely we'll see it. But I mean, yeah, sure, that strategy would work if they wanted to try to pull that out here. But I don't know. Again, we'll have to see. Maybe it's something that this team's prepared to do. Again, the survivors, they only need a tie. I mean, you have a really good starting position. Your hunter was able to get 3 out. If they're able to get a tie here, they will win round number 1. And with the way the meta is, with the inclusion of flywheel, with how survivor sided everything is, I think it's really going to be strong for the survivors here. All they have to do is get a tie here. Maybe they'll be able to push for more. But yeah, just like WP just having a very nice lead here right out the gate, and maybe they'll go with a similar strategy. Maybe they'll play mechanic. Maybe they'll play postman. Just play those decoding characters. Try to go for ties that way. But I don't know. It's really a kind of an uphill battle for MRC here. So let's see what they're able to do to come back here on Red Church. And again, the map was selected by I believe it was WP, if I'm not mistaken. So
yes, WP.
So WP, of course, is going to want to try to win on their map selection.
Yes, definitely. As we just saw, the survivors of MRC have a lot of things at stake right now, because they have to bring back. And as far as I know, their survivors are actually very, very meta. So I think they should be able to bring. Oh, we see the names already: Hermione, Cedric, Scamander, and Pluck name, something like that. So I think if you follow Harry Potter, a lot of these are actually from the series of Harry Potter, from both the book and the movie. So Hermione, Cedric are in the books, and Scamander is actually on the movie. So if you follow that, you might be able to relate to these names. Eli, do you follow any of the Harry Potter series?
Yeah, I do. I actually really like Harry Potter. So
nice.
Yeah.
Cool. Yes,
yeah,
and
so,
we see illusion ban immediately forward. So that's something there. He's definitely doing a focus ban right there on the team.
So it looks like, forward, of course, getting banned here first. I think we're going to see a similar situation to round number 1. Bon or Sculptor will get utilized. Probably see Seer and Priestess, and we'll get locked in again here. Maybe Mercenary as well. That's also an option. Looks like it is Mercenary and Priestess, which is interesting. So they're also just preparing to play against something like Bonbon or Sculptor, prioritizing Seer less so here. If it is a Bonbon, we won't see Seer get banned. We probably won't see Seer get banned here. If it is a Sculptor, then we might see Seer get banned anyway, because Seer is not a bad character for going into Sculptor. We could also see Mechanic get banned as well, because this hunter does need to get 3 survivors eliminated, and Mechanic is a very good draw survivor, especially when going against something like a Sculptor or a Bonbon.
Yes, a Sculpture, a Bonbon, super scary hunter picks right here. At the same time, we see that once again, the Priestess is being picked first, and that is very strong in this map, as you saw before. One of the survivors that can potentially get the dungeon at the end, so I think that is very good. And as well, we see the Acrobat being picked very soon. One of the strongest support and kiters in this map, with all those little passages that he can use the balls to his advantage. Of course, depending on the hunter, we just saw in the previous match when Acrobat got found first against a Sculptor, she easily forced those balls out of him. And also at the same time, they are doing the balls, they're using the balls to just fly away from the hunter. But sometimes, depending on the hunter, like Sculptor for example, she can use those status to just avoid any of these balls to be happen, and then it can definitely be detrimental if he's Acrobat the first kiter. So going to be really scary to see whether the hunter is a Sculpture again, and will be able to tunnel the Acrobat from the beginning of the match. So definitely need a decoder. Oh, look, Eli, they just banned a Mechanic and a Patient right there out of the bat. So definitely knowing that the hunter doesn't want to have to deal with a Mechanic decoding progress.
Yeah, just like we talked about, obviously, Mechanic here is it's not a character that you want to have to deal with as a Bonbon or a Sculptor, especially if you have to eliminate at least 3 survivors. So I expect the best character here is Postman. 100% the best character to play here is Postman. I don't know if the survivors will do that. It looks like maybe they're going Entomologist, but Postman here is so good because Postman it's a Cypher Rush character that has decoding progress, or that can support decoding progress with the decoding letter. And in a situation where you only need 2 survivors out, you only need a tie, Postman would be very, very good here. Oh, we're gonna see Clerk in round number 1 here. That is interesting. The survivors didn't take Seer. See, I never will understand not taking Seer. Seer can be very good against Clerk. If obviously one of the best ways to kite against Clerk is try to tight kite in certain areas, and Seer can farm owls very easily against something like a Clerk. It can also extend the first kite as well. This team comp though is really hard. I mean, Acrobat, Ento, Priestess, those are all really hard chase targets for a Clerk, and then Mercenary obviously you can't chase at all. But if you had a Seer here, it could be even stronger. So I'm not really sure the idea of not taking Seer, but I guess this is the team comp they were preparing to play against a Clerk with.
Yeah, MRC choosing a Clerk for the first round, that shows a very strong character that they are choosing for just suppressing the survivors. Because once again, you have to keep in mind, Ila, these two are newcomers, so we don't know much. Everyone doesn't know much about each other, so we're just learning here. And they're picking Clerk on the first round, definitely for a good reason. They know that they banned their Patient and Forward, one of the worst first kiters, and together with Mechanic, one of the best decoders of the game. So definitely knew what she was going for with the Clerk. And at the same time, like you said, neither of these survivor lineup is good for Clerk at the same time. I mean, they can use a lot of tools for running away and wasting her time. So it's definitely going to be interesting how this Clerk will get the first presence. Sometimes maybe she will be able to just go for insolence. But I'm going to talk a little bit about the chat here. There is a shout out to Caitlin, Parrot, Victor, Pisos, Monica, Yams, Crazy Lazy, Carmen, ADG, Chue, Sophia, Ayana, Safir. Everyone, thank you so much for being so positive in the chat. Let's keep it that way. We're seeing 2 newcomer team, guys, so please show your support for these nice teams that they're coming in this tournament and giving their best to us. So everyone cheer for WP and MRC. Let's go. Clerk on the first round. I'm so excited, Eli.
Yeah, I'm very excited as well to see Clerk getting played here. And again, we talk about Clerk. It's kind of a surprise character, so it just kind of looks like that WP is prepared. I mean, these characters are all just really good for going against a Clerk. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what they have in store here, and we're just
Yes.
momentarily waiting for this map for this round to start. But there's a few key factors going into this. How well can the entomologist support with the bees on that opening kite for the first survivor? Priestess portals are very crucial. Actually, priestess portals destroy Clerk if used properly. Priestess portals, priestess support. If you have portals set up and the survivors can take it, there's nothing the Clerk can do to play around those portals, because again, Clerk relies on using that recording on the survivor vault window or a pallet, or using interacting with things. Whereas taking a portal is just a free way to kite a Clerk here. So we're gonna see a Clerk spawn at top broken, immediately going towards the graveyard area instead, then going back gate, and has caught onto somebody here. Looks like it is the entomologist, which I mean I would say is not a great chase, but again, none of the survivors on this team comp are a good chase for Clerk.
Exactly. And once again, I have to remind you, Eli, the Clerk does feed off the survivors. So you have to be very careful, because any motion, any interaction that she records, she will use it to her advantage later on. So we'll see the first guide against Clerk is so important. And we see how she's saving her beast really well, going to take the first hit. That is big for Clerk, because the more she gets the presence, the stronger she gets. And now Entomology is forcing to break this pallet down, transitioning to one of the best kiting areas here, right at Graveyard, also where Acrobat is. So we'll see there's going to be a little bit of distraction for Clerk. She needs to focus on her main target, which is the Entomologist, putting the beast in the middle, forcing them to break the beast, and now the beast will enter a cooldown mode. So this is going to be very crucial, Ila, whether she can make it to the window, and we will see that Clerk will go for the Blink Terror Shock right there, right at the window for Entomologist. It's going to be the first down of this game.
Yeah, it's going to be the first down, and not a whole lot of Cypher progress. The only way you really can beat Clerk is if the first kite's a 3-Cypher kite. Because Clerk's Cypher control is so good, and her chase his early game, her early game chase isn't as strong. The only way you can really win, again, 3-Cypher kite right away. And this is not a 3-Cypher kite by any means. Clerk also farms extra presence because that was a Terror Shock at the end there. So that's going to mean that she's one step closer to full presence. For full presence, Clerk is just very scary. She has an incredible amount of control. And it looks like we're going to see the Mercenary come in for the rescue here, spiking on that Cypher machine, trying to slow that down here. Will they go for the hit on the Mercenary, or will they try to go for a Terror Shock? Looks like going for a Terror Shock, and goes for the follow-up swing with the main body there, but it looks like they're going to go ahead and get that farm onto the Entomologist. Mercenary taking it in the process, and no option to rebound as well here. So this is actually looking pretty good for the Clerk player.
Yes, Eli, I can see she already reached full presence while there's still 4 ciphers remaining. This is big for Clerk, Eli, because just like you said, if the first kite is not 3 ciphers, it's going to be very, very hard towards late game, because now her last ability is unlocked. And that's how you see everyone here. Everyone, let's check out. The cipher is going to be controlled by Clerk. Very difficult situation, especially with no decoders on hand. They cannot pull the ciphers as fast. They're healing right here, which is actually the only thing they need to do, because they cannot touch the ciphers while she's looking at them.
That is true, and we're gonna go ahead and see Priestess come through the portal, just kind of splitting up the ciphers here. She's gonna go ahead and go back through this. Clerk's gonna break that and probably go towards Shack. This is location of the Acrobat, and keep in mind, Acrobat has a lot of bombs to work with, and we do have the blink on cooldown. Acrobat in a pretty decent kiting area, very narrow with this. This is actually a really good kiting area for Acrobat against Clerk, because there's nothing the Clerk can interact with, or the Acrobat to interact with, for the Clerk to record. We're going to see the Acrobat go ahead and go towards. He's going to put a bomb right in this area here, I think. No, I think he's actually going to go ahead and use a bomb at the window. It is going to be a red bomb, and the Clerk acknowledges that there's really no point in continuing out to this Acrobat for too long. If you vault into that red bomb, you can't use your abilities, and Acrobat can kite around Church for a long period of time. He's going to go ahead and change targets, trying to find an easier potential chase target here, which is the Priestess, but still 4 Cypher machines remaining. Progress on all of them, but it is still a Clerk we're talking about. She is a hunter that has so much Cypher control potential and can slow down that Cypher progress significantly.
Exactly. She has already started to do that, stopping 2 ciphers, forcing the Acrobat to finish the cipher in the back gate. And if, like you said, there's nothing she can record when there's no interaction. Ooh, taking the hit. However, though, she can always record herself, just like she did before. She recorded her movement and then hit the Priestess there, and will be another Blink Terror Shock coming in for Illusion as Clerk. amazing window here. Blink on Terror Shock. That is two things at once happening in front of us.
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna see them get Priestess on the rocket share here. Two ciphers. Look at how far those ciphers are, and it seems like it seems like they're far. But this is a clerk we're talking about, which means that they're really not anywhere near as far as they seem. So we're gonna see the Acrobat come in for this rescue here, able to avoid that first hit. Acrobat does have Tide Turner as well, so he's gonna be able to get a Tide Turner effect rescue here. Priestess does have a portal. Excellent blow bomb. That is a really good job from the clerk here. Priestess needs to try to. Oh, Priestess mind games themselves, and they use it. They actually use a portal after getting hit with Tide Turner, which is very interesting. I'm not really understanding the point behind that because they're gonna go down anyways. But that last Cypher machine, it's almost done 87%. The question is, do the survivors pop in and try to go for the end game, or do they try to go for a rescue first? You also have to be careful, clerk. If they have a potential page that they can use to pop the Cypher machine themselves, that could also be very strong. I don't know if they do have that available. Mercenary coming in for an instant rescue. Getting the rescue, they're going to block the Cypher. They have to try to pop right now, and they do get that pop off right here. Soy is going to go out ahead and chase after the Priestess, but keep in mind, Priestess goes for the slow vault. Only one portal available because they did use that one extra portal earlier instead of saving it after getting hit with the Tide Turner.
Exactly. I think that was just a mishap. But anyway, now the priestess is already in the church in one of her best kiting positions with portals in her hand. She has to buy so much time because everyone is trying to open this gate. Mercenary is the ideal one because Acrobat cannot even touch that gate with his debuff. So now we'll see Priestess taking the last hit, and since the detention is on, Priestess will immediately go down, and when she's shared, she will just go back to the manor. But Clerk is buying here extra time, trying to stop the gate from being open. However, though, they're taking turns to open the gate. Acrobat 45% opening. Now Mercenary's turn. She trying to control the gate and the Priestess at the same time. Is going to be very clutch for them. They have to escape. They got it. They got a tie, Eli. They got a tie at the end against MRC Illusions Clerk.
Yeah, absolutely. And Clerk, you can tell they knew how to play against Clerk. They knew the matchup very well, and they were able to get a draw. That's all you had to do in that situation. Two survivors at the exit gate gives a 5-3 lead in favor of WP for round number one here. So, yeah, they did the job that they came out to do. They got a win for round number one on the map that they wanted. So they kind of just did what they were supposed to do, and that's just excellent gameplay there from WP. So now going into round number two here, WP needs to get, if they're able to win this second round here, they will secure things completely. And it's just kind of, it puts some pressure onto MRC. MRC needs to at least get a tie if they want to force a round number three. And, maybe if they want to close the distance in points, maybe they'll try to win this round for themselves.
Yeah, WP being the Harry Potter theme team, I think they definitely playing very, very, very clutch moments right here. They definitely forced that tie, and that was really clutch because after receiving 2 Blink Terror Shock, that would have bring most teams down. But no, they didn't settle for that, and they tried to win, and they went for the tie. So after all, we see the most containment time was from the Entomologist and the Priestess. Entomologist taking the first kite, unable to decode much, and Priestess once again 84-second kite together with 100 decoding plus Mercenary almost 200% decoding together with the Acrobat. So as you see, the 3 of the teammates that were not chased first by the Clerk managed to finish all the machines they could on time. And that's something really crucial about playing against Clerk. You have to keep in mind that you not only need to kite, but you have to focus on your Cypher Rush, and that is with the Mercenary not being near the best decoder in the game. He still managed to reach 200 decoding Cypher progress, and that is how it played well at the end because they were able to pop it. And even though with the ultimate skill of Clerk, which is controlling the ciphers, they still managed to get those ciphers pop, and that is one of the hardest things to do against a full presence Clerk, but they did it, so that is very impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, just again, WP having the lead here, over MRC. So looking into the second round here, how does MRC opt to come back here? They do have, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, MRC gets the pig map here. So if that is going to be the case for them, what map are we gonna see them go for? You know, we talked
Yes.
about breaking wheel is an option for them, so maybe that's they're gonna try to pick a map. I think what they're gonna do here, so is they're gonna pick a map that's good
Mhm.
for wheel, and then that forces them to actually ban the breaking wheel, and then they can still get to play one of their other hunters because the survivors did waste a ban on something like a breaking wheel.
Yes, a ban on the breaking wheel will be crucial because it's one of the strongest and more scariest hunters, as we just saw the hunter before with Liz. She played really well the breaking wheel, and I'm really afraid of seeing another breaking wheel because those controls, those moves, and almost very close to doing terror shocks as well. So it is also about the way that you choose the map and also the way you play the hunter that you choose. In this case, Red Church seems to be a very good map for Clerk, if you ask me, because it is quite a relatively small map. At the same time, the survivors also did a great job entertaining Clerk at the beginning of the match, and the acrobat with those bombs right on point, the mad ball and the slowdown ball definitely bought a little bit extra time for the entomologists to transition away from graveyard to church. So that was definitely some support team that we're seeing, support meta that we're seeing. Everyone support each other. If the hunter finds you, you go to your teammate and ask for support from them, and then you can kite away. And that is the thing that we're seeing right now, the transitioning and the supporting from each other. But just like you said, breaking wheel is on the line. So if we see another breaking wheel, I think the lineup is, it has to be a little bit more strong. That they're gonna definitely ban for the seer and the priestess most likely. So the only one left will be the mercenary, and I believe they're gonna strive for Cypher Rush. So all the decoders are definitely on the line, postman and mechanic maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are the two most common decoders being postman and mechanic are definitely a possibility here. And yeah, it just it's we'll have to see what the map is again. We don't know just yet. I think it really depends on what other options both these teams have in terms of hunters as well. You know, we saw Sculptor and Clerk. I think it's kind of interesting, right? Going into the second round, does WP opt to actually ban Clerk at all? You know, I mean, they were able to play against it. They seem to know the Clerk matchup very well. So I think maybe what's going to happen here is they won't even ban Clerk. They'll probably try to ban, you know, some other type of hunter, and then just kind of take the Clerk, be prepared to play against it. And then who knows? Maybe we'll even see the potential Explorer that you know you talked about earlier.
Ooh.
We talked about I think yesterday, right? If I'm not mistaken,
Yes.
or maybe it was earlier today. I'm not really sure. But we talked about
Yeah.
Explorer being a good character for going against Clark because Clark, again, is about blocking off those ciphers, preventing survivors from popping that last cipher machine. Whereas with Explorer, you can just pop it instantly, right? So Explorer
Ooh.
is a very good character there. Maybe we'll see like a breaking wheel ban and then maybe some sort of Explorer strategies. I don't know yet. We'll have to see. But
Yes.
do
I
you
believe
ban Clark here
actually,
is the question.
yes, definitely. Because if you ban Clerk, I believe they're not gonna ban Clerk, to be honest. Because just like you said, Clerk is definitely countered by decoders, and I think if they do know they're gonna clerk a potential Clerk coming out, I think they if they use Explorer, it is definitely one of the survivors that can definitely counter many hunters. Really, because against Breaking Wheel, he will know beforehand where is he coming from and hide. So one of the things that Explorer mains master is always the hiding spots. They can hide close to the chair, they can hide next to the graveyard tombs, and they can hide in a stone, in a wall, in a bush, in everywhere they can find, they can hide there. And that's one of the things about it, that you need to be have a very good eye as a hunter. And I remember that even in a match with Wolf's Alex, he took a axe boy just to counter the explorer, and he wasted 3 ciphers just trying to find the explorer as an axe boy. And of course that was definitely very detrimental for his gameplay. So explorer, if you take it out as a surprise, it can definitely do some damage on the hunters that are not used to face a tiny little survivor that blends in the map. That could be really, really scary, and can suddenly he can pop the ciphers, pop this one, and then the only thing though that Explorer has against himself is that every time he finds his pages, he will pop, it will pop like a alarm, and then the hunter will know where is the direction. But if it happens to be away from the hunter will have to go all the way there and find him. But it's not like mechanic that you can see it. It will be small. So that is one of the things that Explorer is his strength, that he can lure the hunter away and also make him waste time in trying to play hide and seek. So if they do pick Explorer, I think that will be really, really good pick if there's a cleric, of course. So also Breaking Wheel a little bit too.
Yeah, and it looks like we're gonna have Ever Sleeping Town as the map here selected by WP. Ever Sleeping Town is it's a very good sculptor map. It's a very good Breaking Wheel map. So that actually works really well for WP Hunter. You know, we saw them play sculptor back in that in that previous round. So I guess it was MRC's clerk opted to go for Red Church there. So WP is selecting map. So WP actually is able to win on the opponent's map selection, which means that they're really favored going in. I thought they were only favored a little bit, having a 2-point lead. Now the other team gets map selection. Now they get to pick map after winning on the opponent's map selection. So that makes things really a lot more complicated for MRC, and it gives it an excellent lead here, for WP. So I think that basically what needs to happen here now is that the survivors need to get at least 2 survivors out the gate here, and you got to hope that maybe they don't ban Clerk. The problem is Clerk is on Ever Sleeping Town can be a bit challenging. There's a lot of really nice tight kiting areas for Clerk, a lot of very nice support options on this map. So I think that in reality, maybe you just don't ban Clerk at all, as you mentioned, and just kind of take the Clerk on Ever Sleeping Town here.
Yes, if I was a survivor team, I will go for the cleric. Now that you know a little bit how to counter her, of course, there is some cleric gameplays that she gets really lucky, and if she gets an early terror shock or an early down, that will be very detrimental for the whole match, because once one survivor is down, then everyone will decode a little bit slow, especially if you get that persona build. So that will be very scary. But at the same time, there is this survivor discipline that we see, that no matter what happens, they will finish their ciphers machine and go to the next one and go to the next one and push that cipher rush to the limit. And even with the last skill unlock of Cleric, controlling the last 2 ciphers and even controlling the gates, survivors are now slowly learning to adapt to this new type of gameplay from this hunter that Cleric brings out, which is just countering the cipher rush, countering the gate opening. So, but it is not something easy to do though. It's easy to say, but when you're actually in the game and you see that your tempo is messed up, then sometimes it can really make you panic and make some other mistakes.
Yeah, and learning how to play against Clerk, it's quite simple in reality. Like, it seems like it's going to be this big complex, sort of idea of how to be Clerk, but in reality, it's pretty simple. Just don't get recorded while interacting with things, especially while interacting with cipher machines. If you interact with a cipher machine while being recorded, then they're just going to go ahead and block off the cipher and reduce the progress that you put into it while you were being interacted with. But if you get if she uses the ability to get vision on you, tries to record you, just get off the cipher machine, wait for it to disappear, and then go back to decoding. Same with the exit gates. If you're not touching an exit gate, then it's not going to get blocked off, right? But the Clerk relies on the survivors doing something and then taking a recording of that and then placing it out somewhere. So if you get if the sculptors, if you're trying to prime a cipher machine, not the sculptor, the Clerk, sorry, they have a similar ability. The Clerk is using that ability on you. Just don't let yourself get recorded while you're interacting with a cipher, while you're touching the cipher machine.
Yes, actually, even though it's simple, like you said, sometimes you have no choice but to touch it because there's no other way. There's only 2 machines left in the map, and then you have to speed it up, otherwise your teammate will fly. So if you don't pop the machine, then there's no time to pop the other machine, and then no one can be alive. So there is also one thing that Clerk is good at doing, which is putting pressure on the survivors and messing up with what they're used to do, because you're used to just pop it when the rescue is done, or when before he goes to rescue, when he gets down, and then just pop it so he can make the rescue. But what happens here is like, and you might have seen it in the last NAU tournament, what Cleric did was control the last cipher and stop that rescue from happening, and stop that rescue, ultimately not letting anyone rescue, and that was the strength at the moment. So I think like once the survivors realize how important it is to not interact with the machine and not feed the clerk what she wants, which is the interactions that you have, then maybe we'll start countering clerk better.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw the clerk go for some interesting plays as well. The recording where the clerk records themselves swinging and tries to go for a hit that way. We never really see that recording come into effect. The clerk did try to use it a couple times, where they dropped the recording and then swung and got the hit on the survivor, and then tried to make it so the recording would get a follow up hit right after, and ended up not working out. And then they tried to use, I believe they used the spike, the chisel ability, just like the sculptor has, but for clerk, and then used that recording as well to try to get a hit on a survivor at some point in the game, but unfortunately did not work out for them there. But yeah, that's definitely something you got to watch out for as well. It's less common for that strategy to be utilized. Most of the time it's just using recordings, on survivors vaulting windows, interacting with pallets, throwing pallets down so you can pick them up. You can block off windows, block off pallets, and you make it so you can get free hits on them.
Yes, we see a little swap there from the team MRC that's going to swap as survivors there. And I think sometimes that's good about having playing a tournament with survivors. They can all swap a little bit and focus on trying to keep all your spirits up, because this is going to be an important match, Eli, between WP and MRC. For all you guys that have just come to this tournament, we're about to see WP MRC round 2 first half. And they're gonna definitely ban one of the strongest hunters of the other side. And as you said, the map is going to be Ever Sleeping Town. So this map is very good for Breaking Wheel. So if they do ban Breaking Wheel in this map, that could be put the other hunter in a difficult situation unless they have another hunter that is equally strong in this map. So yeah, this map is one of the most common used map during IVA. So I'm very familiar in general, especially the graveyard area being one of the best kiting areas, followed together with the second story buildings, one in the middle and one at the end. They are very good spots for kiting. So I believe the first bans we're gonna be seeing here is the Priestess ban, together followed up by either the Mercenary or the Seer ban.
Yeah, absolutely. It also depends on, okay, we're gonna see Forward and Priestess here. So we saw this in the first round. Again, the clerk just did not care about Seer at all, and the survivors didn't opt to pick it. The question is clerk gonna get banned? It looks like clerk is gonna get banned. Yeah, so they are gonna ban clerk here. Now the question is, do they go ahead and take Seer? I think that definitely could be a good option for them. I mean, again, we talked about how strong Seer is, how good it is against the majority of the meta, but it seems, again, like in this matchup, these two teams, they don't really prioritize it. So maybe we'll just see like a standard. I mean, Mercenary, Seer are the two best picks here. Yes. Those are the most standard picks. Those are the two best picks here. It really doesn't make sense to go anything else, but these two teams really have kind of their own strategies that they've been going with so far. And, it's been working so far, but I think we're actually going to see Mercenary and Seer that, again, definitely make the most sense. Oh, maybe Acrobat instead, actually. They're hovering over that here. Acrobat, a very good kiter overall, but just the Seer support with the Owl is so strong. So giving up the Seer here, allowing this hunter to potentially ban it if they want to go for that.
Ooh, Eli, yeah, that's right. They didn't respect the Seer. They're definitely not too sincere, because I believe that they also they feel they probably don't want to get spotted too early, and then with no owl, and then might be after the owl is utilized. With these pro hunters, it's so hard to get your second owl sometimes. So most of the time, you just use the Seer for the vision and covering one hit from your teammate or for yourself. So I think this team. WP already knows that they don't want only that. They probably are going to go for a little bit more like a defensive survivor, and I think also for decoding. So I think they might either pick Mechanic if she's not banned, because they definitely need a little bit of Cypher Rush, and if not, then another Entomologist, because Entomologist works really well together with Acrobat in this map with those small areas, small passages and pallets area. She can place the beast. And last but not least, I think think that they would choose either a survivor that can last a little bit longer. So maybe a magician with the illusion can also work well. There's so many areas here for putting illusion. So I think if they bring out those, ooh, there's a toy merchant from Scamander coming in. Oh, I almost forgot that Annie toy merchant works really well in Ever Sleeping Town because there's so many places that she can just use the plain wings and just fly from the window, and both second story buildings. So yeah, and Annie pick here, very interesting things here. And I think the last one definitely should be a decoder. What do you think, Eli?
I still think it should be Seer, but they just do not like Seer, so yeah, maybe we'll see Postman instead. I don't know, we'll have to see what the last ban is here. I think I think they just kind of they did skip one of the bans here. It looks like Magician is the last one, which again, Postman or a Seer here would be very good, but yeah, Magician being taken for the survivors. I guess both these two teams, they seem to... Oh, Nightmare? No way. Are we actually going to see that get played here?
Wow.
He's hovering over it. Yeah, he's hovering over it.
Yeah, he's hovering over it, definitely. Wow. Well, I am just... So far, if we see Nightmare Eli, this will be the first time in our IVC that we're seeing Eli so far. Sorry, Nightmare. But it is going to be locked in, guys. Nightmare coming in, the hunter that came together, follow up with Little Girl. This is such a new hunter, Eli, coming in for tournament gameplay. Is definitely going to bring so much for this game because it's going to have a little bit of a teleport and also cipher control. So for this survivor lineup, I believe that the Magician is going to bring a lot of new things against Nightmare, because using the illusion, he can trick the Nightmare to dash to him and then going away and then wasting time for the Nightmare fly.
Actually, yeah, and not only that, so an interesting interaction is that if the Magician uses an illusion, so if the Nightmare gets you know how the Nightmare has to hold the vision on a survivor for a few seconds before they can dash after them, if the Nightmare does that to the Magician and Magician uses illusion, it'll remove the vision and they have to reset it and redo it every time he uses an illusion. It actually just completely removes the effect completely, so he has to re-get the vision on him before he can dash at him again. So Magician actually, as long as there was no changes, I know that was before the most recent updates and things. So as long as there was no changes to that, Magician is a absolute 100% ridiculously strong hard counter to Nightmare, so much so that he's unchaseable. So that's probably why. I guess the survivors probably knew that Nightmare was going to get picked. That's why they went Magician here. Something like Toy Merchant also can be good because, if they do get vision on the Merchant, they can jump on their glider and fly away here. And then they have to, maybe re-get the vision as well. And then Mercenary, very good rescuer, Acrobatic, good kiter in general. So those are there for that reason. But yeah, Magician is a really strong hard counter to Nightmare if used properly. Actually, First Officer is as well, believe it or not. First Officer, if they use the watch, it actually also removes the vision, which, First Officer is not a very good character, so it makes sense to not really playing it. But Magician is a little bit better than First Officer and actually can be very good against Nightmare if done properly.
Definitely. Really excited to see this Magician coming in. And together with Toy Merchant, you have to keep in mind, Toy Merchant appears in the match with an item in her backpack. So imagine if that item is going to be a wand, it's going to provide Magician with a fourth wand. And that will give him so much power because a wand in the hands of this Magician can work so well with the speed boost and the extra mobility that he will get. So this will be very good because that's one of the beauty about playing together as survivors that can have good synergy between each other. Annie and Magician can work so well together. She can either, if it's not a wand, she can also throw a perfume or an elbow pads, and we will see how this match starts with Nightmare spawning right in the middle.
Yeah, Nightmare is going to go ahead spawning over, well, technically spawning over at back corner there, and is going to go ahead and rotate towards middle first, and then goes towards Graveyard, but he's not going to commit to Graveyard there. That is the Magician. Does catch sight of the Mercenary, so this is a really good start for the survivors. Mercenary getting found first is always ideal. We're going to see confined space as well. Will he chase the Mercenary? Mercenary uses an elbow pad, just barely avoiding the tram there. Does he continue to chase Mercenary here? This is a really bad chase. You don't want to chase Mercenary as almost any hunter. But it looks like Nightmare may not actually have a choice, and he's going to commit to Mercenary ultimately here, it looks like. I'm going to use another elbow pad to keep transitioning farther away here. Is now using Teleport, and he is going to go ahead and teleport away, but the Survivor already got to a pallet here, so an excellent setup for the Acrobat. They can go ahead and use the bomb here to create even more distance. White bomb here is okay. Nightmare's going to be able to walk around it anyway. He's just using it to create some more distance, and he is able to do that here. He also has no presence yet, which means he cannot teleport to the Crow as well.
Yes, the Acrobat is doing a great job avoiding these areas and now taking the fireball immediately. I think that was a good ball. However, the Nightmare immediately dodges it and goes around it, and now it's going to be up to Acrobat. He's still got one more ball in hand on cooldown. Oh, Toy Merchant flying away from her Cypher, and that was so crucial because amazing use of the catapult, and watch out for the tram as well. There, now it's going to be very, very clutch here because now the new target is going to be Annie. And still, Eli, like you said, there's no presence on the Hunter just yet.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and just take this pallet down here. He is able to get, I think, final vision onto this Toy Merchant, and he is able to get the first hit onto the Merchant. But the Cypher progress, so far along already, we see one Cypher Machine 70% of the way done, another one at 70, another one already started, actually a fifth one. They have all Cyphers have been worked on. They've all been started here. They've set themselves up really well to win this game here. Nightmare still hasn't even gotten his first extra presence. Now he is able to get that with that Terror Shock onto the Merchant, but the Survivors, they have enough progress to win this game. If played properly, they are putting themselves in a really good position. Now, Basement is a little bit of a factor here, but keep in mind you do have Mercenary with elbow pads. Nightmare's basement camp, Nightmare relies on going for dashes, right? And less so about drop hits. That never really comes up for Nightmare. So basement isn't going to be as strong as for Nightmare here. If Mercenary is able to make a clean rescue, then the Survivor should have a win on board.
Yes, this basement was definitely not one of the ideal ones, but he just decided to just to make it a little bit difficult to rescue, and now it's going to be for the Magician to be light up, and it's still going to come this basement, going to take advantage of the double hit, and it will be the Acrobat coming in, forcing the down first. Ooh, body blocking from the basement, and now going in for this rescue, trying to force a after half rescue, which he fails to do, and now Acrobat and Toy Merchant will be going out of the dungeon basement.
Yeah, what a beautiful rescue there, getting that. I think that was right before the line, if I'm not mistaken. So we're gonna see Toy Merchant, trying to get to the glider. They could have glided out that window potentially, but they're not able to get it. But again, the Cyphers are almost done. 2 Cyphers at 60 plus here. They've got enough on board to win the game. Now the question is, what does the Nightmare do here? Is he going to play very aggressively and go for a double teleport? Of course, you can go teleport toward one of the Cypher Machines and then teleport back to your Crow on Cypher on the rocket share and kip it that way. What's the Nightmare going to do? He's going to teleport. He's going to go for a basic teleport here. Who does he see here? It looks like it is the Acrobat, just using that to get away, so he knows that there's probably another Survivor on the field trying to make the rescue here. Yeah, who's it going to be? It looks like nobody.
Definitely going for that rescue right on time before she flies, and moving with the Acrobat. Yeah, the Acrobat will be the first time in chair. There's one Cypher remaining, which is almost about to be primed. So so far, this is looking really good for WP team. As far as we see, there's going to be a very perfect illusion right there from the Magician. Nice utilization, buying some extra time for the chair and for the Survivors to relocate around this last Cypher. Ooh, taking the normal hit, managing to get the rescue before half, and also getting down the Magician as well. That was really interesting gameplay from the Nightmare, because he decided to just down the Magician first and stop the decoding progress from this machine.
Yeah, and it looks like he's gonna mind gaming the Acrobat. Goes for the vault here. Can he get the hit? Is able to get the down on the Acrobat. Last Cypher Machine 86 and 17. Gonna go ahead and share that there. It's actually not 17, it's a little bit farther. Mercenary has some extra progress on that, has not been updated just yet, but it looks like he's gonna go ahead and go for the double chair, I think. Will Magician, he's actually gonna get up here, goes for that hit there. Is the Cypher Machine primed? It's not primed, so Magician is gonna be onto the rocket chair here. And the question is, can Mercenary, they should be able to prime that corner house Cypher Machine in time here. And it looks like we're probably just gonna see them maybe try to go for a double save. I think that's the best bet here. Yeah, looks like they're going for that double rescue.
Yeah, double rescue is on the line here. Acrobat coming from the side, using that bomb to buy some extra distance, going down. But now they pop the Cypher and immediately everyone will be up. That was so clutch. And now Annie is going to the gate. Acrobat going to the middle, and everyone is dispersing, each man to their own, trying to get the attention away from the gates so at least they can escape. So this is going to be a very good end game for the survivors. Everyone preparing for the last minutes of the match.
We are going to see that vault there, trying to stay alive. Oh, gets the vault off in time, able to avoid that dash there. Is going to go, no, not going down here either. What an excellent job from the survivor, and somehow that misses as well. Trying to go for a dash, still not able to get anything. Excellent job here, teleporting to the gate here. Does he know where the magician is? Oh, he does get the side of magician. Very fast down onto the magician there. He still has teleport available. He can go right back to the other exit gate here, Soy. Is he gonna, yeah, he's gonna go for the teleport there to the exit gate here. Has caught sight of the toy merchant and still able to keep kiting here. This merchant's doing an excellent job.
Yes, this is one of the things about Stuka here in the Nightmare. You're utilizing the teleport right at the right moment, because if he doesn't teleport there, Toy Merchant will be able to open the gate and get the gate open for the rest everyone. And now amazing vault, amazing manking here from the Toy Merchant, baiting those hits right there, ultimately getting some distance, and now going to the strongest point for her, which is the second story building, where she can easily use the glide to just go away. And now everyone will be heading back to the other gate, and Nightmare is still not being able to reach this Merkin. She's about to just reach in the middle with the dungeon all the way north. It's going to be a little bit difficult for her to reach there, but once again, she's still not giving up, making it difficult for the Nightmare to focus. At the same time, we'll finally go down right here, and it will be a win for the Survivor team.
Yeah, 3 survivor escape there. Now all WP has to do now for the Hunter side is just get a tie. So excellent job there. You really see, it's very unfortunate, but you really see why Nightmare just doesn't get used in tournaments. Good survivors will be able to kite Nightmares consistently. Even a full presence Nightmare, which on paper has very good chasing abilities with that double jump ability, but it's just like, it's just so tough because a good survivor can mind game very well. The Toy Merchant definitely the MVP of that game. Excellent mind games overall, especially in the end. Wasted so much time, forced him to the Nightmare to teleport earlier than they wanted to, and it really messed with the Nightmare's end game. And Nightmare, again, double teleport Nightmare, which when you say double teleport, we mean having the teleport trade and also having the crow available. It allows for better map pressure, especially in the late game, but it also makes your chase worse because you don't have blink. So that's kind of the trade-off, right? So that's kind of was a big difference maker there. Having very good map pressure, trying to push for a win in the end, but the Toy Merchant just kited so well, and the survivors just played things. They just took advantage of Nightmare being a weak hunter, and they're able to get 3 survivors out the exit gate. If WP's hunter gets 2 survivors eliminated or more, then WP will be winning this matchup.
Exactly, as you saw, even though with the teleport on point and using the ultimate skill, which is just teleporting to anywhere he wants, just following the crowd, that definitely didn't manage to pay off at the end, especially because of the last kite that the Toy Merchant did against a full detention, full presence Nightmare. Kudos for the Toy Merchant there, managing to contain the hunter as long as possible, giving chance for everyone else to just go for the gate, and almost aiming for the dungeon as well, because I believe if she still put a catapult in the middle or somewhere else, she could use the glide to just glide to the dungeon, and that's just something a lot of Toy Merchants like to do. So that was really close, almost a 4-man escape for WP right here. Amazing gameplay. I will see the stats real quick. There is the Acrobat kite with 115 seconds, and the longest kite was by the Toy Merchant Scamander by 165-second kite.
Yep.
Actually, Eli, I think this is one of the longest kite we have seen so far. That is really long containment time. And we see Merc Coder once again 240% decoding progress. I think one of the things that WP did really well is that they didn't stop become stubborn about the last cipher, because you saw they had a cipher that was almost 90%. What imagine if they just go for that one and focus on one cipher and they don't go for another cipher like this mercenary did. That will have been a totally different outcome, because the power of the nightmare is to go from one cipher to another, and they knew that. So they decided to start a whole cipher from scratch, and that's what the mercenary did. And that paid off so well, because at the beginning, when they didn't manage to pop it on time, it was the magician's turn to be on the chair, and that was his first chair. And that definitely bought so much time for mercenary to finish the last cipher. And that was also a very, very good decision that the WP team made to try to finish the last cipher before there is the nightmare goes there.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's also interesting to see Toy Merchant having the best containment time. It's like Toy Merchant's typically in there for support, right? They're in there they're in there for supplying that extra item. They're in there for supplying the catapult support. They're not really in there to be a kiter, right? Toy Merchant doesn't have kiting abilities besides the glider, right? So that's really like it's really interesting to see how the Toy Merchant, just the raw kiting skills of this player, just having very good kiting mechanics, was able to mind game that nightmare for long periods of time and just extend the kites longer than the nightmare would like. And it's just again just goes to show Nightmare just a tough character. Of course, it's always very exciting to see a non-meta character like Nightmare. Like, I always really enjoy to see that sort of character come out and play in these sort of tournaments. It's just really unfortunate because it's just never going to have a lot of win potential. As long as the Survivor teams really know what they're doing, they're never really going to lose to a hunter like Nightmare, because Nightmare just struggles so much in chase. And that's just kind of the biggest downside for him, is that his chasing abilities are just very underwhelming.
Yes, exactly. As you saw right at the end of the game, even though with the full presence that the Nightmare got, is still unable to land a hit on the Toy Merchant, even with the tension. So that's one of the things some of the survivors not even fear the tension, and the Toy Merchant did an amazing job luring those hits, luring those swings. And sometimes the swings can be a little bit fast or a little bit short. In this case, it followed a little bit short for her, and she would just keep going all the way up and using everything she can, because at that point, like you said, it has nothing to work with. She's not a kiter survivor, she's just a support survivor. So this shows how can you, even with full presence Nightmare, still kite him for giving enough time for everyone to escape. And that is the power of the survivor's kite, especially towards the end of the game, where they can definitely take advantage of the hunters stress for taking one survivor back with them.
Yeah, for sure. And again, going into this last round here, what hunter do you think we're going to see here from WP? Again, they only need to get a tie, right? So if they get a tie, then WP is going to win this round number 2, and they will be advancing. Considering what we've seen from them so far, what hunter do you think would be the best option for them to just at least get 2 survivors eliminated and just kind of win the round from here?
I think WP Potters, the hunter name is Potters. I really like the name. I think he definitely will try to bring either a breaking wheel to this point, or if not, like you said, only need a tie, right? So maybe if it's not breaking wheel because one of his mains, then maybe a Bloody Queen, because as you see, Bloody Queen is a very strong tie hunter, and it also depends on the map. Another tie hunter that we haven't really talked about much is an Anne. Ants are actually quite strong if you want to only aim for a tie. So watch out, all of you Anne mains with the cat lady. Really rooting for seeing an Anne, to be honest, because Anne is one of the ideal hunters for reaching if you only want to settle for a tie. Especially, of course, sometimes you can get an all man kill, but if you just want a tie, Anne is the way to go. So if we see an Anne right here, I wouldn't be surprised at all, because WP only needs a tie. And Potters is also I don't know if he's main Anne, but I wouldn't be surprised if he is, because there's many hunters that like to play with Anne as well. Such a fun character to play. You can just throw your cats, trap the survivors on the cats, and then count the chair with your cane, and that is really just much as the Anne gameplay it is. So this is going to be really cool if he knows they only need a tie to bring those type of hunters that are very safe, very fast as well, very aggressive. So yeah, let's go. If we see an Anne, definitely I'll be very interested in that. However, though, besides Anne and Bloody Queen, what other hunter do you think will be good for a tie?
Well, yeah, it's definitely Bonbon would be good as well. I don't think we're gonna see Anne just because Anne is very, very weak on Ever Sleeping Town, so it wouldn't really make sense to play Anne here. Maybe on a smaller map such as Arms Factory or Red Church, it definitely could work, but I don't think that's gonna be the first character in mind here for the WP Hunter. We are gonna see Breaking Wheel is banned here. Ford and Seer, of course, being eliminated here, the two most standard. The two kind of strongest characters in the game currently, Mercenary and Priestess, are also being very good, but they are going to be go ahead and be locked in for the Survivor side. Now, the next ban here will, again, it's really the next ban. The second ban that they have as an option after the first two locks is really helps us figure out what type of hunter they're going to play. Oh, Psychologist gets banned. This is interesting. Okay, so this means that they might be gearing to place maybe something like a Dream Witch. Maybe they're also just eliminating this because it would also work for a single hit hunter they're trying to play. Maybe they're trying to play Bloody Queen or Geisha, two single hit hunters. This pretty much eliminates any thought of Bonbon with Psychologist and Seer being banned. We're not going to see Bonbon at all. Still, Sculptor is still on the table potentially with this Gravekeeper ban. Yeah, I actually don't really know what we're going to see here. This is very interesting.
Yeah, the fact that they banned Psychologist and Gravekeeper, this hunter know what he's banning because of a reason. So I think that they definitely don't want a survivor that can contain the hunter for long, because we both know that Gravekeeper can contain the hunter relatively well with those two shovels, and Psychologist is always able to get the hit. So we will see the Geisha coming in, a Geisha gameplay from Potters. That is amazing. Especially because I think Geisha is, we forgot about Geisha. Geisha is a perfect hunter for getting a tie. And I think we might be able to see a tie coming in from this Geisha. We'll see how will she strive to get this tie done. And on the side of the survivors, very dangerous here with a mechanic, Eli, if you may ask me, because this survivor is like playing with, instead of 4, like I said, it's like playing against 5 because of that robot. It can bring so much attention for the hunter because she has to transition away if she finds the robot first and then go to the mechanic, and if she finds the mechanic first, she would just be able to deal with the robot. So either way, it is very, very strong here counter for the Geisha. One of the hunters that what most fears is Cypher Rush. So very, very risky. But anyway, they're gonna go for it. And Potters with Geisha in this map, I believe is one of the best maps for Geisha.
Yeah, it's not a bad map for Geisha. And we're gonna see, yeah, mechanic here is a little bit risky as well, just because survivors need to get they need to get a win, right? They need to get 3 stars out the gate here. Mechanic is built to draw, less so to win, but if played properly, can still of course push for wins here. Yeah, we'll see what Potters can do. We are going to load into our match momentarily here. We are going to have the Geisha spawning over, I think over spawned at bad corner as well here, immediately going towards Fake 8 middle, then corner house, which is very curious route. This is, you never really see hunters take this route because a lot of survivors don't really spawn over here. So yeah, just Potters unfortunately not knowing the spawn here is going to cost them and actually allow the survivors to rotate for free a little bit. Looking for corner house, trying to find where Tinnitus is from. It is from that bot, but he does not even see it. So a pretty good start for the survivors in terms of rotation.
Yeah, going to be finding here the acrobat first, and it's going to have one ball already ready for the Geisha to avoid the first dash, and now not taking the butterfly interested enough because you always need those butterflies to stop and do the skill check. So however, they're going for this area. Oh, we'll be taking the first hit so early in game. There's already been 1 minute since the match started, so it's still looking good for the survivors so far. Now going for the mad dash, trying to buy some distance. Oh, nice mad ball on the Geisha, slowing her down and using this Priestess portal that is already been set up for him to transition to this graveyard area, and now is looking really, really clutch for the Geisha, using the butterfly to go again. Ooh, buying some distance, but using the flywheel and going again through the window.
Yeah, interesting choice here from Potters. It actually brings Abnormal, which doesn't really make sense. Abnormal's a good... Oh, goes for that swing. Oh, he does not go for the pallet stun there. Goes for that hit there, and he is not able to get it. Continuing to kite here in this area. Bringing Abnormal here is an interesting decision. Abnormal is a good build when you need to try to go for a heavy amount of kills, like going for a 4-person elimination. Gets the pallet stun as well. So I don't really understand why not just bring Blink. If he had Blink, he runs into a wall as well, but he misses the hit in the process, goes for another swing, misses that hit as well. If he had Blink, he could have gotten this elimination a lot quicker. We're going to see him try to dash through this, but he couldn't be able to do so as long as he holds down the skill check. Yeah, if he has Blink, I mean, there's like 3 different situations where Blink would have been good there. Blink is a very good draw build. Again, you don't need Abnormal. Abnormal's a winning build here. You only need to tie, so it doesn't really make sense to play that for Potters here, and it's really just backfiring.
Yeah, just like you said, bringing Abnormal in this type of tie, only need a tie situation. It doesn't really work well because we have seen so far many. Oh, another pallet stun from the mechanic. And without the Blink, like you said, making it really difficult for Geisha to catch the first target, which was the Acrobat, and now forcing her to switch for the mechanic, going to take that hit while put the pallet down. Also already used the Abnormal once, and there's only 2 ciphers remaining, Eli. One of them 77, one is going to be started soon. So far, so good for the survivors.
Yeah, absolutely. This is really just looking like a winning position, even with that Abnormal. Still a lot of Cypher progress in play here. Does Mechanic have... Oh, beautiful hit through the pallet. Mechanic actually does have Tide Turner. But the bot is still in play, so the bot can still continue to decode here. And we're going to see him chair the Mechanic over near this last Cypher machine. So this will force them to start a new one. So, I mean, Potters isn't out of this just yet, but it's going to be really hard here. Goes for that dash to the Priest. Wow, what a dash. Got through the wall there. He's able to get a free hit on Priestess in the process. Mercenary getting an early rescue, but all he has to do is go back for this Mechanic, get Mechanic down back on the rocket chair as well. And that last Cypher is 0%, so Potters has a little bit of time to work with.
Yes, now there's only 1 cipher remaining, and Mechanic is gonna go down right here with last effort. To be honest, because it's a little bit far away to do Abnormal, even though the machine is not yet advanced, it will be a little bit difficult for her to reach it, because that's one of the things with Abnormal. You have to be close enough to the chair in order to Abnormal it. So, and the robot is also here. And will she make it to the basement though? Because, wow, going for the basement, it definitely buys a little bit extra time for that last effort to be popped. And without teleport on the hand, it's just gonna make it a situation where the survivors can prime it and just go for the normal rescue. So the only thing left here for the Geisha is to try to camp this chair with all her might. And she missed the Acrobat right there. Oh, flywheel on point. Trying to hit either the Mechanic or the Acrobat, either one will be going. Ooh, hitting the Mechanic, and now Cypher Machine not yet done. Almost. That was so close for the Mechanic to stand up. But now there's going to be 3 survivors still up. Ooh, they just pop it.
Why the Cypher was? I think it was primed. What they didn't? Unless we missed something there. The Cypher showed that it was primed there on the screen. It showed 98%. They didn't pop it when Mechanic got hit. That makes no sense at all. Now Potters just gets a tie from that. Now it's over. He's gonna go ahead and get the doesn't even have flywheel to use there. Gonna get the down here, and Potters just ties because the pop never happened. Unless we missed something, I don't really understand what happened there, but maybe they thought that Mechanic had an extra chair time and they could go for another rescue. I don't really know, but Potters are going to put Priestess on the rocket chair, and with the tension, he can just camp out this Priestess, destroy that long portal, and that should be the tie there. So, according to Entity, what happened is both survivors ran away from the Cypher machine instead of having someone prime it. So. Shout out to Entity for that. But yeah, wow, a huge game-changing misstep from the survivor side of MRC, and that's gonna most likely make it so WP is able to win here.
Yes, it's gonna cost them this one that they needed. It's gonna cost them a lot because they needed a win here, and the fact that they cannot, because I was also waiting for the pop, and then I also saw that there's no one popping it. Like you said, I was a bit waiting for it, but at the same time. What a gameplay from the Geisha, now clutching for the rescue for the Priestess. Eli, acrobat is going to be sit on the chair for the first time, and like you said, it looks like it's definitely going to be a tie, but there's all going for these rescues, and you don't know that the tension is almost about to be over in the next 10 seconds. So that could be a little bit of a risky possibility of going for another rescue there, while Geisha is definitely just going to try to clutch this cut on the priestess, using all the portals to go a mad dash for the gate, and using a portal again. The acrobat and the mercenary are also running away. Wow, there is
Wait,
here.
they have oh, the geisha has teleport. She could have just teleported and cut off the priest. What? No, she teleports to the other gate, and they're gonna be able to get out and get a win here. The geisha had teleport. They could have just teleported to the gate and cut off the priestess. I don't understand. Now they teleport away with tinnitus. That just allows both survivors to get out, and just like that, the both survivors will actually make it out. And the huge misstep from the survivor side. Now Potter, a big misstep in return, and we're gonna see a round 3 from that. Wow.
At times, you thought it was a tie, and now when they put the acrobat, it still looked like a tie. But the moment they choose to save both survivors, they all try to mind game, and they went in a triangle shape. One for looking that is going to go towards the north, the other one to the gate, and the other one in the back. So they both divide, and then they mix all together once they know Geisha used teleport. So that was amazing mind game from the survivors right here, that they managed to clutch that 3-man escape for WP right here. That was so scary, Eli. This is top tier gameplay, guys. This is how you counter when you need a win. They just find a way somehow. And you saw, Eli, that actually Geisha tried to cheer the priestess as far as the gate, as far as she could possibly, which is inside the graveyard. But they still managed to reach there, and that is all because no one had been cheered except for the mechanic at that point, and that chair time bought them so much time to go for those clutch rescues, and ultimately going in for that 3-man elimination.
Yeah, 3 survivor escape. Yeah, I don't really understand. I don't really understand at all what happened at the end. I mean, so basically, just to recap, what happened is on the cipher pop, both survivors left the cipher for some reason, so no one could pop, and then the mechanic gets chaired, and then it turns into a draw situation because of that. Potters then downs the priestess, allowing them to chair in graveyard, and all he has to do is camp out the priestess with detention, and they win. And and WP wins, but instead he gets greedy and changes to acrobat for some reason. Again, there's no reason to try to push for win. Just take the tie and get the win overall. But gets greedy, goes for acrobat, and even then it's still fine, because then he just gives up on camping on acrobat and goes for priestess instead for some reason. And then priestess goes to the exit gate, and then he could have just teleported to the gate and cut off priestess from making it, but then just didn't teleport and let priestess walk out the gate instead, and then had tinnitus at the gate and then teleported to the other gate. I guess assuming someone might go there, but I'm not really sure. That was an interesting game. I'm not really sure how to sum that one up, but yeah, very exciting back and forth matchup there.
Definitely like a game of attack, like a tag war, definitely pulling all the strings back and forth, both Geisha and survivors. Kudos for the Geisha though, she really was doing so well for the tie, but at the end the survivors did such a mind game on her, and we will see real quick the match stats. Acrobat 160 seconds together with Mercenary 34 and 50 and 82 from the mechanic. Well, what a long containment time from the Acrobat right there. 160 second, guys. And also last but not least, we see Merc Coder coming in with 245% of decoding speed. That was amazing. So yeah, so far what we see is going to be definitely a very nice third round. Like both teams are doing their best here. Kudos to both teams, by the way. Both hunters and survivors are doing such a great job trying to pull these points out, taking the much points they can, because this is actually their only chance they have right now to try to get into the match. So yeah, definitely really good. MRC, WP, these are the match results so far. WP 9 points and MRC 7 points.
Okay, so yeah, it's Entity speaking here. I'm just gonna announce that Eli has been trapped in Ever Sleeping Town. He's going to be staying in one of the houses in Ever Sleeping just to get some naps. After all that casting session, nice to be here with you, Soy Milk. Hello.
Hello, entity. Hello, hello.
Hello. Hello, chat.
Hello. This is the also amazing entity here. This is I'm also a streamer as well. Really glad to be and sing with you together. He's also a top tier survivor. So yeah, watch out,
Nah,
watch out for it.
yeah, I'm totally a top tier survivor. A 369 no terror shock. Now believe in me. Yeah, I'm actually a top tier hunter, but that's a story for another day. Uh, yeah, exciting match that we have been having. As Eli just stated before me, what a sequence of events in the previous round. The survivor miscommunicate and didn't have the time to pop the cipher, and the geisha missed the opportunity to get a three-man to get a draw in that game. So yeah, very. I have no word for the matches that I've just saw there, and Eli, I believe, didn't have the same thought as mine. So yeah, I
Yeah,
believe it.
we both are very shocked. But once again, Geisha is actually known for being a Thai hunter. So him about to get the Thai was actually what everyone was expecting to
Yeah.
happen. But suddenly there was some mishaps here and there from both survivor and hunter side, and that's what we see. That's the also the real thing about seeing these matches live together with you guys is that this is the reality, you know, guys. Like this is what happens. We're all humans, and we all bound to, you know, get a little bit stressed, get a little bit nervous, and make some little mistakes here and there. But now we're gonna go soon to the third round.
Yeah.
WP versus MRC. Let's see whether these little warm-ups thing they have been doing, maybe they're just it's just making them bring up their best. And you know that diamonds are made in the high temperature, so they need to feel this heat, this pressure, and then to try to bring the best of them for the next following matches.
A little bit unlucky for the geisha there, but I believe the geisha was doing us a favor, giving everyone another game to witness in this very exciting matchup between Mercenary and WP right here. I'm actually quite interested in knowing what the third map will be. Do you have any prediction? Because I'm kind of leaning toward Chinatown.
I would like to see Chinatown entity because I haven't
Yeah.
seen a Chinatown today, and Eli and me were seeing a lot of Chinatown yesterday, especially in the first rounds, because like he mentioned also, Chinatown is such a strong map for breaking wheel, and
Oh, yeah.
and even though we also saw a Soul Weaver in Chinatown, so it's a strong map for Hunter. So I think that if we see Chinatown, we're definitely in for a treat because Chinatown is one of my favorite maps because all the decorations, it makes it look so familiar. So I really
Yeah.
like Chinatown a lot. How about you, Didi? Which map do you think that you would like to see in the next round?
Yeah, I just say that I think it's going to be Chinatown because the structure of Chinatown is kind of similar to Ever Sleeping. A lot of corridor, like a lot of big building, and a two-story building in order for the survivor to transition. As for the breaking wheel, I don't believe the survivor is just gonna take them out here. But actually, Mercenary gonna pick Lakeside Village as the third map in this matchup.
Lakeside Village, such a nice map for many hunters, especially like Nayad, Breaking Wheel, as well as Bloody Queen, maybe, because actually Bloody Queen with the long mirror can counter that long distance between ciphers and survivors. So I think having a Bloody Queen in this map could be good because we know for sure they're gonna ban Cleric, they're gonna ban Breaking Wheel as well, and most definitely we won't be seeing such hunter like Green Witch most likely. So I believe they should bring out something a little bit more safe, such as we've seen Bloody Queen works very well when you want to play safe because of those mirrors can be really good countering stunners and avoiding walls and avoiding objects. So I think playing Bloody Queen in Lakeside Village could work quite well for the hunter.
Or even in Lakeside Village, you did bring up this hunter, Naya. The Naya can be utilized in the Lakeside Village in order to cover the boat area, or even the small boat, the shack area. A lot of kiting area can be restrained by that puddle area made by Naya. But as you said earlier, a lot of hunter to be banned here. The Breaking Wheel, the Dream Witch, even the Clerk, as we have seen in the first match in this matchup.
Yeah, I also agree with you. I don't really think we will see Clerk in this match, but not only because of the ban, but I also believe that this type of large maps don't really benefit Clerk because Clerk being a hunter, being a hunter that relies mainly on the early presence. Survivors can definitely run away from this middle boat area, window area, and Paulette's hut area, and especially the boat area. Imagine being a cleric and having to deal with survivors looping you in the boat area. That can be very scary. So I think the reason they pick Lakeside Village is because they don't want to have to ban the cleric because they're pretty sure they're not gonna play cleric in Lakeside Village. It will be a very bold decision if they do that.
And I have had some experience in playing Nightmare, and I have to say that the Nightmare is very powerful in Lakeside Village. So I think the map pick from Missouri is kind of leaning toward allowing Zuka to utilize the Nightmare more easily. And so we're gonna head into the ban picks phase of MRC and WP in the third round right here in Lakeside Village.
Yes, we see Potters as the hunter for WP, and for the survivors as still is Judas, Kuma, Cassandra, and Momo. So for everyone that just joined our stream, this is MRC versus WP, two newcomer teams that are about to go into the third round, first half. And now we definitely gonna be two hunter bans right here. Yeah. And they're gonna be Breaking Wheel, and we don't know the next band, but most likely either Sculpture or Dream Witch, like you said. So those are the most likely bands here because we know they have a strong Sculpture and Breaking Wheel mates.
Yeah, the tea party has started. Eli, Priestess, and Forward is going to be staying in the tea party right here. Portal, not wanting to deal with the Priestess at all in Lakeside Village. The Portal can be detrimental in chasing a character because the Priestess allows the survivor to transition more easily. As for the two hunter ban, it could be the Geisha actually, because the Geisha has actually got a lot of map pressure previously, and the Geisha can also transition from area to area more easily, especially in a big map.
Oh yeah, totally agree with you. Geisha in Lakeside Village is very scary because she can hide as well for the survivors using the walking mode where she can be very fast before going into flying mode. And that could be very scary for the survivors. Wow!
Banning the X-Boy, that's totally not on my book at all. And the Breaking Wheel, allowing Porter to use the Geisha once again. Yeah, they totally can deal with a Geisha, so that's reasonable.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely didn't expect the Axe Boy ban right there. It's not a common ban, but in this map particularly, they maybe know that Potters have an Axe Boy in hand, maybe like a super strong Axe Boy. I'm very confident about it, and they don't want to have to deal with that at this point. So they're definitely going for the strong survivors, which is Mercenary, the strongest rescuer in our game, together with Acrobat, one of the strong support and kite survivors going in. So I think for this map entity, I truly think they need a decoder. I think that they have to be someone who pops those ciphers being so far from each other. So I believe the use of Prisoner would be actually not a bad idea.
Yeah, banning the mechanic there. Porter know that they are going to pick a decoder, but no, actually going with the psychologist. So they are trying to play the long game, I believe. Since in the big map like this, you really can force the hunter into an area, and by that the other survivor can decode. I mean, they can totally go with the sacrificial situation in order to gain a better result here. Banning the Embalmer also.
Ooh, yes. Ooh, just like we were talking, Embalmer definitely going to be banned because they also know this team has a strong Embalmer, and they definitely do the homework right there. But no, now Andrew coming in. Yay, Andrew lovers, Andrew cheese. Let's go.
Yeah, they are really committed to the long game.
Definitely, all these survivors can take a lot, especially Gravekeeper, Mercenary, and Psychologist right there out of the bat. And so I think for the Hunter, Sculpture coming in, like
Oh,
we're
yeah.
saying, nice. So
Yes,
one of the best survivors to be caught at the beginning definitely will be Acrobat, because he's kind of a little bit slippery at the beginning of the match with only one bomb there to deal with and not much room. So I believe if he finds the Acrobat, could be good for the Hunter.
Yeah, I think in the bunch, the Psychologist would be the best. Because you can gain the present early on. And yeah, you know, the Psychologist had nothing to kite with. Except for... Unless the Psychologist went with the Flower Effect build or the Broken Window. If else, then the Psychologist really is a great target to go up against with the Galatea.
Yes, I think one of the things, like just you mentioned, getting that presence is crucial for a hunter like Galatea. So the fact that psychologists can take more than one hit and still be up, that can work a lot. And if she places the status very on clutch spots like windows and then forcing for that terror shock like we saw before it happened in Red Church, they will place the status right at windows, waiting for the survivors to vault or make a little mistake, and that's when the hunter takes advantage and forces them to just get all the presents from them and then forcing for the rescue as well. So I think Sculpture is one of the best hunters in this map because of those long distance cipher control, as well as soon as he gets the presents.
Okay, we're gonna head into the match between MRC and WP in round 3. Here, Galatea spawned at the front gate right here and gonna transition into the big boat. I believe someone is in the big boat. I'm just gonna make sure it's going to be
the psychologist.
Yeah, the psychologist. So it's the greatest the greatest spawn that the sculptor can have in this game right here.
Yes, the beginning of the match, finding psychologist, trying to farm those hits from her, and now going down the first floor. Ooh, going for the window vault so early on, getting a little bit of boost right
Able
there.
to get a chip though.
Ooh,
from
yes.
Porter.
Yes.
I think the psychologist is just gonna stay in this area and try to stay away from all the other survivors cipher, but able to get another chip from Porter, and the normal hits will take place here. First present is unlocked, and I believe the blink is about to be available for Porter to be used here.
Yes, a blink here will be very good to push it out because they want to get this first down really fast for the sculpture, and now it's going to kite this area, going to force the blink, but no. Ooh, first down, but didn't force the blink out, so there's still a possibility for a rescue stuff, and there is a basement here, so going for the basement party immediately without thinking of it, that is very fast-minded for a sculptor. Looking good for Potter so far.
Yeah, I've said earlier they should think about the selling of the psychologist here in order to make up for the cipher for the cipher machine, since I think the best possible outcome for this match is going to be either a draw or a 3-man escape. Rescuing a person from the basement is, I would say, almost impossible.
Yes, especially when you still have 3 ciphers remaining and there's no decoder in your team.
Yeah.
So it's gonna take, first of all, it's gonna take a long time to go down to the basement rescue, and also you leave your cipher behind, so you are 1 cipher less, putting much more pressure, unnecessary pressure on your team. So that's why Gravekeeper is just starting a new cipher, his second cipher, and everyone is just going to focus on the cipher, just like you said. So it definitely makes sense. Giving a little bit earmark maybe will be the only thing they can do at this point, but definitely not going for rescue.
Change to teleport and immediately going for Noob Momo, the Gravekeeper here. Wanted order actually spotted the Gravekeeper, so it's reasonable for Porter to immediately go for another survivor to go up against. Still, yeah, not rescuing the psychologist. Great call from the survivor side. Now, Noob Momo gonna try to avoid the statue, but get a normal hit here and also a statue hit. So max present has been unlocked. Sculptor gonna have an easier time downing a character.
Yes, because he only got another shovel, but he's still going into the shovel once again. That's really good for the Gravekeeper. Fast hand, forcing the normal hit on the shovel, buying some extra distance, but now the status will be placed on. And we see there is another transition here. Is the mercenary in teddy bear outfit going for the last cipher? Yeah.
Mercenary transition to the cipher that we have that the Gatekeeper has been decoding in the previously. Now I believe Judah should be the one coming in for rescue, since Porter is trying to chair the Gatekeeper near this cipher.
Yes, and we see that there is they're gonna force Mercenary away from the last cipher. Nice elbow pad, forcing an early rescue as well, because Potters wants to take as much time as possible from this rescue.
Ooh! 2 statue hit and a normal hit coming in from Porter. Great understanding of the skill there coming from Porter. Nobubu is going to be hit by the normal attack and a double down situation.
And now, but the Acrobat now is going for a 60% machine as well. So Acrobat is also, the fact that Acrobat is focusing on another machine, it shows that they definitely don't want to commit to only one machine.
No, actually they are decoding the same machine here. Acrobat is actually coming back for the cipher there. Gatekeeper trying to run away from that cipher. Masuri gonna try to self-heal and decode the last cipher, while Kuma sneaking into the chair and possibly making a safe rescue if possible.
Yes, one of the strongest thing here is a full presence Galatia trying to stop a rescue. Is gonna be very, very good if he can get that rescue done. But no, he knows that he will go for the chair and he decides to just teleport immediately. He's not taking any chances to get this rescue done and now going to focus on the Acro while the mercenary machine about to be primed.
Yeah, Kuma could totally be down by the statue right here, and it's going to happen. Kuma going to be chair while Mercenary pop the cipher just a little bit late, I believe, because the cipher wasn't there yet. Judah's gonna try to survive the situation as the dungeon is actually as a small ball, so there's a chance that Mercenary can escape through the dungeon.
Exactly. There's a huge chance right here, Entity, because Mercenary got 2 elbow pads left, and that is huge for a Mercenary. So he's gonna have to wait around a little bit. We don't know if the Acrobat bring a snooze or not, but he doesn't, then he's gonna work a little bit. Well, the chair is gonna speed up normally, and Sculptor is gonna just have to try to spot this Mercenary before he reaches the dungeon.
I mean, MRC has to make the escape. If Sculptor managed to get a 4K, it is going to be the end for MRC, since the previous round result was 6-3, 4-4, I believe. And for this game, MRC has to get at least 1 man escape.
Exactly, and now we see him doing a little, canceling the elbow pad, but no, there's another elbow pad left. That is really good. Nice statue hit, and now we see there's one more elbow pad.
He will win. Oh my god, what a sequence of events. It's going to be WP, the winner of this matchup. Incredible Galatia coming from the side of Porter. Yeah, I'm totally speechless with this game.
Yes, the Sculpture bringing the tension for that match definitely knew that she had a very, very high chance to get an all kill, and that's what she did. She went. You only go with that build when you definitely thinking about an all kill. Sometimes only when you don't bring the tension is when you're playing conservatively. But this time, Sculpture choosing the detention heal, because you have to think Entity. If he didn't bring the tension, then there's no way that he can stop the Mercenary from getting dungeon.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. The two statue hit right there with a normal hit. If that wasn't a detention hit, Masuri still had the chance to make his way into the dungeon, since Acrobat already expired at that situation. So yeah, congratulations to WP, and thanks MRC for joining. You guys did very great. Look at the result. I think the result is very close, like a 6-3 or 4-4. Yeah. Incredible stuff on both sides.
Yes, that was an amazing gameplay from Sculpture, and of course kudos for the survivors for also doing their best so far. Everyone did so well, and once again these are 2 newcomer teams that are new to the arena, so kudos for everyone for joining and putting yourselves out here for us to watch your gameplay. It is really a trip for me. I really enjoy watching this tournament so much together with you guys, and we will be seeing here a little bit of the stats.
Yeah, look at the stat here. The Acrobat actually decoded 217%, while the Gatekeeper seems to be the most that contained the Hunter with 63.3 seconds. Yeah. Pretty much in control of the game for Galatea with that down of the psychologist in the big boat and the basement. Luckily, is in there to support the sculptor in the quest to get the 4K.
Yes, the fact that the basement was right where the psychologist happened to be hiding, that was definitely on the sides of the hunter and works so well. Because imagine if she decides to put Ada, the psychologist, outside the boat, then that could give a huge chance for the survivors to get an easy rescue and also possibly just getting a 3-man kill instead of an all kill. So that worked out perfectly, because Entity, it's not really common to see Sculpture going for basement party unless she needs it, you know, like we saw another match in Ever Sleeping, she didn't went for basement party. So that was really good that she knew that, oh, this is what I have to do. Long map, very big map, and then not let anyone rescue.
Yeah, my apology. It's actually a 5-3, but yeah, same opinions still apply. Both sides did incredible. It's just that the luck were on the Galatea side, and also the ability to go for the teleport right after downing the psychologist in the basement. Yeah, them not going for the rescue is actually a good call, but the Galatea just on top of the game at that very moment.
Yes, totally agree. And such a good lineup they had though. They had Andrew and Mercenary, two of the survivors that can last the longest in match, together with psychologists as well. So it was really, really good to see how Sculpture could counter even the best of the survivors.
Yeah, and yeah, bad deduction. MVP is going to Potter as the Galatea in the previous match. Yeah, very deserved. Sonia, what else to talk about here?
Super well deserved for Potter. For all you guys Harry Potter fans, yeah, the Potter's Hunter won together with the survivors Hermione, Amander, and Cedric Diggory, and also one more survivor there that doesn't have the Potter name, but it's all the whole Howard's theme Harry Potter series. One of my favorite, to be honest. I read all the books. Yeah, I really liked it. But yeah, anyway, yeah, definitely good gameplay from Potters coming in, saving the day, definitely, because we know that this team both had a really good clerk. So the moment they changed from Potters, from Illusion to Potters, we knew that they're definitely not going to play cleric.
Actually, Illusion is Mercenary Hunter, MRC Hunter.
Mercenary, yeah.
But yeah, I think for the team of Potter, I think they use magic.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, they use magic in order to get the win.
Yeah, I have to read some comments for you. People is asking about your hair routine.
Oh my god. I just use shampoo, that's all. There's no secret.
They also say you should be a hair model. Ooh, that is so cool. Maybe you could do
Yeah, thanks everyone for supporting my hair, of course. Yeah, it's very exciting to cast in IVC along with Soymil and another caster. It's an honor to be here, and being welcomed by you guys is very much appreciated.
Yes, that's very nice. We're gonna go to a very short break, but don't go anywhere. We're gonna come back with more action right here. And if I see correctly, there's Cho coming in for replacing me. So guys, do give some love to Cho. It's gonna be her first time emceeing. So yeah, let's go. I'm gonna be in the chat supporting. So yeah, see you guys again next week. Bye bye.
Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me, I must defy our mantra. What?
She's but a girl. What does she hope to accomplish?
Race to the family.
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Shao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Place at its finest. In July they came, and met in August. For flowers they were made. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Rosemary who couldn't let go of discards.
Welcome everyone back to IVC Southeast Asia 2022 with Entity and Chocho. We are gonna be your caster for the last two matches for today. Hey Chocho, how are you today?
Hey, nice to have me and Entity, thank you. And I mean, it's my first time casting for Identity 5, especially for such a big tournament like IVC. And a huge shout out to all the casters who has helped me out, you know, because I'm like compared to all of them, I'm a newbie. So I mean, it's great to have them here as well. And also huge shout out to Nello Mello, as well as Porch Spice for really encouraging me to step out of my comfort zone to just try new things out.
Yeah. We are all newbies, so no worries. Yeah, we just step in the caster scene, and it's an honor to be here casting for you guys in the IVC Southeast Asia for today. We are going to have ADM versus AMX for the third match, and for the fourth match, it's going to be MP versus IKUN. So yeah, the last game, a familiar name, and the third game, I believe ADM was attending as a contender in IVC Southeast Asia 2021.
Yes, exactly. And we have ADM this time. Quite an interesting team, I would say. I mean, after looking at the lineup, I think we'll be seeing some very familiar faces this time.
Yeah, exactly. And for the map ban picks, we have seen that AMX is going to ban Leo's Memory here, and Chinatown actually has been picked in the first round. So yeah, a map prone to have either Dreamwish, Polun, or even the Galatea. What are your thoughts on the potential picks for both sides in this map?
It's really hard to say because for ADM side, they do have quite a number of hunters that do play survivors and survivors that do play hunters. So depending on who they are gonna let out as their hunter.
Yeah, we're just going to see the players data here. Right here, we're gonna have Haruka and I'm sorry, but yeah, I'm having a difficult time pronouncing your name. I'm so sorry. Sorry for the miscommunication. But yeah, win rate 62 and 40, 62.40 and 58.20. So it's rather high in terms of Hunter's win rate. Yeah, exciting to see that performance in this matchup. And also for the survivor side, we have Sap and Near Sky. 67.90 containment time, and the forward with 93.05, so almost 100 seconds average containment time. That's rather long. Okay, so we're gonna head on to hamsters. Okay, hamsters, a person that I have met in rank for quite a while now. With a win rate of 29.9%. As for NX official, 28.9% for the win rate. The average kiting time is going to be 67.23 and 72.43. A loyal main. Am I seeing this correctly? Oh, a loyal main in IVC. So yeah, very exciting to see the loyal making an appearance in IVC 2022. That's why I play with the prisoner. As we have seen recently, not a lot of Luca has been showing in the tournament. In that place is either the explorer or the mechanic.
I mean, right now we can actually see Orin with Dacia with a win rate of 27.6%, and in the opponent's team we can see AX and with Chamomel with Psychologist at 21.6%. I would say as for Seer, I mean, it is a very standard meta character, so it's a very popular selection amongst on many players. As for the psychologist, it has been quite meta. I mean, with its ability
Yeah.
to eat 3 hits. Yeah,
Those
I mean,
support character that can brings a lot of benefit to the survivor side. I totally agree with you on that. And yeah, 72-second average cutting time and 56.61 seconds. So yeah, I would say a very long cutting time, considering that the match usually take the hunter like 60 seconds to down a survivor with a blink. So Jojo, what are your thoughts on the teams that we are having right here? All the picks and their stat. Oh, okay. Seer has a win rate of 20.
as for their character-wise,
Yeah, the win rate for the Seer is 27.6%, and for the Psychology is going to be 21.6%. So quite formidable for both sides. Yeah, so average decoding progress 124 seconds, 0.3, and for the Psychologist, I believe that was 144%. We're gonna have the first matchup between AMX and ADM in Chinatown. So very excited to see this matchup. Well, we are going to see the first man first, coming from the side of the Hunter of ADM, which is going to be Haruka, right here. I'm kind of leaning toward either a forward, a seer, or even the priestess man, if the hunter is planning to play the breaking wheel. But yeah, let's see what the decision is, and it's going to be a priestess. So I'm leaning towards either a Dream Witch or even a Bloody Queen picks in this match.
You're right, and we can see that the princess has been banned first. Maybe they on AMX side, they might pick a seer as well as a forward, or a seer and mercenary. These are pretty standard picks, so I believe they wouldn't hesitate to pick those. But this map, oh, we can see that they have already picked a seer as well as mercenary.
Yeah.
What do you think will be the next pick, NTT?
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised that I didn't take the forward right here. And oh, Haruka actually banning the Enchantress, so allowing the survival side to take in that forward. But no, they actually is planning to take on the Entomologist, I believe.
I mean, with this Enchantress ban, I'm not too sure. It's not a everyday kind of BP that we'll be seeing. I mean, usually hunters that ban Enchantress, I would say, would be leaning more towards a Geisha, but I doubt Geisha. A Magician ban. Very interesting ban on ADM's hunter side, Haruka.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised to see that is actually banning the Magician here, and we just see the image of a cowboy there, but he has actually changed to another character.
Lucky guy? A lucky guy.
Oh.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, a card.
Oh!
No wonder.
Surprised for this matchup. Who was surprised for this matchup? Clerk is going to be, I believe, is going to be the pick for Haruka right here. First match. No.
Oh wait.
Oh.
A Dream
Changes
Witch.
to Dream Witch.
Lying to us. So, a Dream Witch, Enchantress ban, and a Magician ban is quite interesting, I would say. If it was against a Clark, then it makes sense for Enchantress and Magician, but I believe the Hunter had another main up his sleeve, so he's had it changed from a Clark to a Dream Witch.
Yeah. So it's kind of giving us information that Haruka is a very diverse hunter player. He or Zay can play a lot of hunters in this matchup. So I'm actually excited to see what the other hunter that Haruka is going to bring out. But before that, we're gonna head into the game between the survivor side of AMX and the hunter side of ADM in Chinatown.
Yes. I would say, I mean, before we start getting into the match, I think we have some time. I think that this year, I think in terms of mobility wise, this team call might not be so ideal, but individual kiting would be too bad. On the sphere, it has laser entomologists with these to block entrances. Lucky guy depends on what equipment he's gonna have during the entire match. So I think the best chase would most likely still be the lucky guy.
Yeah. Again, this team is quite, I would say, meta in the term of the three characters that we have, Seer, the Mercenary, and the Entomologist, apart from the Lucky Guy. But the Lucky Guy had recently received, not recently, but he did receive a buff that allow him to carry 2 items, so he can be a perfumer, a coordinator, a mechanic, whatever he can. So I'm quite interested. Yes. It's quite interesting to see what the survivor side is going to utilize the Lucky Guy in this match right here.
And with this team com, I mean, either team comms or the center cipher must be decoded first. So we might be seeing the Mercenary come from the center, and then we'll see if there might be a Bermuda Triangle that forces the survivors to have a difficult time during the match against the match.
Yeah, the Greenwich should have a great map control in Chinatown. The map is quite controllable. It's very, I would say, very small. So rather easy for the Greenwich to transition from area to area.
And I think
yeah, so Greenwich pick in this game. The first game we have Greenwich. You're right there, Chocho.
Yeah, I'm right.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean it's a
okay, so yeah, the Greenwich in Chinatown, easy map to control, but also easy for the survivor side to transition from area to area, especially when the map has a lot of cutting area close to each other. Yes.
Most definitely, and Dreamwitch in this case, I think it's. I mean, looking at the team column, is definitely leaning more towards a draw for sure.
Yeah.
But we have. I haven't really seen this hunter in rank, so depending on how skilled this Dreamwitch is, it might be able to push for more objectives, like a 3-kill, 4-kill,
Yeah.
with many leeches during the end game, or probably an abnormal, a change of skill and abnormal.
Oh yeah.
Really
Yeah, the abnormal. Yeah, the abnormal can really control the maps. Especially in this game, I believe in the lineup, the Lucky Guy would be the best optimal target, especially when the Lucky Guy hasn't got the opportunity to get into the chest to get those items that he needs. The Entomologist has low speed that quite pesky to deal with, and also the Seer with the owl that can block one hit for the survivor side. Mercenary, no one chased the Mercenary first off. Let's just accept that.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, the hunter must be really confident in his own ability to really chase the mercenary from the start of the match. But NTT, what do you think the two? If the Lucky Guy is able to open the chest, what do you think the two? If he can wish for the exact items, what do you think the two?
Yeah. I was saying it's going to be a perfume and a gun.
A gun?
Yeah, the flare gun from Coordinator. Since those are the two optimal targets that Lucky Guy can use to, kite around in the map. The magic one can also be utilized, but yeah. Oh, actually, the hunter did ban the magician, so it could actually be the Lucky Guy. The Lucky Guy pick is utilized to open the chest and get that magic one. So
yeah. It is possible. Perfume is for sure very ideal for the Lucky Guy. If he's able to use the perfume and eat the leech, if the hunter to give that kind of chance, then it would be great for the survivor side. The hunter would have just one leech, trying to chase the Lucky Guy during the match.
Yeah, as we know that the the Dream Witch has a hard time of chasing a three-blooded survivor, like the perfumer, the psychologist, I believe even the barmaid that can heal herself with the Dublin. And in recent tournament, we have seen the usage of Doctor to counter the Dream Witch. So yeah, it could totally be a syringe from the side of Lucky Guy.
Yeah, but I mean, bringing in such a non-meta characters could be really risky for these teams. I mean, it is a risk, but I mean, if they are really skilled in the character and they are confident that I can definitely heal up by at the end. And so picking a doctor is definitely, although not so ideal, but if you're confident, sure, go for it. And we're here
Yeah.
we're here to see it.
I have met some great doctor player in ranked, and let's just say that they make me furious.
I mean, Gardener is also a popular pick.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, in during rank. So, depending on how, like, some gardeners really do have their own thinking. I mean, they just take a one cipher and just start to go harass. So, depending on each style, and different people have different play styles. We don't expect that, and excited to see what this team with this team comp is gonna bring to us.
Yeah, it's actually quite exciting to see the Lucky Guy right at the first round. I had to try to predict the meta that they were trying to pick the Lucky Guy to, go to look for a chest for that magic one and play the Lucky Guy as a magician. But the Lucky Guy can be used in much more different way. As we said earlier, the chest can provide the perfume, the syringe, the flare gun, even even the first officer watch. That could be very good for the survivor side, and also the elbow pad. In the lineup,
for sure, elbow pad.
Yeah, in the lineup we have. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, and I was just thinking, like, Lucky Guy is actually it's actually not too bad of a character. I mean, it doesn't have any decoding debuffs, and I was thinking that maybe they picked the Lucky Guy for a faster decoding, maybe like having a half a bot to decode ciphers.
Oh yeah,
that is totally possible. So we'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, right. As you said earlier, the Lucky Guy can totally go for the mechanic bot and try to go for the cipher rush. If the Dream Witch didn't pay attention to the Lucky Guy, of course. But we just have to see what the first chase will be. In the lineup, we have the Mercenary and the Entomologist that can pick up other item that Lucky Guy found in the chest. So the Lucky Guy can be also a support character in the sense of this.
Yes, for sure. I mean, oh wait, I was just thought about another thing for the Lucky Guy, which is a football. I mean, a football. If it's fully well utilized. I mean, it is totally possible in this comp.
I mean, you can't stun the hunter with that football. Only the forward can do that, but the football can be used to transition from area to area, and it's perfect for this map. In the middle area, basically no obstacle, and you just can use the forward football to run from the Taylor's house to the hotel.
Exactly. I think moving on to the Entomologist, how they might be able to counter the Dream Witch, or even give support to his teammates by pushing the leeches. I mean, because I've been as an Entomologist, I do know that it's actually quite a counter against the Dream Witch, especially because when you're on your beast, you actually have the upper. You can look from a bird's eye view, so you can actually it gives you more mobility as well. So in terms of mind game, it is not really easy to mind game an Entomologist, and with his beast able to do some crazy support, pushing the hunters away when they are not controlling it. Like, the hunter usually park their leeches right in front of the chair to camp it, but Entomologist beast can actually push the leech away, which is kind of a naughty, sneaky move, but fun. I mean, the hunter will come back and be like, where am I? Exactly. So we'll see.
I mean, you did bring up a great point there, using the Entomologist B to get a bird's eye view of the entire of the entire location. So yeah, knowing where the lich is coming from is a very major advantage that you can have in this game right here, especially in Chinatown where there are corridors that the Dream Witch can hide their liches and go in for the surprise
Yeah,
attack.
true. But NTT, have you ever wondered why the hunter might have banned the enchantress if the hunter was gonna play?
Oh yeah.
It was quite interesting then. Like
Yeah.
like
You usually when you ban enchantress, that is when you trying to play the breaking wheel. But I think it's a misdirection plan that is coming from the hunter side, but it doesn't work out since the survivor side immediately go for the entomologist and the lucky guy. They're not going for, I would say, the better character that can counter Pollen, which is the batter and the grapekeeper. Yeah, what are your thoughts on that, Chucho?
it's like acrobat patient that is acrobat for sure is a meta character that can be they can be used well against a clerk. I mean, in terms of kiting abilities wise, but has it to cancel the hunter's skill with its red ball, slowing down the hunter, making them bolt slower. It's totally possible for the acrobat to come out. But if in this case, AX has not picked the acrobat, so no, they did not. Not only did they not pick the acrobat, they did not pick the forward as well, which was interesting.
Yeah, that's
made me
quite
wonder
interesting.
whether they do have a forward.
Yeah, that's quite interesting since we usually seen in the tournament, even in Southeast Asia or in Japan, Korea, China, even in NAU, they kind of go for the forward first. Like the forwards, the priestess, and the seer are usually the three that is going to be picked. But here they actually prioritize the mercenary over the forward, and even the hunter didn't ban the forward after that. So maybe they learn from each other. So they learned that there's no forward player in this team, so the hunter didn't actually ban the forward.
And yeah, I think the best explanation for those bans and those picks as well definitely has to be because the hunter has multiple main characters that really allows him to have the mobility to really just pick any character that he sees after seeing the King Kong.
Yeah, so we are waiting on the ban picks here. Actually, the lucky guy pick isn't registered, so we're gonna see that the magician is still banned. But now we're gonna wait on the last pick coming from the survivor side, which I'm looking right here. Kind of hoping that it's going to be a patient. Oh, who's this? Who's joining me? Wow.
What in the world? Where did I come from? We're picks and bans and someone chose me. Big shout outs to Chocho, by the way. I think they're gonna just sort some stuff out. Hopefully we'll have her in the next half. But right now, hi, I'm Potch Spice, NTT. I'm new to this. What's happening? What's going on? Fill me in.
Yeah, you are new, I believe that.
I'm new to this. Yeah, what's going on? What do we have here? We got a seer, mercenary, entomologist. I know you guys were just talking about that. Big shout outs to Chocho giving out the insights on the entomologist. I actually didn't know you could get that bird's eye view. And it seems like the last pick is that is that a psychologist coming in?
Yeah, it's looking like
based on the hair.
Yeah, we have built-in registering of the survivor. We can identify the survivor immediately after looking at the hologram.
Yeah, we're pros that way. I think just like who's that survivor? It's
Pokemon.
It's Ada. Exactly. So we're able to find that out, and hopefully in the silhouette, that is definitely a Galatea. I'm kidding. It's a Dream Witch. Can't you tell, bro? She's on a chair. That's why.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a chair without wheel, so it's still Eddie.
There you go.
Looks like Clerk. I'm not sure.
We'll just have to wait and see. But you know what? I feel like it might be a Dream Witch. Would you agree? It might be a Dream Witch match, especially if I may ask, what are we in Arms Factory? What map is this?
We are in Chinatown.
Chinatown. Okay, so look at that, NTT. Our guess was correct. It's not a Galatea, but a Dream Witch here. So first round Dream Witch on the side of Adam's Hunter. And again, Adam, a really known team, participated in various mini tournaments, specifically IVA and AMX now with a really strong lineup. So let's head into the match right now. We do see that the Hunter already trying to rotate around. It seems like Scythe will be the first one in the vicinity, not going to the center just yet. But you know what, that Tinnitus will be popping up and actually cutting the corner here. So let's see if he's going to actually run into AX's Scythe.
Actually knowing where the Dream Witch is, but wasn't able to transition away from this area, and will be found out by Dream Witch right here. Able to get a leash. Oh my god, immediately go for the hit.
Yeah, not wasting any time, drops the Patroller. We know how this game would go, but note that the Owl is already online for the Seer to use, and I don't even know what Survivor trait he might have, so he's got to bait out a hit here. So it's pretty standard build on the Dream Witch's side, and now he's going to try to kite this one out. The bees are here to help, so unfortunate there. Unable, goes for a regular hit, but the Patroller is going to stop him from moving.
Yeah, using the Owl as the Patroller by it's still active. It's not working out with the Seer, and the Seer will take in that Terror Shock from vaulting the window. Luckily for the Seer, the basement isn't here, so...
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Actually,
oh my God! Wait, you spoke a little too soon.
Oh,
there.
yeah.
Master Curse. And Blade NTT. He's at NTT. Spicy. Spicy. Salty team. You guys want to send complaints. So now we see that Chameleon is in the area here. He's gonna have to be very careful because I don't know. This looks like a tough call for them. They want to pop some ciphers, but do they really want to risk going to the basement here? They don't have anyone, and they have a priestess to make this rescue happen. The best possible rescue is this mercenary. So it seems like they are just going to be rotating close to the basement. So I don't know if they're gonna have like a two-person rescue here.
Yeah, the mercenary is trying to hide from the Dream Witch, but I believe the Dream Witch already spotted out this a mercenary right here. Entomologist actually got spotted out by Wanted Order and was the target for Haruka for a moment right there. Now the survivors trying to bait out actually trying to keep the Dream Witch at bay here in this basement area. And not going for the rescue at all.
Yikes. Yeah, we do see that the mercenary will get leeched already. So he already has another leech once Scythe does expire. And now it seems like the psychologist has the, pallet slam running away from the cipher she just popped. And now the chase ensues. Seer is out of the game, the only one with that anti-curse. So these guys are going to have to get some anti-curses online before this Dream Witch still maintains that lead she does have.
It seems like Haruka is going for the psychologist here. Great find, having no item to utilize for the kiting, apart from the 3 health that she has. Going for the hit. Nice job coming from Haruka.
Yeah, let's see if she's going to invest time here, because it seems like they're going back and forth with the entomologist, which, like, counter to what you said, NTT, does have that items to kite. This psychologist just has to be able to use whatever is around, and that's the second pallet slam, NTT.
Yeah, still having the Patroller on hand. Haruka should be using one here to keep the psychologist at bay in this restaurant area. But already transitioned to the window, she'll be able to avoid a Patroller bite.
Yeah, so after this Seer did expire, I think the survivors doing a great job rebounding and just kind of rallying back in this game, because so far, you know what, they only took one hit, and that was the psychologist, and now the psychologist has to be very careful here. It just eats the regular hit on the spawn, not her spawn followers. So this is a great job on the Dream Witch's side. Mercenary still has a Dream Witch, but NTT, I'm getting really nervous because none of them have anti-curses here.
No one has anti-curse. Oh, actually, the psychologist.
There we go.
Just pick up one, right as you said. The survivor side are trying to decode with 3 cipher remaining. Not a great situation as the psychologist is downing very near the cipher that the entomologist and mercenary has been decoding.
Yeah, it seems like we're still a standstill here with 3 ciphers remaining. So let's see how long this Patroller can last on this psychologist. So now the psychologist, nice vault over, but switches to blink immediately. What a sequence on the side of the Dream Witch.
What a call from the Dream Witch, going for the blink immediately, going for the hit, and it pays off. Now gonna try to harass the mercenary in this area, but the mercenary actually got the chance to pop the cipher as Haruka was trying to chair the psychologist. So still 1 cipher remaining. The survivor actually got a chance here to go for 2-man escape.
Yeah, I would say that was a great trade-off. You know, the psychologist had to be the one on the chair for them to pop those ciphers. One remaining. Entomologist already has that anti-curse and probably is working on that cipher. Mercenary has to eat that hit to get that rescue. You do not want a terror shock. And it seems like he's trying to go for a hit right here, but nice jukes on the side of the psychologist. I would say MVP, but now we see that the charged up hit, last effort kicks in, and now the psychologist will fall down again.
That wasn't a leech hit, so psychologist still gonna have a leech by her side, while the spawn follower, I believe, is also in this area. Mercenary also got a leech onto him, so it could be, helping the Dream Wish at the end game.
NTT, I noticed that the cipher that the entomologist was working on is less than half done.
Oh, yeah.
So this is a really tough spot. Second time on the rocket chair sits the psychologist, and now we see another leech on the. Well, the leech still remains on the the entomologist and psychologist. There's a lot of professions I'm throwing around here. So let's see what their next play is, because they want to de-leech. It seems like they're gonna try to go for this last blood rescue.
Whoa! Going for the elbow pad and actually managed to get a rescue. No blink for this follower right here, but still able to get the palace hit.
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah, hiding behind the pallet. It didn't work out. I mean, the psychologist had 2 for 2 slams, right, on this Dream Witch, and now she'll be sent out of the game. So the pressure is definitely on these survivors. They were at a moment they looked like they were gonna get a tied game, but now it seems like it might be a 4K if they can't get this last cipher to pop.
Yeah, looking dire for the entomologist here. Masari take a very long time for the Masari to self-heal, and I believe all the follower of Dream Witch is going to get that blink, in order to down this entomologist.
Right, and now that the entomologist has no more bees, trying to just juke around this area, eats that hit, and Blink will be online, as you said, NTT. So this could be that back and forth to the inevitable 4K situation that this hunter is looking for.
Yeah, exactly. Chamon trying to drag the Dream Witch over onto the arch side, while the mercenary making his way into the cipher machine. But the spawn follower is actually camping the cipher, so no way for the survivor to decode in peace.
Yeah, and you see the split situation he's putting them in. He does not want them to heal up. He's forcing them to touch ciphers, and the main body is already positioned in between them. So you got one spawn follower on the entomologist. Entomologist is de-leeching, so that's a good job on her side, but she's gonna have to do it real quick before the spawn follower is there. Nice timing on the de-leech.
Yeah, the timing was on point to get rid of that leech follower. The dungeon that, as we see, is going to be at the arch area, and the survivor are making their way to each other in order to heal. But the Dream Witch is also here, so yeah, not a great meetup from the survivor side.
Yeah, it's tough because honestly, it's only a matter of time, because you know what, these skills are gonna keep refreshing. Survivors, I mean, you can only hold on to 2 elbow pads for so long. Entomologist is gonna have to open up a chest because she has no more bees left, and it's only a matter of time, to be honest. But you got to give it up to the hunter of this game. Played it pretty well, very patient too. Attracted for the 180 blink hit, but no, it just delayed a little bit of the inevitable. Now the entomologist is down.
For a moment there, I thought the entomologist was going to get away from the fail blink, but Haruka able to make up for the mistake and actually going for the chairing of the entomologist.
Interesting. And now, the mercenary was able to de-leech right away, right when that swing was about to be active. And now I would say this is a very confident play, because yeah, the clock is ticking already, and this is a mercenary you're dealing with without a leech. The mercenary has that delayed damage, so he can actually try to kite out dungeon, even though especially since it's 2 elbow pads.
Yeah, both sides knows where the dungeon is, so it's quite risky for the Dream Witch to go for the chair right away, since it's allowed mercenary to go for the dungeon escape with 2 elbow pads available, as you said earlier.
Yeah.
Looks like Haruka is having a hard time trying to find out where the mercenary is.
And now we're past the halfway mark for the entomologist. Entomologist saying the dungeon's here, join me. No way, the dungeon is close by. But now we see that Haruka will spot out the mercenary trying to touch the cipher, but that won't do, sir. But now the clock is ticking. Oh my god, nice elbow pad activation. NTT, he actually might make the dungeon escape.
Yeah, he dodged that. Yeah, we'll use the other elbow pad and making his way to the dungeon. It's going to be an one-man escape.
At least a one-person escape. Beautiful job. I would say good rally on the side of the survivors because it was looking like a 4K. I think the one that really solidified at least the mercenary making it was, I would say, a little bit of a miscalculation on actually sharing the entomologist because you'd rather chase the entomologist than the mercenary in endgame, especially if he has 2 elbow pads.
Yeah, the entomologist has no bees left, so it's easier to chase out the entomologist apart from the ability to have that delay damage from the mercenary. A little bit of a miscalculation, as you said, but still great control from Dreamwitch, able to put the survivor at bay, even though the situation was looking like a draw for the survivor.
Oh yeah, it was actually a good. I mean, I would say a good start to the match. Downing the seer early on, the mind games he was playing, and I think the swap to Blink was very timely. Like he didn't hold on to the patroller really long. All the patroller drops were actually on point and very much maximized. So I would say this is a pretty good start for the hunter side. But honestly, the survivors showed a lot of prowess and a lot of I would say promise because the psychologist, even though she was rock hiding, she had 2 pallet slams on a Dreamwitch that constantly kept changing targets.
We can also see that survivor side are actually very conservative on their usage of item. And we can see the mercenary at the end game still had 2 elbow pad. That's unheard of.
That's true. Usually, like, I mean, when I'm using mercenary, I forget to turn that thing off, and I just keep bouncing everywhere. I'm like, I'm sorry, I have no more elbow pads. Oh no.
Yeah, I know that from experience.
Right? Like, oh shoot, I forgot we got to turn it off. Oh my gosh. Always on elbow pads, ladies and gentlemen. So that's a healthy tip. Conserve your elbow pads because this was actually a good case study on why mercenary is so good. Honestly, like all throughout the game, like he's one of the survivors that. Like hunters have been saying, all right, you know what? I'd rather face a mercenary. But once you're facing a mercenary, he's such a tanky survivor and has great mobility that honestly, like, especially now in this meta, accelerated decoding comes in where mostly all of the time in matches that mercenary, his decoding buff means nothing anymore.
Yeah, the decoding debuff with the accelerated decoding allow the mercenary to become a mechanic. A mechanic.
There we go.
Yeah, there we
go. So, any other highlights do you want to point out in this match, NTT? Because honestly, I just dropped in here. It's picks and bans. Someone chose me. I was summoned, and we're still waiting on Chocho. But yeah, any other highlights do you want to
the
talk about?
The highlight is that Eli actually stuck in Ever Sleeping Town after the game.
I knew it. He is the one time he was there. Yeah, true. And honestly, I think that was a great job on the side of the Dreamwitch. Finding Eli at the start, making sure he gets a regular hit. Well, actually, just a spawn follower hit, so the patroller will kind of counter the duration of that new duration of that owl.
Yeah, actually, finding out the seer at the early game kind of helped the hunter a little bit, since she can bait out that owl with the patroller. As you can see, baited out the owl, but the patroller is still on the seer's feet and getting a terror shock right after that. So very fast on unlocking the present. I'm actually quite surprised that the seer didn't bring flywheel effect to counter the patroller bite.
You know, you're right, actually. I'm surprised. We've been seeing a lot of flywheels as of late, and usually it's like with breaking wheels, right? And honestly, I feel like flywheels with chip damage hunters, that's where you don't really bring it out. But this is a Dreamwitch, especially if she's a single hit hunter. I think, or maybe we didn't even know he had flywheel. I didn't see the personas, so I'm not sure what he did bring out. But what I am seeing is a lot of love in the chat for you, NTT. I know they were asking about your hair. We see, I'm seeing the usual suspects here. You got Razy Lazy, you got Maney, you got Sab, you got P, you got Chantel. Big shout outs to you guys. Chocho will be here in a bit. She's just getting some stuff fixed out, but for now, I'm gonna keep the seat warm for her until we continue this. But I mean, MPT, you're the host here. I'm just here, man. Like,
you are here and become the host.
What? No, dude. I'm just a guest in the show.
Yeah. Oh, welcome to my house.
Thank you. That's nice here. Very nice. And built-in AC. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So far, I mean, I know you've been watching IVC since yesterday. Were there any standout moments? I mean, we've been seeing a lot of Clerk. Even today, there's a lot of Clerk action. A lot of love for Clerk in the chat. What are your thoughts on Clerk?
Clerk, bad early game. I would say her chase at the early game is quite not up to par as the other hunter that we have seen, like the Bloody Queen, the Dream Witch, or even the Galatea. But when she got to max present, that's when she pop up. That's when she control the game entirely and give the survivor side a lot of hard time. As we see in the previous match, the clerk used the decoding image to pop the cipher right in front of the rescuer, and that's scary.
How dare they? Yeah, how dare they, right? And then you unlock the detention. That's such a... I don't know, I really feel like we're still on the cusp of finding the ceiling or the power levels of a clerk. Because, I mean, we did see some of it in IVL. I mean, we know we saw it at the start, and it didn't work out quite well. I don't know, in Southeast Asia, they might unlock something because they have that freedom, right? And honestly, I feel like with Flywheel and if you have Clerk, Flywheel could still be used, but honestly, if you're in the game for so long with a Clerk, it's so debilitating, especially on your mental stack. Yesterday, I mean, me and Nell had the marathon of Clerk matches, right? I mean, GH probably has up to here with Clerk matches. And they're like, can we pick another hunter? Are there any other hunters in this game?
Yeah, the opportunity of a clerk being in meta is quite visibly in IVC that we are having right here. The clerk can be very stressful to deal with, I believe. Even in ranked that I play, whenever I met a clerk, I'm like, not again. It's going to be a hard game immediately. It's
so
like how...
Yeah. Do you think that Clerk would be best BO1, BO2, BO3? Where would she best come out in? Because I think yesterday was kind of a special case. Because both of them main Clerk. I mean, so where do you think she pops off in?
Yeah, she's kind of like a round 3 hunter, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and looking at the stat here, 169% of decoding for the mercenary and also 113 seconds of kiting. So both a kiter, a rescuer, and even a decoder.
Well-rounded. That's the type of person you want on your team. But also you got to give it up to Adams Haruka. The Dream Witch here really popped off. I mean, at the start, I really think the 3-1 is still pretty good. I think it was just I think the clutch factor or like the tension was too much. That's why he decided to just go for the entomologist and try to find. But once you put the entomologist in the chair, you're kind of putting yourself in the shot clock where you're timed to find the mercenary. And usually, we know in competitive, they're gonna take all the time they can, and we're just gonna keep just watching the tension, like the cat and mouse chase going on.
I mean, when you put the entomologist on the chair, the clock gonna start counting down for 1 minute. Now you have 60 seconds to catch a mercenary that have 2 elbow pads, still have a delay effect on his health without detention. So it's very hard to capture that mercenary. Even when the Dream Witch actually put the survivor on the chair, she had a hard time fighting where the mercenary is.
For sure. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna head back into round number 1, second half. Now we're gonna switch things up with the survivors and hunters. I'm really excited to see this next one because you know, best of 1 Chinatown, you don't see that much, but usually you see Dream Witch, you see Sculptor, you see all these meta hunters come out, especially since there's no hunter bans. So now we are banning the mercenary. Oh my gosh, I feel like our mercenary talk, they're listening to us, and a lot of people in the chat were like, yo, I feel you, Botch, the way you don't turn off the elbow pads. I mean, come on, it happens to everyone, but not here though. They conserve their elbow pads. So big shout outs once again to everyone in chat. They're also looking for Soy. Soy is honestly taking a break right now. Chocho will be back hopefully soon, but right now it's you and me, NTT. You and me, bro. We're gonna watch this next match.
Yeah, I'm stuck with you.
I know. I'm so sorry, man.
Yeah, we gotta have the picks on the survivor side. Actually, quite meta here with the Priestess and the Seer, but not banning the forward coming from the Hunter of AMX. So kind of allow the survivor side of ADM to go for that picks right here.
Yeah. So not sure allowing the forward to come through. I mean, maybe they just preference, or maybe they know that they won't prioritize a forward, because I think I see a Gravekeeper come into the mix.
Oh so, yeah.
Probably did their homework in this one. And boom, who's that survivor? Gravekeeper, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go.
I just realized
the shovel boy. Oh my goodness. Okay, so back to our thinking caps. Last survivor ban, if now they're not gonna ban the forward, I mean, you got a lot. You got acrobat, you got patient, you even got psychologist if ever, if they don't choose to ban the forward. But honestly, on paper, you really want to ban that forward.
And banning the bomb is so actually lining up to go for Dream Wish game here. Coming from the Hunter of AMX. So yeah, very exciting to see what the last thing for ADM here, since they're actually sensing that there is going to be a Dream Wish in play.
Let's see if they're gonna bite, because okay, going for the acrobat here. So honestly, it seems like a mirror match of Dream Witches. So I'm really excited to see like I would say the subtle nuances per match, right? Yes, they probably will bring Patroller since that is the meta, but honestly, I want to see the how fast, because I think the match ended around the 6 to 7 minute mark. So now we can kind of compare and contrast both the Dream Witches.
Yeah, exactly. Looking at the chat in YouTube here, people are shouting your name, Koch.
As long as you maybe put a poo at the end, I don't know. I'm gonna not do that. You guys gotta give NTT a nickname. I don't know. What is
Entity sounds like entity. It's actually entity. It's actually
like an entity. That's so cool, right? Actually, when I told my brother that, I was like, "That's a cool name. That guy sounds like he has cool hair and puts on cool glasses." And I was like, "Dude, you're right. That is an entity. That's a boss, sir."
I'm at the backstage in this band pick space. I believe you are on the other side too, Poch. We are the bosses.
Yeah. We're the ones pushing the ones and twos, but no, big shout outs to people in the back that are actually making things possible here with the picks and bans, and also making this IVC run as smoothly as possible. So we also big shout outs to Mello, you guys. He's also in the chat, so play nice with him, and also subscribe to his YouTube. He is producing content. He did just actually, while we're waiting, what are your thoughts on the latest Antiquarian? Because Nell did try her out.
Yeah, I did try her out too, and I would have to say she's just like a combination of the acrobat and a batter. Yeah. That's all what people say. And I would even argue that the Antiquarian is a better acrobat since she has a 6 jump right at the start, while the acrobat had to gain for the other 3.
Well, that's true. But I did ask Nell which jump is farther, and he did say probably the acrobat, but we digress. Let's head into the match here. It seems like the Dream Witch will actually be running into Survivor. No, he didn't take a right turn. Oh, he's going to go double back here to go for that Cypher. So this Survivor has to be very careful, and the leech is definitely on him now, NDT.
The acrobat seems to be the first find for this Dream Witch here. Gonna transition to the hotel, which is a great kiting area for the Survivor side, but now kind of forcing the Gravekeeper to transition away from this area. So a little bit of delay on the decoding progress for the Survivor side.
Yeah, not to mention, the Gravekeeper doesn't have the fastest decoding, so again, better safe than sorry. They want to go defensive at the start and want to give this acrobat the best possible kite. And just give him the room to do that. So now the Gravekeeper has transitioned away. Note that the Seer is actually out of the equation now. So now he tries to go for a nice jump on the acrobat.
Yeah, great utilization of that ball. Able to escape from a potential sandwich situation that was settled by the Dream Witch over here. But now, closing the distance. Oh, not quite there yet.
A little too early on that swing there, but this acrobat, honestly, running the routes pretty well, not just being able to use the bombs conservatively, and it seems like the Hunter is actually transitioning towards a new target. So the Seer, this is actually the juiciest target, has to already make haste and move on away. So he's kind of disrupting the Cypher progress of these guys. Note that he did bring Blink, so this is the subtle change that the Hunter did bring to the table.
Woo! Oh, and as you said about the Blink, she's immediately going for it and get a hit onto the Seer. So now the Seer has to be had to time this out.
Whoa!
Able to bait out the owl.
I know, and now it's only 8 seconds at this point, so now he's just gonna wait this one out. And it's just a sitting duck there, and the Seer unfortunately fell down. But honestly, I think this was a good switch on the Dream Witch's side because it wasn't working out for the acrobat. But now, Cypher progress is kind of decent, but now he has his first Survivor on a rocket chair.
I think the better thing for the Seer to do after using the owl right there is to vault the window instead of going to the other area.
That's true.
Yeah, but it's kind of put the Seer into a difficult situation, and now he'll be put on the chair next to the Cypher machine that he has been decoding. in the Taylor's house.
Yeah, so this is actually a tough situation now. Acrobat has already deleached. Gravekeeper is priming for the rescue. He's already underground. So let's see if they're going to commit to half blood. It seems like they will try to save before half. Only the Gravekeeper here. So now it just gets that hit. And now Seer is able to move on away. Can he get behind this pallet in time? He's able to drop the pallet down. Let's see if he's going to vault in time. And now with the mind games. But at least he has the broken windows to transition towards the restaurant.
Yeah, Seer should be going out of this area right here. Oh, nice flywheel, but wasn't able to vault the window on time. Nice hit coming from TF.
My bad. I actually thought he brought broken windows, but he brought flywheel. Unless he brought broken windows and flywheel, which is actually a very scary build.
Yeah, it's very scary since the Seer is the first one on the chair and possibly the potential one to rescue after the Cypher pop. So dangerous situation that we are having right here. I think the survivor side are just going to sacrifice.
They could. I mean, the Priestess is actually already making her way, so maybe they're just giving that to Nidus, but at this point, it's really tough for her to close out that distance, and the Priestess probably realizes that, double backing already. I think the Priestess says, you know, I'm going to take this next kite, since no one has a leech on them to try and buy enough time, since the Gravekeeper is already working on a Cypher, and probably so is the Acrobat.
Yeah, the survivor side know that the Druid's gonna camp the Cypher at the corner house, at the Taylor's house. So the survivor actually decoded 2 Cypher machine already, just to prevent the camping situation that the Druid can have.
Oh yeah, for sure. What's a little scary here is this is Priestess. She doesn't have any holy keys to use, but he does have an anti-curse. So now Gravekeeper is being chased away. Does have some shovels to just try and tank one more hit before he falls down. Last Cypher was already guarded by this Dream Witch, and it seems like the Acrobat will be the main attention of this Dream Witch.
So interesting thing that they are not healing the Gravekeeper right here. I think they are trying to go for a faster decoding time, so that's why they didn't heal the Gravekeeper and dedicate all their time into decoding. Nice blink, but blink right into the pallet. Acrobat grabbed the opportunity and stun the Lich right there.
Yeah, what a trade-off. Honestly, buying a little more time here. Now the Gravekeeper already being baited to use the shovel since he already he doesn't want to risk it, right? So it's totally fine. Priestess now is trying to heal up this Acrobat, but in that process, they are being chased. Luckily for them, it is the main follower, so that's going to be real tough. And now the main follower just cleans up shop here and still trying to down at least the Acrobat or the Priestess.
All the palette is still available for the Acrobat to use, so it's going to be a hard session to capture this Acrobat. I think the Acrobat is about to have another ball to utilize, so not a great target to go for.
Yeah, honestly, since the start, the Acrobat has been the toughest chase for this this Dream Witch, and it seems like this Dream Witch is content to shift targets. But note that the chase is very limited since all of them have anti-curses, and it seems like the Gravekeeper will be removing his already, and it's really the battle of this last Cypher. The Dream Witch has to be very careful and very proactive in trying to defend the Cypher, but not giving a little too much time away because they will try to heal up or get more items.
I think what the Dream Witch is trying to do is to force the survivor to use their stuff here to go for the endgame situation. Since the Acrobat only have 1 ball left, the Gravekeeper on shovel, and the Priestess just use on Holy Key, so no portal left for the Priestess. Looking bright for the Dream Witch here at the endgame situation. Wasn't able to get the hit right there though.
Oh, wow. And now the Gravekeeper is already healed up, so he can go for second rescue, while the Priestess is the one that can tank 2 hits and can afford to get hit by her follower. So let's see if he's going to get that hit. It's actually the main follower. My bad. So now the Priestess in a really scary spot.
Yeah, Priestess should be, the portal is about to regenerate, but Priestess should be careful in this situation. Dream Witch is going to come back to this Cypher, trying to keep a control on the Cypher machine progress. But still they have 2 Cypher machine to decode, so it's going to be very hard for the Dream Witch to keep the Cypher progress at bay here. Able to get a Lich onto the Acrobat.
Yeah, this is the constant back and forth of the Dream Witch match, but last time it was really just the Dream Witch in control and nice bomb. Oh my god, this Acrobat, potential MVP. I keep saying that for all the amazing survivors that we've seen. Drops the pallet just to make sure. And now the Blink is already online and now just gets the hit on this Acrobat. Luckily for this Dream Witch, a lot of main follower hits. So the Leech followers are staying on these survivors.
the fact that when he get a hit on by the main follower, she
Mhm.
didn't commit to that character.
Yeah.
So the survivor was able to heal up each other. And we see here the princess has been healed by the Waykeeper, and the acrobat and the Waykeeper are fighting each other to go for the heal also.
This is a tough situation. I don't know if he actually changed. He still has trump card, right? So I'm not sure if he's saving that trump card for probably abnormal or teleport. But yeah, this blink, it's doing okay, but you really want to hold. Maybe he's holding on to that blink. Oh my god, another! But look at that. Acrobat
Wow.
finally has fallen. Tried to drop the pallet in time, but went for another swing. So I'm not sure when the trump card will be used.
Yeah, I thought you called it with a blink, since the blink there wasn't used very well, but the pallet, but the hit through the pallet was actually quite well. And the acrobat is going to be the one on the chair here. Waykeeper has to come in for a rescue. For the princess to the code right there. Oh, and
So-
is she going for the basement? Oh, my god!
Wow. So at least the
my-
Gravekeeper can actually use the shovel. I think that's why. Well, either of these survivors can actually make the
Yeah.
rescue happen.
But
So-
again, it's the it's the end game situation.
Yeah.
You should be keeping your stuff in this moment.
That's
Gravekeeper
very
actually,
true.
yeah.
So now he's actually just gonna take the stairs, and now he's gonna get leeched. So this is actually really scary.
Oh, yeah.
Oh wow. That's the terror shot. That's huge. They're gonna have to force the pop to happen, and now the acrobat has fallen. Gravekeeper is still on a timeout for his shovels, and this is gonna be a tough situation at DT.
God.
Wow.
The terror shot wasn't in our equation at all.
Yeah, I like that you had that foresight. You want to keep your items. Gravekeeper had to use it just to make the rescue happen, but the terror shock honestly just turned the tides here, and the priestess has to be hightailing it to that exit gate. I feel like it might be actually a tie. Now the teleport will be popped, and it is the priestess that escapes. We're at a 3-1 here in TT.
I'm a shock. Yeah, I thought it was going to be 2-2, and ADM would take the lead there, but yeah, getting the terror shot of the Gravekeeper, no one, very little per hunter can do that. So yeah, great skill, great timing from Greenwich there, and able to turn a tie to a 3-man kill.
Oh yeah, that's actually pretty good. Honestly, it was looking kind of dire for the Dream Witch, especially in that, well, once the first survivor was sent out, the Dream Witch really had a hard time pinning down these survivors, especially that acrobat. I mean, I think the acrobat was just the most annoying survivor from the start to the finish of the game, but luckily the blink hit did land. And honestly, yeah, you can't, it's really hard to predict these things because the terror shocks here, miss blinks there. So it's
basement here.
Exactly. Oh man, blame NTT with that basement placement, by the way, guys. He has the curse of the basement. He's like, oh, at least the basement's not here. Oh, wait, hang on. Why is he going there? Oh, the basement's here. Oh no.
that time when she got down the acrobat, I didn't say about the basement, but the basement was still there, so it's not my fault.
That's true. NTT basement god. Let's go. Oh my god. I could see the memes already. Anyway, so great performance so far. Honestly, it seems like Team ADM not really much for forward. They really wanted to go tanky and want to go for mostly support and not much stuns. And I think both these teams have definitely done their homework. It seems like a very hunter-sided game, but honestly, both survivor sides did shine. I think maybe it's just because of the Dream Witch, and maybe the Dream Witch had good bans. But this is shaping up to be a really intense game, and for sure we are going to see a best of 3.
Yeah. With a draw at round 1, we are for sure to see a round 3 in this game. But still, yeah, we are excited to see more hunter coming from both sides in this matchup. But before that, we're gonna see the match stat in the second round.
Oh yeah. So here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Honestly, the Seer was the first one to expire because the Acrobat did get that early chase. And you know what? With Dream Witch containment times, it's actually a little. I would say it's lower. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Maple Leaf did get like above 200 because that was quite long, with how much screen time he had on the Hunter's cams. But you gotta get up to AX's Hunter Talap. Honestly, it didn't look quite well, but his endgame Terror Shock really solidified the 3-1 for us to have a tie.
Yeah, the terror shock wasn't in our equation, and also the basement is kind of like a special moment that is going to change the game entirely. So yeah, great utilization of that situation from the Dream Witch, and nice job getting a 3-man kill. So
And honestly, this is where I would say the mental fortitude comes in, because that was a very unfortunate terror shock. Very favorable on the hunter side. So now it's the survivor side's job to kind of shake off the cobwebs and not let that play in their head and move on. Because honestly, that game looked like at least a tie, so they would have won that. So again, it just the swing of the momentum can happen in a snap of a fingers, ladies and gentlemen. So you got to show your love and support to these, I would say, these players, because they're honestly under a lot of stress.
Yeah, exactly. We can see even though the survivor was giving the Dream Witch a lot of hard time in that in that mid game right there, dragging the Dream Witch from area to area. As you can see, still the survivor can, make mistake and allow the Dream Witch to pop up. It's the beauty of the game, basically.
Oh yeah, the beauty and the bane of the game, I would say, because as you are celebrating one side, the other side is also, it's at the expense of the other, and I think that's definitely the beauty of it, right? And you have to celebrate and also kind of look at the other side as well, because yes, you can be happy for that, but you also have to look at the other side of the coin. So that's why you have to give your love and respect to both these teams, because they are leaving it really all on the line. And I'm going to show some love and support to everyone in the chat, you guys. Honestly, a lot of love and support being thrown around. We do see that Haruka, jeez, I was going to say my math. I'm like, no, I'm reading. It's Eclipse. All right, I'm gonna leave NTT here. He is the host.
So Eclipse gonna be the one in replacement of Haruka here. Haruka, great Dream Witch player, but yeah, we're gonna see what Eclipse bring to the table.
With a name like Eclipse, let's try to theorize what kind of hunter he is. Eclipse, that's the moon, right? Okay.
Moon. Celestial cycle. Wucha.
I was gonna say that. I was gonna be maybe moon.
Yeah, big brain moment.
Could be werewolf. There's no wolf.
I just know wolf here.
Yeah, I just know wolves from IPL. Like, there's Wolfie too. I don't know.
Yeah. But that's an idea for you guys to take in. That is.
There could be a werewolf, right? Yeah. And depending on the map, like if there's a full moon that comes out, then he transforms. But okay, here's the thing. What if at the start he's like he's like Among Us, like you don't know which of the survivors. Then once the moon happens, that's when he starts hunting. What?
Yeah, bro, that's kind of sus. That's survival kind of sus.
You've been calling me sus since the week ago. Anyway, we are gonna see a switch also on the other side. Polar is coming in. So Polar, cold. I'm gonna think we're gonna see a breaking wheel because of the
snow skin. Yeah, I know.
Exactly.
Yeah, both sides seem to change their hunter in this second round here. So yeah, they could be the first round to which hunter, and after that, the other hunter gonna come in for the surprise factor.
Oh yeah, 100%. I don't think there's a doubt in my mind that. Honestly, I feel like teams, like since they do have a lot of sub survivors, there's still 4. I think it's very important to even have a sub hunter. Like we had that with Pipija and Shauma. Like when they won the Koa 4, right? Shauma would come in as the point hunter, and then Pipija would come in later on. I think honestly, what the mental strain that the hunters go through, I think it's good to have like a teammate or like a sub to happen, just in case like maybe the hunter's not feeling too up to task. I think that also happened with God J and Last Human before. So who knows? I'm super excited to see what these new hunters will bring to the table now.
Yeah, it's very stressful to play the hunter side. I know that from experience. Having played the game from season 5, I know.
Very stressful, and then
stressful.
if you play 5v5, it's like they blame you. Why didn't you get they all got killed?
You get 4K?
Yeah,
but they get all killed.
You get a tie, and then they get 4K, and they blame you. Why didn't you tie with them? hunters, guys, you got to respect your hunter mains, and you got to respect. And it seems like in the chat they came up with your nickname, the Hair God, NTT,
Oh my God.
baby.
I'm gonna
The
hide my hair
Hair
then.
God. How are you gonna hide your hair? Next stream, ladies and gentlemen, he's gonna shave his head. I'm kidding. Don't do that. That is a travesty. Don't do that. You're Samson, sir. That is the source of your power and strength.
I'm gonna take Elio's hoodie to cover my hair.
You could, I mean, or you could just play. What's that Joseph skin? The one that Soy keeps saying you look like. Which I feel like, yeah, if his eyes were totally blue, maybe.
Oh no. The
wine stain, yeah,
the one series, yeah.
That was
Oh
beautiful.
my God.
Yeah, the 1 series one. Yeah, you should totally.
The
do
only
that next time.
difference is that I'm not blonde. That's the only difference.
Not blonde yet. All right, I know. I could.
Not blonde yet.
You could get some bleach. Who knows? I don't know. It could happen. It could happen. But yeah, lots of love being thrown at you, Hair God NTT. So I'm really excited to be in this next match. Hopefully, oh, there he is. We have a third commentator. One of NTT's favorite hunters has graced our presence. Every time that comes in, I'm pretty sure Grizzly's like, oh, what? There's a feaster happening? Oh no.
Is Grizzly in the chat?
Man, I think he's still asleep. I don't know. The time difference? Who knows? Who knows? Actually, where do you think this? Okay, we just need to find out where the next map is gonna be. Then we can kind of speculate what the next hunter is gonna come out. What are the hunters that are possible for this map?
Oh yeah. Since usually the hunters is going to pick the character that seems to benefit most in the map. Like in Moonlit you can pick the Breaking Wheel, the Bloody Queen, or even Wu Chang. As apart from the Bonbon, since Bonbon had less mobility than the other hunters.
Honestly, I say that too, but I mean, you have PPX proving us wrong. Like, you
Oh,
just use Bonbon Moonlit, right? Unless you're a Bonbon expert, that's great. But I kind of agree, because the distance will definitely catch up with you. Maybe in a BO1, but if you're able to ban the Priestess, but it's still a tough call. Anyway, go for it. What other maps do you think, like, we'll talk about maps and also viable hunters and survivors, because honestly for Moonlit, yeah, I would throw in the reins there. Geisha has been making waves in that map too.
Yeah, the Geisha, the butterfly throw can go from the other side. But here we're gonna have Ever Sleeping Tower being picked.
That's where you live, dude. Then you pay rent there, remember? If you guys didn't know, NTT lives in the 2-story building with a hole in the floor, which is, I don't know. Did you get evicted from the corner house, or did you move to the center?
I moved to another area.
Leo's memory.
Yeah, and Eli is in my house. Elio.
Elio, you guys are sharing rent. Nice. I love to see it. I love to see it happen. So we do know the map. We're gonna get. I'm pretty sure we're gonna get a. Wait, we can't. They can't ban Dream Witch because these are 2 new hunters, right?
Yeah.
So hopefully they did their homework.
Yeah, the Breaking Wheel ban seems to be the most optimal, but still we have seen Galatea, Bonbon, even Geisha popping up in this kind of map, and hopefully we see no patient.
Yeah, we have seen our fair share of patient curses here in the Ever Sleeping Town. We talk about the patient tram curse. We talk about NTT's basement curse. I wonder what other curses we're gonna see come into this. But hey, we're blessed with everyone in chat, so big shout outs to everyone. So we are okay. What kind of survivors do you think are gonna be making their way to Ever Sleeping Town? If we do know that Breaking Wheel probably gonna get banned. Survivors, best viable survivors on this map.
Yeah,
What do you
survivor ban. I think the survivor ban for the hunter should be the priestess and the seer, or even the forward. But looking at their ban picks in the previous round, the hunter side seems to not optimize for the forward ban. So I'm not sure why. Probably they learn from each other that both sides don't have a very great forward player, but that can be proven wrong.
Yeah, you know what? You'd rather take the chance of banning the forward than like, oh yeah, I'm pretty sure they don't have a forward. Then all this time before IVC, they've been training forward, so they got their sensitivity on, and they're really good at like making 360 stuns.
I mean, we usually saw the hunter ban. Like sometimes the survivor think that the hunter can't play a character, but then in the end, the hunter still pick that character and go for the 4K. So it's Interesting to see what the pick will be.
I guess it's that balance of you doing your homework and being confident enough to know, like, all right, you know what, this is gonna be a big gamble, not really a gamble, but a calculated guess that I don't think y'all have a forward. I don't know. It's kind of like that bluffing moment. Are you bluffing or am I not? So we'll just have to see, because honestly, I wouldn't take the chance, especially with how the meta is right now.
I mean, we usually refer to the ban pick as an unspoken conversation between the two teams with their picks and ban. Like,
I would say
you think I can play that? Huh?
I would say the picks and bans are like a stand battle. Like, it's just especially when you see the animations coming out and Ora coming out, like, whoa, no. And we always say, I think, Nell has brought it up, like, the picks and bans in the drafting phase is half the battle. Usually, if you have such a strong drafting phase, if you have a good banning phase on the hunter side, you've kind of propped yourself up for a victory. But we've seen also on some occasions where it's a very solid lineup, but unfortunately, like, maybe due to circumstance or like the spawn points or the rotation, it doesn't work quite well for the survivors, or heck, even the hunters. Sometimes they're really good hunters, but they're able to find a way to circumvent the meta. I mean, take it to ZT, right? They're the ones who kind of are the meta killers, but give them wax artists and wax artists.
They totally practice with the meta survival. We have seen a ZT survivor dealing with Gotche's Pollen with ease. They kite him very easily, and that's just unheard of in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, especially with a very known hunter like Godj, for you to be able to do that. But it's I think it's a mix of the skill and also just, I think, everyone kind of catching on to how you can counter Pollen, because honestly, when Pollen first came out, like, oh, this hunter is broken, man. Like, oh, he can down everyone with those spikes. Then people started figuring out you gotta hug the walls, you gotta hug the windows, and slowly but surely, even though like they're so good at driving, there's flywheel, dude. That's another thing.
Flywheel effect. That's a new thing that Survivor has been using to counter the breaking wheel.
Exactly.
And it's making scene. Like, some breaking wheel player said to me that they can't even play the breaking wheel normally now. Like, they have to constantly mind game the survivor into tricking that flywheel effect to initiate.
Yeah, imagine like the hunter's life. It's like, all right, you know what? I am already thinking about 4 survivors, and I'm just gonna, like, the survivors right in front of me, I'm just gonna whack him real quick. Oh no, flywheel! I have to think about mind gaming. So imagine the mental calculation that these hunters are doing. So another PSA, ladies and gentlemen, respect your hunter players. They're going through so much, and like, they're going through so much stress. Respect NTT, the hair god. People are asking, NTT, what is your secret, bro? Is it coconut oil? Is it what is the secret for that luscious
only shampoo
hair? Only
shampoo, and once every 2 days.
That's every 2 days. Okay, that's good. All right. I mean, the longest I've grown my hair, it's not as long. It kind of looked a little long. I don't know. I think we've seen each other when my hair was a little long, but NTT,
and I kind of celebrate that Poch is finally having long hair.
Yeah.
But then but in the next week,
I'm so sorry. I could have been hair buddies with you, bro, but no. Honestly, maybe you could cosplay Antonio. He's got the hair going on. Who knows? Just attach a violin to your shoulder. That would be great.
Yeah, people should ask Antonio for the hair routine. His hair looks nice.
His hair looks scary. If his hair could play music, that's I want to know what his shampoo is or what his salon is. So yeah, a lot of people are saying also don't people want to braid your hair, NTT.
Oh, no.
Don't go bald. Yeah, P, I see you. Shout outs to you. I see Gio as well. Officially Mew. We got Ayana, Maney as well. Maney, actually, I think she sold her general admission ticket. I don't see her that much in the
Bro.
What's up? Are you looking at the comments right now?
Yeah, I'm looking at the chat. Oh my god.
Yeah, dude, they're loving you right now. So I mean, I would have to say, honestly, this is NTT's first time in IVC, so hope you guys are showing him some love. Also, Chocho will be coming back in just a bit, and also you got to show your love to Eli, O, and Soy Milk, and of course Nello Mello. You know, yeah, they're taking their break now because Honestly, these matches have been crazy. I think yesterday it did end like a 12-ish, and then Eli in a different time zone, in a different, I don't know, timeline in the multiverse was able to come here and also cast. So big props to him. Show some love to him as we head to the picks and bans.
Yeah, we see in the background it's going to be Ever sleeping here. ADM Hunter is going to ban the Berserker and the Priestess, so no Seer ban, allowing the Survivor side to pick that.
Okay, so Seer can come in forward as well if they want. They have to bring out the forward now if they want to gain that respect, because there are going to be more bans on the table unless super big brain play. Wow, there we go. They are banning the wax artist, so they did their homework. Eclipse is a wax artist, man. Who knew?
Wow, yeah. So banning the wax artist, I never thought that I would see them. Yeah, I would never see the wax artist on the ban block here.
Priority ban.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I guess this kind of shows that they did their homework. So now it seems like, they want a stunner and a kiter here. They got the enchantress. Eli's, I would say he did say he doesn't really favor the enchantress, but I personally love the enchantress. So I'm excited to see more enchantress plays come out.
Didn't Pen approve your enchantress?
Oh yeah, Pen, shoutouts to you, sir. He gave it a 7 out of 10, baby. I'll take that. That's a passing grade for me.
Oh, but actually banning the magician, so...
Geisha?
Maybe? Could be the breaking wheel.
It could be also, actually. So, I mean, it's a map like this. We do see psychologist, so they really don't have a forward. So,
wow.
I wonder who ADM will be choosing next. Probably, entomologist, allowing the patient to kind of come out. But it's the batter. My God.
Yeah, they are lining up to counter a breaking wheel, but Eclipse could solely throw us off here and go for another. Yeah. And looking like a Galatea on the chair, made for each other.
Yeah, wow. So, I mean, they tried their best here. I would have to say, good counter. I mean, like, if he did pick breaking wheel, this is gonna be a tough matchup because she could just stun him out of the AOE. I mean, the batter's there as well. Seer has the owl. At least here with the chip damage, you can actually easily down the enchantress and the Seer without their skills popping off. Batter might be a little harder of a chase, so I would, and psychologist, you really have to invest your time at the start to down her, and then at least when she escapes the rocket chair, she's gonna have nothing to work with.
I would say that not only the character pick is countering pollen, even if they pick the flywheel effect, it's going to be detrimental on the breaking wheel. So Eclipse here going with a Galatea, actually good call. To see so Galatea in Ever Sleeping Town, a lot of corridor that you can place statue and prevent the survivor from transitioning from area and maybe take some chip damage in the moment.
Wow, and TT, I'm so surprised you know Ever Sleeping Town. It's like you live there.
Oh my God.
You just knows every little corner. Oh yeah, I know a really good dim sum place right here. You see a breaking wheel, you gotta look both ways for across the street because you got that tram.
Yeah, the tram. Yeah, the biggest hunter of all.
Do you remember when the tram actually put you down? Like it actually removed your life? That
yeah.
So bad. Oh my God.
It was in the old day where Ever Sleeping Town actually got introduced. But here we wanna head into the game between the survivor side of AMX and the hunter side of ATM. Galatea here spawning at the geisha area. Gonna transition to the corner house where the tram is saying hi to the other hunter.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, we're supposed to work together, right? And now, corner house situation. Scythe is the one that is taking this first kite. Seer is actually a good a good find, I would have to say. At least once you down the Seer. Oh wow, just the no corner statue hit. Beautiful start to Eclipse's chase.
Yeah, the Seer, great find, could totally eliminate there with a chip damage. But here, the Seer baited the Hunter into going for a normal hit. So great job from the Seer here. But the basement is here, so Seer has to be very careful
and honestly,
transitioning out of this.
Yeah, still buying enough time, but Eclipse, these trade-offs are actually working in favor because he's slowly getting that chisel. So now we see that he has not broken this pallet just yet, but the statue was able to hit him, and now NTT Blink is online. So this is the second round he's trying to go. He did 2 rounds, so now he's transitioning away from the corner house.
If Seer want to get out of this situation, there should be some Priestess portal in in
Or a batter.
in support, but the priestess isn't here since he's already. Oh my god! Oh,
Tried to go for a blink, but was that the statue? I'm not quite sure, but it worked out well in Eclipse's favor.
The blink was actually didn't hit. It was a miss blink, but the statue was able to hit the seer.
That was all part of the plan. That's what Eclipse is saying. Like, oh, I'm just gonna blink. No, statues, baby. But the batter right at the corner. Okay, no. Now we see that the batter is trying to get healed up first. So I like that they're having that foresight. This is the beauty of that psychologist. Can give that support from a mile away. And now Neezy Sky is the one going for this tinnitus for this Eclipse to stay on the rocket chair.
Yeah, but feeding the tinnitus, the decoding progress is going to be affected by this decision right here. Eclipse still trying to find out where the batter is, while the tinnitus is active by this batter. So I think they are going to sell this seer. Not sure about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little too risky. Seer has no more owl. Batter, I'm not sure. Wait, looking at the batter. Yeah, he does have Tide, so maybe save that for the next one. But now this Enchantress has to be careful. Now the batter might actually go for a full blood here. But, he's just trying to move on away here. And now making it rain statues. Oh, it's a standoff, right?
Look at the tram. Look at the tram, yeah. Able to get both a statue hit and a normal hit onto the batter. Max President has been unlocked, and Seer has to be very careful in this area right here.
Yeah, it's a tight kite here, and now nice patience there, forcing the sculptor to break the pallets, and now he is just trying to maneuver and survive as much as possible. Batter has to be very careful. Okay, Tide Turner is definitely done. Seer just transitioning to a better part in this map to try and get more attention away from these ciphers that are slowly moving left and right.
Yeah, I believe Seer has to kite only for another 20 seconds for all the cipher to pop here. So, but actually get a chip damage and a normal hit from Eclipse. Ending the kiting, ending the kiting potential coming from Seer. And
Shaggy. You have the Enchantress here. The Enchantress pops the cipher in time, and now this Enchantress might have to. Oh wow! They just choose to pop it, and this is huge. This Enchantress did not come online just yet, and now the Enchantress actually running back and forth. Eclipse has to be very careful.
Oh my god! What a sequence of events. They pop our cipher at once. So the Enchantress was actually surprised.
Wow.
Oh my god!
The blink was empty, and the Enchantress able to vault over and maneuver away. Broken Windows is in effect. She has one curse already online, and now just dropping these pallets left and right. Stuns and doubles up on it, NTT. NX official trying to kite out to the dungeon. Can she make it in time? Wow.
Yeah. With only one stun left, Enchantress, if she was quick enough with a stun, she could have went for the dungeon escape, but no. Sculptor was able to get a hit before that, and yeah, a 2-man escape from the survivor side. Still a great result, but yeah. I think the pop was quite surprising for all of us.
Yeah, I mean, everyone was surprised. I think the Hunter was kind of surprised too. Maybe the Enchantress was surprised. I'm taking this kite? All right, cool. But what a sequence, right? We saw the blink attempt. It missed. Enchantress was able to vault. And in that time, I feel like if the Enchantress kind of hugged the pallets a little more, gained more stun, could have gotten a 3... Well, I mean, like 1 detention hit. It was already... I don't know if she could have kited for 3 stack. That would have been way too hard. The distance was established a little too much already for her and the dungeon. So I think it was still a pretty intense chase. But GG's to both sides because now we're all tied up.
Low-key, in my opinion, I think the Enchantress should take that statue that statue hit, because one statue hit only only a quarter of the hit, but she gained a curse coming from that, so she could gain a 3-stack curse and stun the Galatea going for the dungeon.
True.
Easy escape.
Isn't that kind of counterintuitive? Like as an Enchantress, okay, statues hit me. Perfect statues, that's all right. Let's go. I would say I agree, because at that point, yeah, you'd rather take the statue hits than the detention hit, because you could stack 3 up, and like you said, could have kited till the end game. But and also you don't have to worry about the blink because the blink was already spent, so you just have to worry about the chisel. But I mean, I think this is how back and forth this matchup is gonna be. So I'm super excited for what's to come.
I think the pop was so surprised that our brain just malfunctioned immediately.
Like really?
Even the Galatea was, kind of confused why why the enchantress is running in front of me.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, you were the one that kind of said it, right? It was like 20 more seconds. If the seer was able to kite that long, could have waited till the end result there. Could have waited till the borrowed time kicked in. But yeah, I think well, him running back and forth, it seemed like he was kind of set to get hit first.
Yeah.
Like, all right, and then force the
Yeah,
pop
I
to
mean-
happen. But all right, I'm gonna kite you with detention. Sure, let's go.
Yeah, for the seer to kite more, I think another survivor has to come in for the support. But the battle is already a chip damage hell, and the other two is still trying to, prime a cipher. So Seer is totally on his own, but he did a very great job kiting out this Galatea. And yeah, as we see here, 92 seconds of kiting against a Galatea, and not to mention at half health, he was able to kite the Galatea with max present.
That's true. The corner house kite was so long, and honestly, Sith was able to even bait out a hit onto the owl, which kind of bought him a little more time. You got to give it up all to Nezkai here on that batter. Was able to provide a little bit of that support, got the full blood rescue. And I mean, 56 seconds, that's 56 seconds with detention in DT.
yeah.
So that's very impressive on the side of NX official.
Yeah, and she has been the one decoding the most here. So the Cypher Prime was, was kind of fast and not expected by the hunter side, but still quite unfortunate for the Enchantress at that endgame situation there. She could totally go for a dungeon escape in that very moment.
Could have, but at least they kind of, I would say the survivors now, they're kind of ramping up. Since the last game, it was really hunter-sided. So now I can't wait to see the switch up to happen for the next survivors to come in and probably also have that redemption. So, I mean, the previous game, it was a Dream Witch-sided match, 3-1. So hopefully this time, I mean, I think it's Polar's?
It's
Polar's the one
Polar.
coming in. Polar coming in. Polar coming in. I don't know if he also uses Galatea or are they going to ban Wax Artist? I'm not quite sure. We think that the Breaking Wheel might come out. But I mean, that's just an instant ban if ever he's a Breaking Wheel main.
Yeah, we are still waiting on the element of surprise here coming from both sides. Since both sides changed their hunter to another one. So yeah, let's see in Ever Seeming Town. As you said, a lot of hunter can be used in this map. Like even the Breaking Wheel, or sometimes even the Geisha can be making a way in. And I was quite surprised to see the ban on the Wax Artist.
Yeah, to be honest, I was kind of disappointed we didn't see a Wax Artist because I love Galatea, I love these meta hunters, but it's so rare to see the Wax Artist. And honestly, yesterday was kind of like a pinch me moment when I was seeing a Wax Artist, because honestly, it didn't. Like when the Wax Artist first came out, it was a little hard to see him like in competitive, but I mean, he's got some changes. He gets his presence faster now, and you gotta admit he is pretty tough to deal with. I mean, just ask ZT; they weren't able to handle him, and a great kiter like MX fell first to the Wax Artist, and I can't wait to see actually more. So hopefully, who knows? Maybe Polar can come up with a Wax Artist if he doesn't get banned,
or even a Feaster.
Oh my god, who knows? Something special has to happen with you, entity, if a Feaster comes in. What could we expect for you if a Feaster pick comes in? Are you gonna sing? Are you gonna do a little Feaster dance? Are you gonna
if a Feaster came in,
I'm not gonna. I'm putting you on the spot, but I'm allowing you to choose because you've been a championing Feaster for such a long time. You gotta celebrate, right? It's IVC. If a Feaster comes in, so what can we expect for NTT here? Is he gonna? Okay, if the Feaster comes in, and this is so simple, I bet you can do this. Okay, if a Feaster is played in IVC, ladies and gentlemen, NTT will do a hair flip.
Oh my god,
like a shampoo commercial hair flip. Okay.
Yeah,
All right. See, it's simple. All right, cool. Like a back turn thing. All right. Like I want to see the slow motion. I want to see the vitamin E extracts of aloe vera or whatever, like be in the hair.
Yeah,
right, I'm excited.
Yeah, that sounds too complicated. I just come in. Oh, men's shampoo. Grab one. Wow.
Men's shampoo. There we go. That's NTT. Keep it simple. That's what NTT is saying. So, ladies and gentlemen, right now I want you guys to promote anyone to use a feaster when NTT is on screen because he will do a hair flip for us. So right now you have to be as still as possible. We got to save that hair flip for when the feaster comes out.
Yeah, I'm excited. Yeah, I'm just gonna sit.
Okay, here's a question though. I mean, I know we're gonna talk a little bit outside of what the competition is, but what draws you so much to Feaster? Like, is it the play style? Is it the character? Is it the lore?
He looks cool. That's it.
One of the most unique hunters out there, I have to say. Especially with, I mean,
yeah, getting referred to as food is totally special.
Yeah, honestly, some of my friends too, they show love for Feaster and Photographer. I mean, we know why Photographer, right? Because of the looks. But Feaster is just, I don't know, he's so appealing. And honestly, I think Grizzly also would share the same sentiment that it looks cool. So now we're gonna switch things up. ADM on the Survivor side, AMX on the Hunter side. We got Polar now hunting for AX.
Yeah, 2 survivor band gonna be in place here for Polar, and also 1 hunters band coming from the side of ADM. I'm expecting a Priestess and a Seer band, as the same as the previous game, or if not, could be a Mercenary band in place of a Seer.
That could be it, yeah, actually, but I think it's safe to say maybe they won't risk a forward ban. Yeah, you called it Seer and Priestess, so this is going to be a little tough on what ADM can counter with, because those are the survivors that they usually go for. They want a tanky, support heavy. Oh my god, Spider? They banned Spider. Feaster's coming out, dude. Feaster's coming out.
The hunters ban has been more exciting than the pick. That's surprising. That's quite surprising. But now the opportunity to pick the Mercenary is available.
Actually,
forward.
The name Polar sounds so familiar now, and I think I remember. Yeah, he is a Spider main, so I think they really did their homework.
Yeah.
Is this an Acrobat? Oh yeah, it's an Acrobat.
That is an Acrobat.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. I still know my Pokemons. Okay, so Acrobat and yeah, because you see, there's actually 3 of his bombs right there on the floor.
Yeah, the 3 bomb is on the ground, neatly placed. Another looker. What?
Acrobat and
Mercenary.
Spear. No, Eli broke out of jail, ladies and gentlemen.
It's Mercenary.
Yeah, Mercenary. So another hooded figure, but he does have his vision, so he can see things. Can't see the future though. But what I can see is love in the chat saying what's up to Bestie Chantal. I think she's your bestie too, NTT.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they're gonna show some love to the hair flip. Christina X, of course, we notice you, girl. I definitely can see all the love in the chat. So I want you guys to throw all that love and support to ADM and AMX. We are seeing more survivor bands here on Psychologist, and now Entomologist is coming in. So I'm super excited to see this Entomologist now.
Yeah, surprised to see the Entomologist making an appearance in this map, but it's reasonable. The bees can block up a corridor for the hunt to give the survivor a chance to escape from the hunter's grab. But yeah, banning the Psychologist, this could shape up to be a Dream Witch game. If the next ban is a Barmaid.
Yeah, they could try and go for more like of a healing composition. ADM really known for not really stun harassing, but we are seeing they are selecting them. Enchantress gets banned, so Postman coming into this mix.
Yeah, they need the Cypher Rush.
Cypher Rush is definitely going to be there, but wow, okay, I wasn't expecting actually Postman, but kind of leaving themselves a little vulnerable here. But I mean, yeah, you have the Entomologist for the rescue, for the support. Also, Acrobat could bring a Tide, so yeah, it's kind of it's shaping up to be a very well-rounded draft of the survivors.
And yeah, excited to see. Oh my god!
Wait, for real? It's a Nightmare coming out?
This is the second time that we see Nightmare in this game. Oh my god! We just see earlier we just saw a Nightmare when Eli.
I don't think I was able to see that. How did Nightmare do?
Horrible.
Oh no! So let's see if they can rewrite that, ladies and gentlemen. The second Nightmare of the day. You know what? If at first you don't succeed, you got to try again. And what do they say? Love is better second time around. This is the second time we're going to see this Nightmare come in. So let's see how this one's going to pan out, because I see now why the Seer's band, you got the Enchantress too, like just the brawny survive, and also the Psychologist. Let's see. I mean, you got the bees also to kind of stop him from that jump. I'm excited. This is one of the first, one of the first matches of Nightmare I'll be actually commentating with you, NTT.
Yeah, Nightmare is, had a very hard time chasing the first target. So it's quite often to see the Nightmare usually bring Insolence and also the Blink. So very interesting to see what Polo will bring to the table here with this Nightmare. Again, the Postman seems to be the most optimal target.
Yeah, for sure. You want to stop that Cypher Rush from happening. So you want to go for that Postman at the start. Honestly, yeah, it's going to be a nightmare, nudge, nudge, to chase any of these other survivors if ever you are using this character. So, yeah, you want to find that Postman. I think he should take his time to look for the Postman and not take a chance. Maybe try to force out an elbow pad from the Mercenary.
Yeah. It's easy for Nightmare to look for the Postman since he can drop the crow and...
Oh, yeah, right.
And whoever touches the Cypher will be highlighted. So he will basically know the location of that survivor, and that is very crucial to the hunter.
Oh, for sure. So I guess, yeah, the meta coming into this match, like, be careful not to touch ciphers or get caught by those crows. They can latch onto you for pretty fast. Honestly, sometimes I'm away from the cipher, but I'm in just that crow vicinity. Then the crow latches onto me, so I'm like, dang it. That's one of the buffs that the Nightmare should have, because honestly, early game, it's a little tough for the Nightmare to gain that presence. Were you the one that said, yeah, you're related to Wu Chang?
Hey. For the Nightmare, I think the build should be quite similar to Wu Chang.
Oh no, I was saying like the early chase, like he needs to gain his presence.
He needs to get the present. Yeah, so it's kind of like Wu Chang. So usually when we see Wu Chang and Nightmare, they are gonna bring in the 6-9-12 build. So yeah, for detention, insolent, and fast breaking pallet. But sometimes we can see them bringing a 3-6 build. So yeah, we're gonna head into the game here. Nightmare spawning out the corner how and is going to transition to the fake gate right here, where the crow has actually captured the image of entomologist.
Oh, ooh, so we're just gonna have a slight pause in the action here, ladies and gentlemen. So entomologist, yeah, not the best early chase, but I mean, I'm gonna refer to you, NTT, as the Nightmare expert. I mean, that's such a weird name, but like, the one that really uses Nightmare. Who do you think is the best counter to Nightmare in terms of the survivors?
It would actually be the batter. The batter can, when you jump into the survivor, the batter can use the ball to, pull you to push you back. But also the entomologist can just drop the bee in an area and stop the Nightmare in his
the jump. That's another one too. So yeah, the jump is actually, yeah, you got to break that line of sight. But if you're out in the open, you need someone to just be able to push the Nightmare away. And yeah, the bees could definitely slow down, but I could see the batter honestly like being able to time the hits to get there. But luckily for him, no batter was picked in the lineup. But I mean, you got some brawny survivors. You got the acrobat, you got the postman, you got the mercenary. Pretty solid picks on the survivor side. So still, I can't call the match just yet because this is one of the first Nightmares we are seeing, though.
Yeah, I mean, I believe they wasn't expecting the Nightmare at all. Like that is just a surprise for all of us. Excited to see how the survivor are going to use the character to counter this Nightmare, since the early game, the early chase for Nightmare is crucial to the end game. Especially when Nightmare is able to unlock all of his present, then it's going to be very easy for Nightmare to go for a survivor chase.
Right, and a big map like this, you could definitely see how well he can kind of traverse around. You saw he already just released the crow to the fake gate. He already captured the image of the entomologist, like you said. I think he seems like he's gonna take a left to go inside the middle of the house, in middle's 2-story. So I'm not sure which he's gonna commit to. I think, yeah, he might take a page out of what you said, NTT, and just kind of look for that postman to kind of stop that cipher rush from happening.
Yeah. I mean, for the lineup, I don't think chasing the entomologist is best, since the bees can be pesky to deal with, and also the acrobat with those bomb transition around the area, and we're gonna come back to the action here. Entomologist is going to be the first one being chased by Polar.
Ooh, okay, cut out the line of sight just right there, and we see that the bee is now still trying to jump his way and just close out the distance. Throws out another crow here, goes for it, but no, a little too short on that hitbox, and there you have it, NTT. The bees kind of stopped him just a little bit, but able to get the hit on the entomologist.
Yeah, nice authorization of that nightmare, but now it's harder for Polar to go for the hit since the bee are blocking the way.
Another crow here, but we do see that the dog bite coming in has the crows here, and just honestly moving on away, breaking that line of sight. He's not able to build that jump, and we see that now he's just trying to focus up here. We do see that the acrobat is here. Maybe he wants to intercept with the
Is he? No, he isn't. So he's gonna leave the entomologist alone, but the blink has been initiated, and it will be the first down for the survivor side.
Yeah, it looked like the interception was going to come in from the acrobat, so now just probably saving it for later on. And now we see that the mercenary is also here, so I think they're going to do a little swap of situation here. But no, acrobat maybe chasing him away, but Polar's moonwalking. He knows someone else. He knows what's up. Someone else is going to make this rescue happen, and it is the mercenary, so he has to be very careful to try and get a perfect rescue here. It's more than enough time. So gets the hit onto the mercenary. He can get the rescue, and now this entomologist has a little bit of bees to just transition away from, but the jump's ready.
Yeah. Great call from Paulo. Actually, he was going to the middle to force the acrobat out the middle cipher, which has been decoded 76%. But now entomologist had already transitioned out of that area, and she will be down in this corner house, not allowing the nightmare to go for the max presence situation.
Yeah, true. I think you want to try to starve the hunter as much as possible just to keep him at bay. And it was really tough for him to, because the hunter already had that jump, so maybe have the acrobat silence the hunter just to transition to a better part in this map. But now we see that the crow is going over to that fake gate area where we started off, and Polars, honestly, I think they might actually just sacrifice here, but no, I think the acrobat is oh no, yeah, he's right here.
Is he coming in? He is coming in, so I believe he has a Titano here, so going for the rescue could totally be reasonable. After the rescue, acrobat should go. Acrobat should go for the bomb.
He does, but no, he just moves on away. Mercenary is here, so this actually is pretty tough because you want to be able to silence him before the last effort pops.
Yeah, I don't think the acrobat communicate well with the entomologist that situation. After the rescue, the acrobat should go for the fireball to prevent the nightmare from jumping into the entomologist, or at least go for a mud ball.
Just give her that a little bit of breathing room to kite, right? Because honestly, the entomologist had a pretty awesome kite, and now transitioning already immediately the confidence in him, already transitioning towards that postman. Postman now dropping the dog bites, 2 for 2 here, but now 2 jumps unlocked, and now the postman eats a hit.
Yeah, you just grab the situation perfectly. The nightmare using the crow to traverse the area and able to find the postman immediately. And now the postman gonna have a hard time with the blink.
Decisive blink to a jump. That's a lot of grounds covered for Polar. Looking pretty good. 3 ciphers in a standstill here. So it's shaping up to be a hunter-sided match. So this could actually break the tie for AX to be in an advantage.
Yeah, in the time that Polar has been chasing postman, the survivor side were actually healing. So no decoding progress was actually made. So the hunter can totally be, feeling calm in this situation, finding out where Hamsters is gonna try to prevent the rescue for a little bit. But the avocado is still available.
Wow, yeah, he's just gonna use that. And now at least Mercenary has a crow, just hits him just for good measure. And now we see that the postman tried to drop that dog bite. Unfortunate there that he committed to that Mercenary. So really dangerous situation for this postman, since the crow will already give him that transportation, the teleportation, and now double jump already online, and Polar wants this postman down again.
And this is why the max present nightmare is so scary. The survivor side actually have totally no chance of escaping. So now either the acrobat or the mercenary should go in for the rescue. As a look of it, both cipher is being cammed right now, so one survivor had to decode both cipher. Oh.
So now, yeah, you could just teleport right back to the chair. Actually, he's just gonna walk back to the chair. I don't think he got the crow on the
Yeah.
acrobat. Now he can get a double down situation here. He's got that lock on already. No blink all available anymore for this nightmare. And now the mercenary has fallen. Cipher progress still at 73, so now this postman has to kite this one out. It's actually moving along, NTT. So now the postman bolts here. Not enough time. And now the post. Oh wow! Now they're gonna try to lock it in.
Oh!
He picks up
the
This is
mercenary. They could pop
huge.
here. Oh, but
They could
no.
definitely pop, but no,
Oh,
it wasn't
timing.
ready. Now they gotta pop it, and now the mercenaries will run for his life. But we do see that the crow is ready, and the crow can actually like close the distance early on with any of these survivors. We do see throw one in the acrobat's direction. Luckily, the acrobat's image wasn't captured.
Yeah, such a bummer for the survivor side. They could totally go for the pop there, but the timing wasn't enough, and yeah, they have to pop where the postman got onto the chair to prevent the mercenary from getting on to the same fate.
Ooh, so now it seems like Polar kind of second guessing himself, looking if anyone's in this exit gate, but everyone is actually transitioning towards the other exit gate where the acrobat actually is hiding, so no one's touching anything just yet. Mercenary is in the graveyard area. Can't see if Tinnitus is being propped up, but now probably walking in this direction. Oh, they're gonna probably split open these exit gates.
Yeah.
Acrobat already running away, but runs into a crow, NTT.
Oh, the tram! The tram is coming in, and kind of helping the acrobat here.
Blink is
but the
ready
blink is
though.
ready. Oh.
Yeah, he can immediately use it.
Oh.
A blink jump hit. Wow,
Yeah,
what a sequence.
Yeah, but you know, jumping into the red wall kind of allowed the mercenary to open the gate since it locked out his skill. But now
the skill's
effect of
ready.
the ball. Yeah.
Oh my god, there we go. He tries to go for a regular hit here. Mercenary still he can't eat a detention hit. He's already injured, so this is going to be huge.
Oh my god. Oh, it's
actually
so close.
I know a regular hit could do it, and goes for the double jump. Just like that, Polar secures himself 5 points for his team.
Yeah, who would have thought that the Nightmare would be able to get a 4K in Never Sleeping Town? Wow.
I mean, I'm looking at, I know there's a bit of delay in chat and everyone's thinking, yo, this Survivor side, they're really liking the comp and they know that Nightmare kind of struggles. And you know what? This kind of rewrites everything. I know the previous match you said it didn't go so well on the Nightmare side, but right now, Nightmare, a 4K hunter in Ever Sleeping Town. Let's go, Polar.
I mean, I would ship Nightmare in the same pace as a Clerk. In the early game, they are not really good at chasing the Survivor, but when they got to max present, it's like
Double
a GG
jump.
situation. Yeah, it's like a GG situation for the Survivor side. You see how the Hunter was able to capture a Survivor quite easily when he got to max present. So that's why some of the Nightmare player bring insulin.
Yeah, you did mention that build, like detention insolence or top-down build just in case, but we saw there, early game kind of struggled. I mean, it was stuck at 3 ciphers at a point too, but I think also the constant back and forths, and I don't think there was a missed blink attempt, and a way he was able to blink jump hit also, just closing out the distance early on. Polar coming in hot here with 5 points, a big 5 for his team. Clearly AX has won the second round. So great start. Well, great second round for AX, but ADM not out of it just yet. They need to get a perfect score. Actually, they need to get a perfect score and win the next round. So that's gonna be tough.
Yeah, 5-0. It's almost impossible to fail a blink with Nightmare. I have to say that.
That's true. So now, NTT, talk us through these match stats.
Wow. So Orin is going to be the most decoding progress here with 198%, while the Postman with 197, 179%. Sorry. While it's actually the Mercenary is going to be the most contain the Hunter, and going for the rescue also. So an all-rounded survivor in this.
Yeah, that's true. All well-rounded, I would say. Like 3 rescues. Like, I mean, if Hamsus was able to make the escape, that would have been MVP of the night. But unfortunately, Polar was able to down the Mercenary towards the end. But AMX breaking the tie here, getting 11-6, getting the second round. That's huge for AMX.
So ADM has to go for at least a 5-0 here in round 3, or else I think they are at a tough spot right now. kind of forced into a perfect round situation, the Nightmare totally flipped the script entirely.
Yeah, honestly, like I love it. Like we had, I mean, the wax artist stole the show at the first half of the first match yesterday, then Clerk all throughout, and now we had Nightmare. You know, it just shows like best of once we go to BO2. Like I think every hunter is very viable. So I'm super excited to see what else they have in store for us. This is going to be BO3 now, and now I don't know if there's going to be any switches. If it's Polar again, you gotta respect that Nightmare and that Spider.
And a potential surprise character that either hunter is going to bring out. So it's going to be very interesting in round 3, especially in the map that they are going to pick, since it is going to shape the picks and ban for the next round.
Oh yeah, 100%. So yeah, ADM put in a tough spot here. Wait, let me try to recall who picked the map. We actually don't have any word on that, but if ADM can pick the map, I really feel like maybe they should buff their hunter coming into this, because it seems like their survivors are starting to gain their footing. Hunter though did get a tie with Sculptor, and a lot of people were saying Galatai, like, because
Galatai.
yeah, and which sucks because I mean Galatea was Core 4, like that was the height of her power, right? Everyone was picking Sculptor at the start, but now because of the changes, because people kind of caught on how to be able to dodge statues, she's kind of been relegated. She can still get 4K. I would say she's still in the meta, but in the survivor sided game, getting a tie is still pretty good with Galatea.
Yeah. And also the puns for Galatea, the Galatai.
Yeah.
I believe in
Galatea.
China there is also a pun for Bloody Queen.
Oh yeah. When Chocho comes in here, we gotta ask her if she knows that pun, because I'm not gonna attempt to try to speak Mandarin. I apologize.
I'm not going to also.
I know. I know we can try and ask, probably maybe in Soy, maybe even Nell that, but. I can't wait to hear that pun, because she's been the Thai Queen, and she's been kind of she did move down, but honestly she's still very solid, even in if you go to rank, solo rank or like group rank, even in competitive, she's really kind of put in BO3 now, and she still gets the job done. So I just wonder for like the hunters, right, in ADM side, Eclipse, right, he has Wax Artist, he brought out Sculptor. I wonder with that type of hunter lineup, who else he can bring to the table. Same goes for Polars. He had Spider Ban. He picked up the Nightmare. Who else can he bring out?
There.
Hey, we're gonna get the hair flip. Oh my gosh, we could definitely do that. I'm excited to see that hair flip come out. And everyone in the chat were like, "Oh my gosh, Entity, don't make us blush with this hair flip of yours." So I'm pretty sure they want that hair flip coming out from you.
My God, yeah, the hair been keeping it since how long?
Birth. When was the last time you got a haircut? Or you just trim? 2020, but you don't trim it?
I don't trim it. I never trim.
Wow. There we go, all natural, ladies and gentlemen. Boom, just the manly locks on NTT. And also, I mean, this is we've seen Soy cosplay. Are you gonna cosplay? I know you're a cosplayer, sir.
That's something I saw another day.
All right, that's why you guys got to tune in each and every week in IVC to find out if NTT will cosplay or won't he cosplay, because this man here, honestly, top-notch cosplays all throughout. So
like, I'm not gonna reveal that I'm gonna cosplay DM in another day. Oopsie.
Ooh, whoops. Did that come out? Oh my gosh.
When does that come out? Yeah,
I don't know. I didn't hear anything. I'm just looking forward to the hair flip, man. I'm not gonna expect anything from cosplay and NTT, but yeah, we just have to wait and see. Let me just ask real quick. All right,
yeah.
Cool. Okay, so let's discuss things. ADM put in a tough spot here. What do you think their mentality should be coming into this next match? Because not only do they have to win, in one of the rounds they have to at least get a perfect.
Yeah. So, you're getting a perfect round. It's more viable for the hunter to go for 4K than the survivor to go for 4 escape. So, the hunter player has to get a surprise element in their picks to counter the survivor. As you said earlier, like in 0-2 survivor, they are caught off guard by the off meta picks, since they are all trained well with the meta picks. So the off meta picks could be the key to the victory for.
You just
ADM.
want to see a feaster.
Yeah.
We all know.
Yeah. You
Which
caught
brings me
that.
to my next point. You got to bring out the feaster. Okay, here's my thing. I would love to see a feaster, but you have to understand he's been out for a while, and I'm pretty sure they know. I know everyone. I mean, the competitive players at least. I still get hit by those tentacles, but I'm pretty sure they know how to counter it. So I agree. Maybe go off meta. Okay, so off meta 100 gamekeeper. That's another OG hunter. So
Yeah.
if they go off meta, you think they should go old school off meta or new school off meta?
Is Nayad off meta? I don't think so, right?
No, especially best of 3 she comes out, right? So I
Yeah.
don't think she's off meta, but she's kind of put there with those solid hunters that can get ties, but she can struggle too to get a 4K unless she gets like a terror shock or something.
So yeah, the old school off meta could be Joker.
Yeah.
But
Honestly,
yeah.
maybe Clark. She comes. I mean, if you're gonna respect ban with Eclipse though, they might even allow the sculptor to come out. They handled that sculptor pretty well. So if they did more homework, yeah, obviously ban the wax artist. Obviously in both hunter side, yeah, ban for Eclipse, ban the wax artist. For Polars, ban the nightmare. And then nightmare and spider.
Yeah.
So where does that leave? We're
Oh.
changing things up.
Yeah.
Okay. Kalisti is coming in from Chamomile on
So-
replacement. The survivor
Yeah.
switch.
Could be a surprise for us, since changing the survivors means that survivor is popping up at a certain character. So forward player.
Ooh, Khaleesi could be the forward player we were looking for. That go
Yeah.
back from best of 3, go back to the meta, right? Who knows? That
Yeah.
could happen. Another survivor that we haven't seen, or I haven't seen when I just pop in and out of the stream. Little girl. We haven't seen little girl, and I didn't see one yesterday. I don't know if you were able to catch one. Was there
Yeah,
anyone, Jeff?
there was no little girl since. Yeah. That's quite surprising, since little girl can be utilized in many ways.
Yeah, I
and
do
also in IJL and IVL, she has been popping up always.
Yeah, I guess we're still trying to figure her out here in Southeast Asia. What we did see, I think it was Godjay that banned Little Girl, so there is some respect with that. So maybe she's gonna pop off maybe after the preliminary finals, or maybe in the group stages. Who knows? Because honestly, right now it's really best foot forward. So maybe they don't want to risk too much of the new school, especially with survivors. Maybe with the hunters, yeah, because you're just solo, right? But with survivors, it's like you kind of have to be on point.
Yeah, basically, Little Gun require a lot of team call, a lot of support, and great communication from everyone in the team.
Yeah.
Since usually when I met a Little Gun, she's just gonna leech onto the mercenary.
Yeah. She just binds straight away, helps decode. Now we are seeing
Oh.
Sacred Heart Hospital.
So-
So, we're not switching we're not switching hunters, right? So
Yeah,
for
no.
sure, they're still gonna ban the wax artist and the spider here. It's just a choice who else that they have, because honestly, this is kind of the beauty also of IVC with the teams here. We're able to cement themselves in. I know IVA is another beast, but I think IVC is just definitely a step higher, and we get to see what other hunter and survivor pools that they have and how deep they go.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, in this map, you have to ban the priestess. That's almost certain. And
for
with the
sure.
and with the third round ban pick system, you have 3 survivor to ban right off the start.
Mhm.
So in prediction, Seer, priestess. I don't
Their
think
choice
forward
of-
going to be banned.
Yeah, probably Seer Priestess at the start, and then let's see. Yeah, maybe because it's gonna be 4 survivor bans, right? Maybe Merc next if they don't lock it in at the start.
Yeah.
Then Ever Acrobat, Psychologist, just the others. And while we're waiting, I know the wait is kind of intense. I just want to give a shout out to Officially Mew. He says, "Spot, your hair is as beautiful too." I'm like, it's not as beautiful NTT, guys. I cut my hair. We almost had the same hair. We were about to be hair bros.
Yeah.
But
I was disappointed.
I know. But I do also want to give a shout out to Loom. We also have breadsticks. We also got cheesecake. We got Takako-kun and toast.
Yeah.
So big shout outs to everyone in the chat. Let's head on over to the picks and bans.
Yeah, thank Takako-kun for complimenting my look. Yeah, I spent like 5 minutes on it. Okay, so yeah, the band pick screen has appeared. Yeah, and Seer, Priestess, and the Mercenary actually. So, of course, not banning the forward from the Survivor side here, and for the Hunter, Eclipse. Should be the Wax Artist band and Galatea if they are feeling like it.
Hi.
Oh, hey Jojo. What a surprise. Why are you here? Why post?
I went to like overseas and came back, you know, it took a long time, so
Alright.
yeah, I
welcome
mean,
back.
yes, thank you. But right now we are seeing the Survivor band, Seer, Priestess, as well as Mercenary, with the Hunter bands of Wax Artist as well as Bonbon.
This first two thing isn't anticipated at all. It's a magician and the enchantress right at the start. So yeah, very off beta, I would say.
Yes, definitely. Definitely there are still meta characters like Acrobat and Patient, but they have picked certain non-meta characters, and we do know that Eclipse is an S batch violinist. So
wait, really? Wow.
Yeah, he is. It's yeah. Eclipse. So he's
Yeah.
an S batch violinist. However, in Hospital Map, violinist is not an ideal choice. Definitely.
Yeah, because
but
of a two story, right? Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, thanks for filling me in. I have no idea that it's going to be a potential Antonio match right here. Banning the entomologist and allowing the psychologist to make way there for the final ban is going to be the better. So,
I mean, right now I believe the survivors might be picking a. It should be a rescuer. If it's a normal team comp. But I mean, if they decided to pick a kiter, it's totally feasible. I mean, it will be fast decoding and and with this team comp and with this band picks, I believe Eclipse may be taking out his violinist this round, and we can see that on the chair it is a lucky guy. Am I saying that right?
Yeah,
Oh no, it's a first officer.
My man, let's go. Thank you.
We're seeing the first officer.
Thank you for bringing the first officer. Yay!
I mean, it's a nice count. Oh no, we're seeing a Galatea. Not confirmed yet though. Galatea again.
Yeah, Galatea. I would say that Galatea would be better at dealing with a psychologist than an Antonio, since the chip damage can be crucial to downing the survivor. And also the fur officer, the string, predicting with the string is quite hard, especially when the fur officer uses the pocket watch. But we'll have to wait and see how it's gonna pan out in this match.
Sure, for sure. And Eclipse, in his BO2, he did take out the Sculptor Ever Sleeping. Results were a tie. I believe survivors are quite confident kiting a Sculptor. And I believe Eclipse is actually also an S-Badge Bonbon, if I remember correctly. S-Badge Bonbon.
Yeah, all the S match. I only have one S match, and it's Feaster, and all the A match.
No.
It's not worth it.
Yeah, but with this team comp against a Sculptor, NTT, what do you think about this team comp?
I think the psychologist would be the greatest find for the psychologist, since for the Galatea, since she can gain the needed present with that way. But also the magician also can be utilized to can be chased easily, since he is prone to getting chip damage.
Yes, definitely. But okay, so this team comp is actually kind of support. I mean, in a way, Enchantress can come an OB.
Oh yeah.
That's the only support that they have. In terms of kiting wise, it really depends on their individual strong kiting abilities already. I believe Hunter will be avoiding the first. Oh wait, are we seeing a better right? Wait. I think there's a bit of an error on the character selection.
Yeah, I think it's a graphic mishap, but yeah. You would just say that the enchantress could help with the support on kiting, but the psychologist could help with the healing of survivor to go in for a rescue. It's going to be very crucial for the survivor side to go to heal up, especially with a chip damage hunter like Galatea.
Hospital manage. I mean, we've seen in IVL actually. China did it in China. That we're going right into the match.
Oh yeah.
Alright,
Just continue your thought there.
And so the hunter has spawned at Tivo, I believe, and is going towards the birdcage area, going up the second story. The first person that he'll be seeing will be the psychologist, yes, the psychologist at hospital. Hospital, a very nice kiting area. So I mean, against 3 hits psychologist, it will be a hard down.
Yeah, it's gonna be very easy for psychologists to kite inside the hospital area. Sculptor here, fast breaking pallet. So yeah, we're gonna see the build in just a moment, but breaking the pallet easily is crucial to downing this psychologist. And actually missed the normal hit.
However, the dodge was like, I mean, even though it's a dodge, he still get a hit. And right now, psychologist will be rotating once more around the hospital, I believe. And without any support, everybody is just coding as fast as they can. Right now, we don't have any coding.
To get the chip damage, and the blink is still available to Eclipse, so it's gonna be a very easy down for this psychologist. Actually, he should wait for the stress relief to end before going for the blink here.
Yes, definitely. We see that the stress has already ended. Is he gonna blink this time? Is he gonna blink? Is he gonna take? No! A field blink!
Blink to a wrong side.
Yes, exactly. Oh, however.
Yeah.
However, the chip damage. So time-wise is still okay, and it's being shared at the Magician Cypher.
And able to come out with Cypher, as you said. So they have to transition far away. This is my very moment. For Officer is the only rescuer in the team, so either a 99% rescue or they should go for the sacrifice situation.
Are they sacrificing? Is the first? Oh, I believe so. The first officer is just standing at the second story, trying to give the year mark to Nidus.
Yeah.
Right now we can see that the enchantress will. Oh, wait, I believe the first officer may be coming for the after half rescue. I mean,
a 99% rescue. It would be the best for the team since psychologists still have the potential to kite out in this area.
I believe this rescue may not be so relevant. I mean, it's gonna open Hunter's second skill, and psychologist doesn't really have a good ability right now at the moment.
Allowing the hunter to go for max present because previously
oh
my god,
the statues Eclipse having very accurate statues this time round, and second skill opening really fast compared to BO2, and we'll be seeing the psychologist dead on chat the next time. Moving on from this, Hunter doesn't have blink right now, so but he does have his second skill, so downing the next survivor might be quite easy for the Hunter right now.
Yeah, remember that ADM needs to get a 4K or a 4-man escape, so I think Eclipse is on track to do that, to go for the 4K. But the survivor side is going to heal each other up, preventing the situation from happening. And as we look, the magician was able to transition away from the burst cage cipher. As for Officer and Enchantress were healing each other.
Exactly, and right now we can see that the magician is will be taking the next kite right now and using his wand efficiently to dodge the second skill statues. Back to statue.
Oh, nice timing coming from Eclipse. Another statue hit.
Second skill.
Oh, nice mind game. Yeah.
Yes, for sure. Right now he'll be transitioning back to the hospital. No, still gonna stay around the ruins area.
I don't think he should go to the hospital, as that's where Photoiser was trying to decode.
True.
And the blink is going to be used. Wow.
Yes, and the ciphers has dropped from 3 to 1. The last cipher, not sure where it is though. Oh, the last cipher is actually at Top 1 window. Remember the first cipher? It's 80% already.
Oh my god!
Yes.
So yeah, Eclipse is basically controlling the game right now with the camping of the chair. Very near is this cipher. They probably had to go for the double rescue if they want to decode safe and soundly.
But I believe that Enchantress might be going for the decoding, which is 80% already, and
Yeah.
the first officer the rescue once the cipher is primed. But is Eclipse gonna give her the chance to decode though? I believe Eclipse know that this is the last cipher.
Yeah, three set of statue available for Eclipse to use. I think here she's already spotted out where the first officer is, but the fact that the Enchantress is decoding easily.
Yes, I believe Eclipse doesn't know that the last cipher. Nice. Wow, the Eclipse managing the prediction, able to hit first officer when he was using the watch, and now we can see the pop happening, and everybody is almost full blood. Oh no, a clean statue by Eclipse right now. Is he gonna give chase to the magician and allow this tie to happen?
Yeah, we are seeing that the magician is hiding in the hospital area, which is a very hard location to chase a survivor. Now for the survivor side, still have a pocket watch to utilize here from the first officer.
It's really dangerous.
Yeah,
Enchantress, are you gonna move?
Yeah, Enchantress is playing with fire here. Will be hit, but no detention coming from the side of the Enchantress here. They are going to escape easily. And look at the magician. The magician gotta go for the dungeon. Oh wow!
Amazing play on the survivor side. A 3 escape for AX side. I believe this was a kind of a small mistake on the Hunter side. Hunter knew that the cipher he was carrying was at the 2x1 window, the last cipher, and yet he wasn't paying attention to the cipher and allowed Enchantress to go for the rest. Hey, go for the prime.
I think the better chair to put the survivor in would be the chair right across the cipher machine. And for the last session of the game, I don't think the Galatea should quit chasing the magician. Instead, going for the gate, because the magician has already utilized all the magic wand and just 2 statues away from being down. As for the other survivor, yeah, it's impossible to down them without detention.
But actually the prediction by Eclipse when the first officer used his first watch when rescuing the magician was a nice prediction. And the second skill statues on magician at the statue was also very very well placed.
Just a little bit unfortunate, yeah.
Sure. Yeah, Eclipse. I think he forgot about the last cipher at 2x1 window, and it was an opportunity loss for sure. I mean, it looked like it was gonna be a tie, and then suddenly a 3 run. The survivors had great control of the cipher percentage, the decoding percentage at the gate. So they were really trying to force it and took advantage that the hunter didn't have detention and forcing the gate to be opened. After that, the escape from the dungeon. Perfect coordination for the survivor side.
Yeah, they definitely got a teamwork in this game. Now it's for the survivor side of ADM to make up for the mistake that the hunter has made, but it's going to be very hard since the requirement for the survivor side is going to have a 4-man escape. So yeah, they have to pull out everything that they have to go for this. I would say almost impossible result, but almost impossible doesn't mean that it's impossible. It just means that it's very hard to happen. But there's still a chance.
I mean, 4 escape at this map is totally possible. I mean, Hospital has been known for its 4 escape for survivors. It's a very sided map, so nothing is impossible. This might be favorable for ADM for sure.
Yeah, recalling the map with SD Survivor and the Hunter side in COA 5. I believe it was Arfu using the Soul Weaver in the hospital and actually lost to SSC Survivor with a 4-man escape. So yeah, anything could happen. We have seen it over and over. As you said, a 4-man escape in this map is quite easy for the Survivor side.
Yes, but we have to see what kind of team comp they be bringing though. Like, for sure they won't be picking Mechanic, I mean, because it's a dual character. We'll definitely be seeing...
I mean, all the characters that could go for the potential 4-man escape. I would say forward, prospector, any character that has the ability to regenerate their skill and keep them until the very end of the game.
Yeah, maybe Coordinator might be a good choice. I mean, we've seen many 4-mans with coordinator being one of the members, but
Yeah, but coordinator will be an easy target to chase after using the flare gun. So yeah, uh, could be the toy merchant.
Toy
Perfumer. Yeah, the toy merchant. We have seen some of the catapult placement. I believe I have seen a video of the tips and trick onto the catapult placement in the hospital. Like some other place, it would be devastated for the hunter to see the catapult right at that very moment.
Yeah, however, hospital match toy merchants catapult placements are actually kind of difficult. It's not something that you can, learn overnight actually. It's through more practices, and because I have tried all this toy catapult placements, and to be very honest, I failed the first few times. So yeah, you just gotta keep trying.
Yeah.
They'll be able to do it. But they do have an I believe they have. Do they have a toy merchant me? I believe they do. They do.
Oh, that I'm not sure about, but in this lineup, I believe out of all the rescuer, I think the prisoner would be the best one to kite with a hunter. Yeah, the prisoner, or even the explorer that can hide away from the hunter side. Since the mechanic, as you said, is more of a tight situation survivor. That could go for the Cypher Rush, but if she is found first, it's GG for the game.
For sure. And maybe they would pick a perfumer. I mean up down, first story, second story. I mean, it's pretty feasible.
Yeah, the perfumer utilization of the floor placement. Yeah, that could work. Yeah, and sometime, and I believe I have seen some of the prospector main using the magnet to pull the survivor from the first floor to the second floor. Have you seen some of the video about that?
Of course, really disgusting.
Yeah.
But Prospector at this map, pretty feasible. However, not many Prospector players have been playing the character. It's not really meta anymore. I mean, with such meta characters like Acrobat, Patient, such higher better characters, and also with Enchantress, with his OB.
Yeah, the Enchantress. Enchantress is OP, of course.
I mean, if you really know how to play Enchantress and you use it well, then you're really strong. And now we'll be moving on to BO3. Oh no, we'll be looking at the stats right now. We see the tree escape for first officer, Enchantress, and Magician. And the Cypher progressed by Enchantress being 243, more than half of the Cyphers decoded.
Yeah, I think the Galatea has a very hard time after eliminating the psychologist to catch another survivor, since they are coordinated so well, transitioning from area to area and able to pop the Cypher in time. And in the end, it's just an easy 3-man escape for the side of for the side of AMX here, and putting ADM on the top spot here with the potential. 1-man kill to move on for AMX.
Yes, for sure, and it was a great match this time around, and we can see that the scoreboard right now is 7-14, which means that AMX right now will be moving straight to. Yes, and the winner will definitely be AMX, and ADM will now be prepping for the Wildpack stage that will happen next week.
Oh yeah, so a little bit of miscalculation from my side. Actually, AMX only need a 3-man kill to move on, since the point deficit is able to allow them to knock out ADM. So yeah, great fight for both sides. A little unfortunate for the hunter, but yeah, GG to both sides.
For sure, and we can actually see the difference in terms of skill, in terms of for the AMX side as well as ADM. And right now,
it's going to be the incredible Nightmare player Polar, able to get a 4-man kill with this Nightmare, which is unheard of in any tournament, I believe. I think this is the first time that a Nightmare has got a 4K in a tournament.
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, great authorization of a character. What more to say, Jojo? Incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I was watching the end game for the Nightmare. It was very nicely done. I mean, I mean, even though the tram came at the late game and blocked it out, I mean, it still managed to get the down on the acrobat fast with the blink, and then after that teleporting to the gate and downing the mercenary as well.
Yeah.
Making it a 4 kill. So really intense match for the AMX side, and I was looking forward to them in the group stage for sure.
Yeah, exactly. We are excited to see more of the off-meta Hunter picks in today's or even the day after in the group stage and in the place of. It has been surprising for all of us with the picks and ban and the off-meta appearance. The clerk, the clerk, the
lucky guy.
Yeah.
Really interesting things.
So yeah, that's quite interesting to see the meta have been shifting to the off meta and going for the element of surprise to put the other side, in a difficult situation.
Putting them off guard as well. So I mean, ADM do have very high potential as well. I mean, we've seen them in previous tournaments, IVA. They have been very strong in their own team,
Yeah.
and I'm expecting to see quite a lot in the wildcard stage.
Yeah, but before that, we're gonna head into a very short break to prepare for the next match between MP and IKUN. Entity. Here's Jojo. She's Jojo, and we are gonna be back in the next matchup.
Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me, I must defy our mantra. What?
She's but a girl. What's a she-hulk to accomplish?
Race to the family.
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Shao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Place at its finest. In July they came, and then in August, for flowers they were made. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking datura, feeding up Rosemary, who couldn't let go of discards. Night and night stood aloof from the light. Down and down fell into addictions and took delight. Time and time behind the curtain he hid till that came into sight. Place at its finest, bellow stain, where passionate vines often chase the butterflies. A place with fragrances, bellow stain, and now to dust the flower has returned.
What happened on the island?
Let's go and see.
Welcome to Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2021.
Right away, despite the terrain, but look at that. Oh, yeah. Oh, but oh my god.
But oh my god, China Cup corners, Mercenary eats that regular hit, LC, grab things safe, and now just gonna go for the rescue. 7-2S being patient with the terror shot. Just in time, he wasn't able to open up. He did. Wow. Just trying to kite his way around here, trying to push. Oh my, the Cypher is almost trying. Can Anchan survive this long? Excellent vault there. Oh, they popped the Cypher.
Have to keep in mind that teleportation effect.
GG's will be called. Excellent stuff, guys. Southeast Asia, congratulate GH because they are your champions, ladies and gentlemen.
Accept God's mercy. Rise beyond the constraints of life and death. This is an endless game of chance. Greed has tainted the sanctity of faith. Pawn your lips and tongue, never to speak of the past. Pledge your beating heart, break free from the Reaper's hold. Surrender your soul, submit to eternal desire. In this never-ending revelry, you must wager your immortality.
The new season of O-Lettuce, branded parent-child wear. Loose, comfortable trousers suited for different working scenarios. Tailored t-shirts fit for everyone. Fashion options for robots are also on sale.
The final version is for parent and child?
Manor-themed special photo sticker machine for couples. The video is not sponsored by Bloody Queen. If the product has quality problems, Bloody Queen won't be responsible for this.
Heard that there's an amazing mirror in Olita's Manor. It is not a funny mirror, but it will make you look slimmer. Of course, it can make you look bigger. Changes across species aren't impossible as well. That is not the mirror that we should use willy-nilly. News story still goes on. Look through the Olita's Manor mirror to see the other side of you.
Lettuce Bar's grand opening. We have a special barmaid who can make famous Dublin drink. The bar has a warm and welcoming vibe.
Hey, don't drink weird beverages in my bar.
It was never a ruse. This is a requiem. For peace in a chaotic dreamscape. Even if it amplifies their fear, requiem for an exercise to extend the extracting every last drop of that crystal dew. Cast their memories into the abyss again and again as they stand on the border of truth and vanity.
this place really haunted? Who's there? The Crystal Palace was once where art and science collided. Some reminisce about its former glory. Some long for its splendor. Now, you're here too.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Miss Keo, how was your childhood? Well, at the dinner table, Father said with a smile, "You sure love playing judge, don't you?" And then they wanted me to pursue my own happiness. Of course, so did my brothers. Your brothers? He was not qualified to represent justice. And I won't allow that to happen. Something happened, I suppose. I did what I had to do. Justice needs obedience. Justice needs sacrifice. Potato to the fat lady sings. That's all.
The arrival of the first letter was the prelude to a change in tone. An accentuated sign of fate's shifting course appeared on the night the second letter arrived. Those fragile wings flew in with the dying light. Who forgot one simple truth? The purer the light, the deeper its shadow. My nightingale, never chase after illusions of hope. Looking back with longing eyes, this is just his unfailing bait.
All that remains upon this throne is nothing more than a fragile, incompetent heart. After the embers fade and die out, Our homeland, ripped asunder by the flames of war. At the height of my desperation, I finally saw the light of a star above. She was the one who brought the light of dawn back into my life. But when the sun sank below the horizon, I saw the flames of war burning without end. Flesh torn and blood spilled before me. The illusion of my utopia had lost the favor of the sun. I have to get out of here. I have to...
Why do you wish to escape, my dear king? In this everlasting Colosseum, you will forever be my gladiator. Anna, night. Girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
踏过荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有，刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soil leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it!
remember now. It's all coming back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However, is this calamity wreaked by disgraced deities? Or perhaps it all stems from greedy hearts? Stay a while. I have an interesting tale for you. Sergei, once the backbone of this circus, he brought numerous joy and laughter on stage. But he was a slave to the bottle off stage. His mistress began to fall for a more considerate man. And after a heated argument, she sought refuge in that man's tent. Sergei couldn't stand for this. He destroyed that man's wretched face with acid and ruined his life forever. The truth was finally spilled in a fit of drunkenness. In turn, on that drunken night, Sergei also lost his face. I don't like this face. Oh, it sickens me. But this face has become a new symbol, belonging to Sergei and to me.
Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me, I must defy our mantra. What?
She's but a girl. What does she hope to accomplish?
Race to the family.
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Shao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself.
Hi, welcome back to the Identity 5 IVC 2022. Right now I am Chocho, and right now we have the NTT right here, the Feast Domain, and actually
As the entity.
It's the entity, yes.
Yeah, you are gonna refer to me as the entity. Okay, I see how it goes.
Alright, okay. I mean, I was lagging at the start of the previous match, so I'm just gonna give a quick shout out. I think some people couldn't catch it, so yeah, a quick shout out to the entire caster group. I mean, you guys really helped me out. I mean, I was just a little baby, and you guys have been giving me a lot of support and giving me tips. And also, big shout out to Nell and Posh. Nell, you didn't hear my shout out, but here it is. And to all my friends as well as real life ones and gaming ones, you guys have been supporting me, giving me encouragement, and I really appreciate it. And also to NTT being my debut casting partner.
Yeah. I'm also on debut. Yeah. Yeah, and also shout out to everyone in the chat right now. You guys have been great. We have been seeing a lot of matches, and right now we're gonna head into the matchup between MP and IKUN. So yeah, so basically, this is the situation. For round one, IKUN has a problem with their member, so because of delaying the game, MP gonna be given a 10-0 at round one. So we're gonna start with round two right here. A very great advantage coming for MP in this very round. So Jojo, what are your thoughts?
I mean, right now BO1 it means that MP will have a straight win, which means that in BO2, if MP is getting another win, which it will be a 2-0, and MP will be advancing straight into group stage. But we'll have to see if IKUN is able to, you know, with this pressure and stress from the first BO and delaying the match, I believe they're gonna have more of the spirit to really want to win BO2, hoping to move towards BO3 for sure and trying to get the win.
Yeah, IKUN has to give them all in this second round. But also MP gonna try to prevent that from happening. They want an easy win in this round too. So only a win gonna be equal to, you know, MP moving on to the to the group stage. And yeah, so that's quite an advantage, a very great advantage, a 10-0. So it's kind of require IKUN to, you know, not thinking about the point, but about the round win.
Yes, for sure. And we do know that MP and IKUN have been playing competitively in the Southeast Asia region. With MP with their recent hunter Moru, it's a very strong hunter, especially back in IVC. He has been showing great results with his Sculptor and Bonbons. And
Yeah, I mean,
for IKUN,
yeah, I mean, Moru was a hunter playing for Noir previously, so he has a lot of, you know, let me remember the word. A lot of skill and ability to, you know, play in a tournament scene. So yeah, it's great for him to, you know, be playing for another team with a great history behind the back as MP, and also IKUN, as you said, continue with the speech.
with IKUN, we have CC Duck as well as Zeno, ex-hunter of BL, and right now we'll be seeing the stats from for MP Moru as well as IKUN's Udeo CC Duck. With Moru having a Sculptor being his main with a 78.6 win rate, and Udeo CC Duck with a Bomber with 66.7% win rate. What do you think about this entity?
Yeah, Yoda, we have seen him in IVA like previously that I have casted along with Poch now and a lot of other great casters. I just saw him. Yoda is a very diverse hunter. He can play Breaking Wheel, Galatea, Bonbon, like every hunter that you can think of.
Right now, we'll be moving on to the players. MP Siru with the Prospector at 49% win rate, and IKUN JMTM with 24.5% win rate for this mercenary. I mean, it's a pretty low win rate for a mercenary, but we'll have to see in the match itself. And moving on.
It's LC here with a win rate of 57.9, so that's quite high for a survivor player. As for IKUN, we have Serpax and with a win rate of 31.1% right here. Actually coming from the with the previous player Zero, I'm actually surprised to see Zero playing in a kind of supporter position, since previously Zero was one of the main rescuer for MP.
Yes, definitely. And LC has been but we do know that he do play forward as well. He's more of the harasser kind of character player. So I will be expecting a lot to see from him. I mean, it is a supporting character meta, so we'll see a lot from LC, I believe. And right now we'll be seeing MP banned with a 48.2% win rate on the Enchantress, and IKUN Xian coordinator with a 23.1% win rate.
Yeah, Xuan. I believe this is a new addition to IKUN, since I haven't seen this player previously in the previous two IVA. But it's exciting to see that IKUN is taking in new member to try out the lineup, trying to find the perfect survivor to teamwork for each other. For the next player, we're gonna have Rie and Laugh. Laugh. So yeah, we're gonna have some Laugh.
Yeah, we're gonna have some laugh. So we see that the Echo Bat has like a 30 plus win rate and the forward with 40 plus win rate. I mean, regardless of the win rates, I believe what is most important here is definitely team communication and cooperation over here. It is a strong survivor meta right now with supporting from the Bs, Enchantress, OBs. So I mean, it will be an interesting match to see what these teams will be bringing us today.
Yeah, it's very exciting. And before that, we're gonna head into the map ban picks. Again, the first round will be given to MPs. So for the second round, we're gonna see Moonlit Real Park as the map being picked with the survivors with Side IKUN banning Sacred Hospital.
And I believe IKUN has banned the hospital map mainly because it is a survivor map. We could see that there could be a 4-run very easily on the hospital match, and they have MP has purposely picked a Moonlit, which is a big map. So I believe they might be using the Priestess team com or like using the roller coaster to try.
Yeah, the roller coaster. That's a thing. Yeah, that's a thing that I've been seeing in tournament lately. That we see the survivor teams starting to use the roller coaster to their advantage more and more in the lineup. Like usually when I see a survivor at the first stop, that survivor gonna go to the second stop and then head into the 2-story right beside, and then just making their way back to the station to go to the third stop. So yeah, it's gonna help a lot in the kiting department of the teams. Now, what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, if Moonlit this map, they are able to effectively make use of the roller coaster, and if the Priestess is available and they make use of the Priestess portals as well, it might be an invisible map for the survivor side.
Yeah, that's why you should ban the Priestess in this kind of map. So yeah, in this map, usually the Priestess, Seer, the forward, the top 3 Tea Party survivor are usually seen on the banning block. So let's see how the survivor side gonna deal with that, since it's round 2, and we're gonna have 4 survivor ban and 1 hunter ban.
Right, and with 2 survivor bans first, followed by 1, I believe the first 2 might be Priestess and forward first. I mean,
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, with these bans, it's pretty standard. And Priestess forward or Priestess Mercenary might be a ban also because it is a big map. If someone's coming for a rescue, Mercenary is definitely the most ideal choice. I mean, he has his elbow pads to really close the distance between the between the chat person. So Mercenary might be a choice to be banned.
I mean, banning the Priestess and the forward, all the Mercenary kind of allow the Seer to use that to support the kiting. And yeah, you have to deal with a very pesky support character that could, bite you in the end. Especially in the map like Moonlit, where you have to, constantly transition to find another player or, another target to find. Yeah, talking enough about the survivor. Let's talk about the hunter. What hunter would you think to be the best in Moonlit?
Moonlit. I've seen many Pollens 4King at Moonlit, so I would say Pollen. For sure, Pollen. Yeah, Pollen is always that character that can really map control. I mean, look at its mobility. Its mobility is crazy with being a wheel form. You can just like first stop to fourth stop in like less than 30 seconds. Incredible mobility. Pollen.
But Pollen is bound to be banned, I believe, in this kind of map. So yeah, I would say the Dream Witch is on the line. The Bloody Queen, even the Geisha.
Oh yes, the Geisha in this map is very strong. I mean, Geisha has been pretty meta character. I mean, we've seen in IBL China Dongxuan with his geisha and Moonlit, very fierce, knowing exactly what kind of butterfly to push there, and just really pushing for objectives. And 3 kill, 4 kill is totally possible for geisha.
I mean, geisha has been making a comeback in the competitive scenes as of late. Been seeing them in IVL, I believe in IVL Summer in 2021 already, and also in IJL recently. We have been seeing a lot of Asia making her way into the game. Apart from the two region, we have also seen in Korea, in Southeast Asia, COA qualifier. Also, a lot of geisha making their appearance.
Sure, for sure. But we have to see which site will be coming up first and what hunter are they putting up for their first BO2 first lineup for sure. But right now, let's see, we have the roster up here. I believe MP Moru as the hunter will be up first, and if it's IKUN, then it will be UK.
Knowing it's Moru, I think banning the breaking wheel is the best bet for the survivor side of IKUN. And also, and also Yodayo, the hunter play for IKUN, should also ban that breaking wheel over there.
For sure, and we can see that. I mean, if they decide not to ban Moru's breaking wheel, I mean, it is a flying wheel meta. Flying wheel is totally possible with this map, so it might counter Moru very fiercely. So we'll see how survivors are.
As you put it, Poland has been declining on the meta ladder recently with the appearance of the flywheel effect. That is very detrimental to all the breaking wheel player, since the survivor now has a way to realize on countering these spikes or the snap coming from the breaking wheel.
And right now we'll be moving on to a match between MP and IKUN. I mean, sure, Yudeo, actually, I've been watching him in IVA, and he has been playing, I think he played Sculptor. Okay, now we'll be seeing the MP survivors going up as well, and with the against IKUN's Yudeo Hunter. Just like I was talking about him, his Sculptor is pretty scary.
Yeah.
The
Sculptor, Jodayo Sculptor needs to be respected, as well as his spawn bond. That is also a very, a menace when it's come to hunting down the survivor, even if the map is Moonlit Real Park, as we see right here. The first two ban, I believe, is going to be Priestess and Seer. Or could be the it could be the forward, as you said.
Betting on Priestess and Mercenary. I'm betting.
Oh wow! Yeah, you are just gonna prove me wrong. How dare you?
Oh no! Later he bet the Priestess and forward, then we are both wrong.
Oh wow! Yeah, not banning the Priestess. So yeah. Oh, it's actually not Yodayo. It's actually Zeno.
Oh, Zeno. Yeah, a switch of hunters here.
So. Oh yeah, and the survivor side actually decided to ban the Dream Wish, so yeah, reasonable.
Very reasonable. I mean, Zeno is very known for his Dream Wish as well as Bloody Quinn with very accurate mirrors. I believe Zeno might be bringing out the. We're seeing the Acrobat ban right here. I mean, it's a counter against a BQ. I mean, each mirror you throw one ball as an Acrobat, and you're gonna have the distance with the Hunter, and Hunter will hit you.
Not even needing the mirror, the acrobats basically pop up in this Moonlit Real Park with the ability to jump through area and the station.
And we see the Enchantress here with the Entomologist and Vector being picked.
Oh!
Geisha?
Geisha. Yeah, it's bound to be a Geisha.
Seems like it. I mean, actually, this Dinkom against a BQ might be more comfortable for Zeno to play, but he has picked the Geisha at the Moonlit River Park, which is totally possible. I mean, it is a strong map for Geisha. However, with the OP by LC and Shiru supporting with the Bees, it might be quite difficult.
It is going to be hard to catch Survivor in this lineup. Shiru can use the B, LC can knock the Geisha back with the Battle Balls. As for Ban, Ban can just use the portal to transition from area to area. And of course, no one want to chase the mercenaries, so let's see how Zeno gonna use this geisha in Moonlit Rail Park. It's going to be round 2, first half. Here we have in IVC.
And looking at the survivor character pool that they have picked, it seems like it's gonna be a very support heavy team comp.
Yeah.
However, it might not be too ideal for entomologists. In a way that entomologist wants to support with the bees. It's a big map. It's gonna drain a lot of the bees on its way to help its teammates. So it's not too ideal for entomologists. But if it's for self-kiting wise, it's fantastic. It can move faster than you just running by yourself as a normal survivor. And better with his balls. Each time you fly, he's just gonna hit you with the balls. Really irritating. And now we'll be entering the match.
Yeah, we are entering the match between the survivor side of MP and the hunter side of IKUN here. Zeno spawning beside the tent and gonna transition to the working carousel, where I believe Zero is actually transitioning out of that area. So yeah, great call from the survivor side.
We can see that Shiru has made use of the beast to quickly transition away from this very... And this butterfly by Zeno, very nicely done. Trying to chase the mercenary this early into the match. Oh no, he's gonna change targets to Elsie, which is the better that we've been talking about.
Yeah, you shouldn't chase a mercenary first off. Yeah, but chasing the batter is also a counter to Geisha. So Zen has to be very careful when it comes to chasing this very pesky Thunder in this lineup.
Oh! Nice flying wheel by Beta over here, and the stun on the hunter to bring distance and prevent the hit from happening.
Great utilization of that flywheel, and also another stun ball coming from the side of Beta. Great kiting session coming from the Beta here, but the pallet drop isn't quite as nice. Unfortunate for LC there.
And we can see that the ciphers right now are pretty slow. The people outside is Mercenary and Pristis. Pristis probably had made some portals for the Beta. You see that he no longer has any portals. And no blink hit on Zeno's side, being very for Geisha and cheering Beta right behind tent right now.
Yeah, great call coming from Zeno here, going for the immediate link and able to down this batter. Look at the cipher progress; it's actually quite slow, considering that the Geisha took a rather long time to capture a survivor on the chair. Really gonna come in for the rescue here, while the other two survivors gonna come in for the decode.
Okay. Oh no, the beast at the spot that we've been talking about. And now the Beta and Geisha has quite a distance, but I believe it wouldn't be too much of a problem. Geisha has its butterflies to really push the... and the Beta ball hit.
That's why you don't want to chase the Beta first off as the Geisha. What was LC? Yeah, I think it was on purpose to bait Zeno to go for the hit there. Now...
Well, it's quite playful on the side.
Yeah. It's quite playful, but Zeno gonna be able to down this Beta right here. And I believe the basement is right around the corner.
I believe the Mercenary hasn't really rotated away and was trying to decode the 10 cipher. However, interrupted by this chairing at the basement, Mercenary has to rotate one more time to find another cipher, which means cipher decoding process will be much slower compared to just now.
Yeah, exactly. But they could totally go for the basement rescue since there are Priestess in the team. But I don't think they're gonna go for that, since look at the cipher decoding progress. They are short of 3 cipher, like a lot of cipher when one survivor has already been eliminated.
Exactly, and Zeno seems to know that nobody's gonna come for the rescue and will be pulling away from the chat person on the basement and destroying the long portal. And I believe he's gonna spot out one of the people that were healing just now. I believe Pristis. Can we see that at the distance? Oh no! Stop by the wall over there.
Yeah, it's quite weird that Zeno actually spotted out the 2 survivor at that non-working carousel, but didn't commit to it, and now going for the Priestess, able to drop the pallet, while the other 2 survivor gonna go for the decoding progress. Still, this looking pretty much like a Geisha game, and IKUN can come back from this situation.
Oh, a field flying wheel by the Priestess over here, getting that hit this early and might be downing at this point. But we'll see. We'll see. She has 2 portals left. We'll see if she's able to kite throughout this.
Oh!
And no, another hit. by the geisha over here, not giving her any chance to portal away and try to buy more time for the survivors to decode. And right now, ciphers are looking much better right now. We have 2 ciphers left, I believe, and
Yeah. But still, yeah, even though the cipher decoding is looking a little bit less dire, they are still short of 1 cipher, and now they had to go for the rescue, so only 1 survivor is going for the decoding.
yeah, exactly.
It's very hard for a single survivor to prime a cipher with 3 cipher remaining.
Exactly, and right now we will see a rescue without Tide anymore, and we'll see if Princess is able to kite out this period with her 3 portals. See the second portal being used.
Yeah, wrong prediction coming from Zeno. Nice portal coming from Ban also. Able to trick Zeno to, going for the premature hit. And again, another one.
But however, I mean, I believe there isn't much containment time for the Princess over here. There's no pellets anymore, just no portals anymore, so we're just gonna wait it out right now.
Yeah, the pilot over here is still being utilized. But no! Going for the dash and immediately down this priestess. Rie gonna try to... I believe that is a syringe that he's having right here. And gonna try to, heal himself up. While Zero's gonna be the one decoding the final cipher.
And Zeno seems to sense that Mercenary is here and seeing the chest. Oh, he's not gonna see the chest being open. But however, he does know that Mercenary is around this area right now, and will be coming for the second and last rescue for this priestess. And we'll see if Mercenary is able to body block until Cypher is primed.
Oh yeah, Zeno not able to find out where the Mercenary is, and now allowing the survivor side of MP to go for a potential draw situation. But no! Oh my god! Terror shock! Oh my...
oh my gosh.
But yeah, going for the normal hit. Yeah, Cypher gonna be caught. I think the better thing would be for Zeno to fly up and then fall down to go for the immediate lead. But yeah, nice dash coming from Zeno, able to down this Mercenary. Yeah, Zen probably got a little bit of stress over there, so he didn't think it through for the situation.
But, and it was looking like it was gonna be a 4 elimination match. However, I believe that the teleport here, a change of track right now, and we have a chance on Zeno's side. Flywheel!
Nice flywheel! Yeah.
And we're just trying to buy some time for the princess to go and rescue Mercenary.
There we go. Able to down the entomologist now. Zeno gonna chair the survivor very near the gate, so probably blocking the survivor side from ever decoding this gate. So the other 2 had to transition to another gate. I believe Ban is actually hiding. They could go for the potential rescue.
Yeah, I believe Priestess is trying to, secretly come over and rescue and Mercenary open the front gate. However, if Priestess were to be found, I believe not right now, he's moving... Oh, no, wait, he is trying to find the Priestess over here. If Priestess were to be found, it is his last chair. This is going to be a definite 3 kill for Zeno. However, there is no Tinnitus being picked up here, and Zeno is moving straight towards Mercenary. But Mercenary might be able to open the gate right now. This might be a potential 3 run for the survivor side.
Oh, Rie able to open the gate actually. So Manny is actually making a comeback for the chair. Zeno might actually have to face a 3-man escape right here.
Exactly. This is gonna be a 3-man escape for MP side very miraculously. However, Entomologist is not going straight to the gate. Will he be able to make it?
I think he will be able to make it. 10 more seconds until the teleport is available, and no that butterfly to be utilized. Zeno had to face a 3-man escape right in this situation. So yeah, what a sequence of event. Quite unlucky for Zeno there. That the geisha was on top of the game once, but got counter by the survivor side. So GG. Yeah.
It seems like the survivor had control of the hunter instead, and that Tinnitus not being picked up at double story was very crucial for the survivors. Without that Tinnitus, Hunter thought that everybody would be at front gate, but turns out somebody was at front gate. Princess wasn't there. The gate was open, and Princess had the portals to rescue the entomologist late game, which meant that it was a 3-run already.
Yeah,
Amazing play by
you brought up a great point there by Geisha not finding out where the priestess is. The Tinnitus should have been popped up if the Geisha went in a little bit closer. But in the end, yeah, the Geisha kind of allowed the priestess to come in for a rescue and turn the game from a potential 4K to a 3-minute escape.
Exactly. And right now we'll be looking at the match statistics. We have entomologists with the highest decoding, almost 3 full ciphers, and as well as kiting time by the priestess at 18.3 seconds, and the mercenary with a total of 3 rescues, 3 very crucial rescues.
Yeah, they are able to come back from the batter in the basement situation, where 3 cipher remaining. The survivor side have to heal up a player, and the game was pretty much in control of Geisha, but Geisha was trying to pay attention to too much thing. Even in the end, when the Geisha got a terror shock, they still able to force heal the priestess and kind of force Zeno to go for the hit there to allow the cipher to be prime.
NTT, however, I believe that the hunter actually had a very great spawn at the start of the match. He was behind 10. There was somebody at the 4th stop, somebody at the moving carousel. However, was unable to get his first chase for quite some time. And the first person he saw was Mercenary, which was a very unlucky.
That's quite unlucky. The spawn pretty much determined the character that the hunter is going to chase. So quite unfortunate that the first 2 characters that he got is the Mercenary and the Batter, which is kind of like the two boogeyman. Yeah.
And
the two boogeyman of the game.
And also, thing that was leading to a Zeno was the very slow decoding by the survivors at the start, and the basement thing also had to force Mercenary to rotate to another cipher, go and get heal from the priestess, and cipher was surprisingly still enough. I believe the priestess kite, even though it wasn't long, but it was beneficial for the team to decode.
I mean, with the possibility of the Mercenary able to heal in the first off, it's kind of allowed the survivor to come in for a rescue and pop the cipher in time. Like it was a split, like a little bit of a few seconds for the cipher to be popped. So the time is very right, and it pays off to a 3-minute escape at the end.
But NTT, don't you think that the syringe at the first stop was very crucial for Mercenary?
Yeah, the syringe. Either I think in that situation, either the syringe or the perfume would be great for the Mercenary.
But the terror shock.
Yeah, but the terror shock is quite a surprise.
If the Mercenary didn't have the syringe, he was half blood. The terror shock happened.
Yeah, it's going to be GG.
It might be 1 run still. Though. Wait, no.
She actually can change to teleport and chase the entomologist. It could have been a 4K.
It was looking so well for Zeno. However, the late.
That's quite unlucky. First match, a 3-1 for MP. So Moru, the hunter side of MP, just needs to get a draw in order to bring MP into the next round in the group stage. An easy task, but the survivor has to come up with a plan to prevent that from happening.
It is a survivor meta, so I mean, a 3-1 might be possible. So Moru really has to try to have 1 left in the mana. I mean, have kill, at least eliminate at least one, to move on to BO3. But if it really comes to a situation for IKUN to win, it definitely has to be a 4-run.
Yeah, they have to get a 3-minute escape, so it's quite, detrimental for the survivor side. Unless they are able to, rotate the same as MP and able to cover for each other at the end game situation, then it's totally possible. As I know, the Moru's hunter pool is the same as Yodayo, so they may have some training with those characters also.
Yeah, and Moru. I mean, what hunter do you think the survivors of IKUN should ban to get at least a
the Breaking Wheel. I think the Breaking Wheel should be banned, but allow Moru to come out with the Galatea. I mean, Moru just need a tie, so any hunter that can, ensure that happen could be overalized by him. Even the Bonbon could make an appearance right here.
Anaya and very drawable characters in this meta.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see what Moru really hopes to think and ban in this situation. Definitely, he should ban. What do you think he should ban, NTT?
The Moru? Moru should ban?
Moru should ban.
Priestess Seer.
Priestess Seer.
Yeah, the priestess. You have seen the priestess in the previous round. Ban using that priestess able to, moving around the Moonlit Real Park and able to rescue character to character, allowing them to have a 3-man escape. So the priestess is kind of like a game-changing character that they should have. So banning it would be detrimental to the survivor side. Also, the seer, as mentioned earlier, that owl could buy some time for the survivor side, and time bot is time decoding. So to go for a cipher rush, to best ban, yeah.
I think survivors right now of IKUN should definitely pick characters that not only support as well as have high kiting abilities as well. Right now we'll be seeing the picks and bans for IKUN survivors and MP Moru Hunter. Right now, let's just wait and see what Moru really thinks and what he thinks he should ban to really get at least a tie for MP to 2-0 IKUN.
Yeah, I mean Moru, he's pretty much on top of the game at this very moment, and IKUN had to check themselves and try to motivate themselves to go for the best possible lineup in order to go up against this very formidable hunter.
Exactly. Moru, we've been actually not really seeing Moru for quite some time already, except for the previous IVC, and he was on hiatus for quite some time, and he's finally back. And his hunter definitely as strong as ever, and with actually new characters being learned and picked up on Moru's side, I believe he might bring us some surprises in his hunter picks.
Yeah, as you can see here, the Seer and the Priestess ban coming from Moru, and the survivor side actually banned the Wax Artist. Yeah, I think they are comfortable with dealing with a Breaking Wheel, but banning the Wax Artist.
Are they that afraid of Moru's Wax Artist? Has Moru been practicing Wax Artist in rank?
Could be. They could be meeting each other in rank and saw that Moru is actually, he's a great Wax Artist player. We should ban that. Yeah, there's no reason to ban this Wax Artist. And the survivor side got banned is the Acrobat. Wow.
I wouldn't actually. I mean, looking at the first two picks by the survivor side, it seems like it will be a more of a drawable team comp with the mercenary and forward. Not only are they rescuers, but they are very slow decoders. So in terms of support from the forward is great, but decoding one is going to be very slow. But at the same time, they have picked the postman, which can not only give decoding buffs, kiting buffs, vaulting buffs. It is a strong supporting character, but individual kiting ability, postman might not be too strong in this team comp.
Yeah, they need to make up for the decoding debuff from the forward and the mercenary. So that's why the postman pick is quite reasonable, since it can give the decoding buff to either character. We are seeing the ban onto the Enchantress here. Moru might go for the Breaking Wheel in round 2. I mean, he just needs to get 2k to move on, to bring MP to the next round.
Oh, we're seeing another nightmare. We're seeing a nightmare tonight. So, I mean, it's not locked yet. Maybe it's just, it's shading our feelings. Let's not be too sure yet. Oh! Yeah, okay. Poland now.
Yeah.
So he has definitely feelings, so...
in a situation like this, I don't think a Nightmare would be the greatest pick, since he's more like, if he doesn't get the control that he needs, it would be even very hard for him to even get a draw, not only a win. Yeah,
I mean, very reasonable ban picks on the Moru side. I mean, these characters, Seer's Bird, Acrobat's Ball, that can cancel abilities, Enchantress with this curse and supporting by the Priestess. I mean, Poland is a great choice, and with this against this team call, if Moru is able to get a fast down at the start of the match, it might be a game changer for Moru's side to really have the advantage to really get the win for this match.
Yeah, to actually three rescuer and one decoder. So yeah, Moru know the target is going to be the postman. That is the optimal first find for this breaking wheel. And yeah, for the breaking wheel, it's very easy for him to traverse around the area. So he might try to ignore all the rescuer and find out where this postman is at first.
And I believe Moru. I mean, what do you think Moru is gonna pick as a skill? Excitement could be possible. What do you think?
Yeah, excitement to counter the flare gun and the football. It could work for him, but going in to ensure a draw, I think the excitement it could do well for him. Since I mean, he could anticipate the forward being on standby and coming in for the stun to support their teammate.
I mean, if Moru really brings excitement and forward decides to stun rescue and he uses excitement and gets a Sarah shock, or it will be an amazing play for Moru. But Moru has shown very excellent Hunter gameplays in the in many different SCA region competitions. So I'm really expecting to see what Moru really is gonna bring to the table today with his Poland.
Yeah, this Poland. He's on his track to he has to get a 2 kill in order to bring MP to the next to the group stage. I mean. But IKUN could totally make a comeback here and force the game into round 3. Though we just have to wait and see. We're gonna head into the match between the Survivor side of IKUN and the Hunter side of MP in Moonlit Rail Park. This is round 2, second half.
And we see that the Hunter has spawned a double story, moving straight towards the moving carousel, seeing someone over there, and that person, I believe, is the postman, the most ideal choice for the to chase right now.
Yeah, again with the spawn, it's on MP's favor at this moment. The spawn benefit the breaking wheel coming from Moru, finding out where this postman is, gonna try to drop the doggo, I believe. Yeah, it's going to happen, but the trap is so on point.
Exactly, unable to dodge that trap, he's gonna get that hit. Presence first skill has been opened. Right now, Moru is playing really fiercely with the Poland, and Postman has stick to the wall and eating that spike, and I believe this might be his down if flywheel is not used correctly.
He'll use the flywheel, but will be stuck by that trap, able to get a normal hit there, and Moru is coming closer to getting to max present. Again, Moru actually went with a 3-9 build, so insolence and trump card. Great control of the game. Moru find out where this pesky postman first, and gonna try to prevent the rescue from happening also, or even the decoding. Sorry.
Like we've mentioned, he's bringing excitement this round. So, and also this is the match we've been talking about. Like the fast down on the survivor side is gonna be a very dire situation for the survivors, with the Cyphers only at 1.5, and a managed body block on the mercenary side.
I mean, and as you said, and as we mentioned earlier, the Hunter did bring excitement to prevent the flare gun and the forward stun. So just to ensure an easy first kill coming from the side of Moru.
Yeah, and we can literally see that for the survivors, the 3 of them has brought Flying Wheel and Mercenary with Tide, I believe. So, in terms of persona being picked here is definitely great. However, the Flying, yes, we can see that the snap here by Moru over here, and forward's OB is coming. So if forward is baited over here.
Oh, forward isn't baited. Actually, going in for the glide through, just saying hi to the Poland, and force that excitement to be used. Moru feels cheated right here. Laugh just pull out the oldest trick in the books, but able to get a spy onto forward here with just one trap. Laugh gonna be down immediately.
Exactly, and we can see that the coordinator and forward has exchanged places. Forward's gonna go back to decoding. With the excitement being used already, he can no longer use it, and now the flare gun is very being effectively used. Rescue has occurred, and you can see that Moro's trying to get objectives over here, like trying to get all spikes on everybody. However, I believe now he can only focus on the postman.
Oh, nice flywheel.
Flywheel.
Yeah, but
It's
actually
very
vaulting in front of the breaking wheel, so Postman can be down with just a snap. And looking at the Cypher progress here, they are still short of 2.5 Cypher. So the situation is looking rather dire for the survivor side. Basuri is still at half health, while the other two, Coordinator got 2 spike onto her. And the forward's gonna try to, decode the missing Cypher.
Exactly, and Coordinator no longer have any equipment, any tools with us, so it's gonna be a very plain cat like a lucky guy, and just with flying wheel.
Yeah, the coordinator should be, looking for a chest here, but Moru is on his tail, so no time for that. Xuan gonna transition to the first stop right here, while Moru trying to capture this coordinator with all the trap, able to do so, and will be able to down this coordinator right at the first stop. I think the forward. Oh, it's actually the mercenary is around the corner.
And I believe forward's gonna come for the rescue instead. Mercenary's probably gonna focus on decoding, but Moru, is he gonna let him decode in peace? But no, Moru is gonna pull outside, trying to have the Tinnitus right now, going around where forward is and trying to stop him from getting this rescue. But we can see Mercenary going for the rescue instead. They have to change of plans. They're gonna. But we can see the misstep here with.
The distance the distance was established, and it was enough for the forward to avoid that snap. Able to get a terror shot when the coordinator got onto the roller coaster. And yeah, now no more roller coaster at the first stop. They will have to rely on their raw kiting skill in order to, avoid this very formidable Poland player coming from the side of Moru here.
Definitely, you can see that the forward is trying to kite out this Poland at open air. Moru has gotten the second spike on forward and the third spike on forward. Oh, is he gonna get this hit right now? I believe so. The forward ball, is it ready? It's ready. Okay, so he'll transitioning to the pellet right here, and the trap.
Oh, another trap! That was so on point. Moru has been, precisely placing all these traps, and able to down all the survivor. Yeah, again, the burst were able to prevent the forwards from dashing away from this area. So Moru has a very easy time, capturing all the survivor. And it's just looking like a 4K at the moment. Oh, able to prevent the elbow pad from happening. Wow.
Look, this is not looking too good for IKUN side. I mean, IKUN really needs this tree run over here. However, Moru is not giving any chance to the survivor. Pulling out right now, knowing that Coordinator is just around the corner, is just gonna find Coordinator over here. And yes, successfully found her, and will be downing here right at this point.
Oh! Yeah,
yes,
using trump card to switch from excitement to blink, able to down the coordinator in the blink of an eye. And got a comeback for the mercenary right here. It's going to be GG for MP. And yeah, with a 4K, I think it's more than enough for MP to move on to the group stage.
And Moru today, he seems like he's in very good condition, even though at this time of the day, Moru knows exactly what he should be aiming for. His objectives were really clear. He needed that 1 kill, at least a 1 kill, and he managed to get a 4 kill, bringing his team to a 2-0 match. Win for MP.
Nice flywheel in order to avoid that trap, but the distance has been shortened, and Moru going to be able to down this final coordinator, and it's going to be GG as coordinator has already lost herself here.
Exactly, and very well done on Moru's side. Moru has really plays it out there to tell people that this is the standard of a Poland player, knowing that he knows himself that he is great. He is a good hunter. He's a fantastic hunter that has shown multiple times that he has the ability to win. And right now we can see that MP has officially 2-0 IKUN, and will be moving straight towards the stage.
Congratulations to MP, and also GG to all the team. Nice game coming from IKUN right here. With the season or with the Geisha did bring in a very great game for us to see. And also the survivor side did try to counter the breaking wheel of Moru, but yeah, I think with the spawn that Moru has at the very beginning, it's just kind of lining up to be a 4K. Because
it was that the most delicious person that he could chase.
Yeah,
Postman.
the most juicy target, the postman, is
Mhm.
right in front of his eye. The game was kind of lining up for the breaking wheel.
Yeah, really unfortunate on IKUN's side. But I mean, also let's just talk about the traps that Moro has been placing out there. Very accurate.
Yeah.
I believe after the coordinator was rescued at first stop, he threw the trap at the stairs towards the roller coaster, and it slowed the coordinator so he couldn't go up the roller coaster. It was a very slight detail made by Moro, but very excellent. He created that slow running speed for coordinator and down the coordinator with that terror shock.
Yeah, even without a spy onto you, the trap is still quite scary for you to go through, since it's gonna affect your speed, it's gonna affect your ability to transition from area to area. And yeah, we just see that terror shock happen just because that the trap was placed on the staircase, just to not allow the coordinator to come in for the roller coaster. So yeah, great detail that you point out. Also, the survivor side did actually try to cover for the postman, but the breaking wheel actually bring excitement. So yeah, it's not, it's hard for them to counter that.
And we can right now see the match statistics. Moving on to that, we can see that the mercenary decoded most at 109%, and the kiting by coordinator was 93.2%. Rescues were 2, and healing by mercenary 1 on mercenary and MP with a 5-0 to IKUN. I believe that actually when I was looking through the match, I was thinking back to the match again. Actually, Postman, when she spawned at the moving carousel, a way to catapult was to actually go up the moving carousel.
Yeah. Yeah, actually going up to the carousel, but it's kind of delaying the inevitable, since the opponent can change form and go for the immediate hit. Yeah.
We could see that the postman was trying to hide it out, but wasn't very effective in doing that. Very unfortunate on Postman's side. Postman actually had two choices. There was a locker over there. He can go into the locker, or just go up the moving carousel and wait for the hunter to really come out. And we can see that the MVP here is actually Moru from MP.
Yeah, well deserved for Moro. Incredible breaking wheel action that we just saw right there. I can't believe breaking wheel is this good. Yeah, I can't have it.
But unfortunately, because we could only see BO2, I wish that there were more matches from both teams to really show their potential that they could win this match. However, MP advancing to group stages. However, IKUN, don't be disheartened. You guys have moved on to wildcard stage, and there's a total of 8 teams in wildcard, and top 4 out of the 8 teams will be moving on to the playoffs, I believe. The group stage actually.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exciting match. The fact that they actually banned the wax artist is making me excited to see if Moro is going to use the wax artist in the group stage. So that is something to look out in the future. Also, yeah, the wildcard stage is about to happen. But before that, I believe, yeah, all the winner of the previous match in the preliminary round will be advancing to the group stage. So MP, congratulations, IKUN. I believe you guys still have a chance. Yeah.
And today's BO2 we didn't really see much of OB action and support action. So I'm really anticipating it in the wildcard stage to really see which team has the better harassers. For sure.
Yeah. It's quite risky for the survivor to not ban Moro's breaking wheel, since he's basically known to be a very formidable breaking wheel player, especially in Vietnam. He is actually considered to be, I think, the best breaking wheel player over here. So it's quite surprising to see that the breaking wheel isn't being taken up by the survivor side.
Okay, so today's results, we have BL against TMX, with BL having the overall win with the 6-3 at BO1, and then we can see WP and MRC with WP with the win, advancing to group stage. ADM and AMX advancing to group stages, and MP advancing as well.
Yeah,
Now we can
and
see the-
and now we can see the teams that are going to be joining the group stage, which is BL, WP, AMX, IKUN, MPs.
Seems like they'll be
yeah.
versus each other.
Yeah.
Exactly. So.
Yeah, I think there's something with the graphic here, but yeah, MP, AMX, WP, and BL will be moving on, as well as 02, if I recall correctly, and also
ZT.
Noir.
Yes, Noir, definitely. I've watched some really interesting plays since yesterday, and today has brought me quite a lot of insights with these teams. And has there been any players that stood out to you, NTT?
Yeah, a lot of great plays, but I think the most impactful is a nightmare that I saw today in the first matchup. In the third matchup, sorry. The nightmare was able to get a 4K, and it's kind of light up a fire in me to grind a badge for that character.
And definitely, and we can see that. And then you can see that there's a question in the chat saying, is there a wildcard stage? Yes, there is a wildcard stage for all these people that have unfortunately lost to their opponents. So wildcard stage will be. Well, now we will see the brackets again after some time. Right now we can see ZT, GH, NR, Ryu, BL, WP, and AMX and MP advancing to group stages, and this might be the teams that will be versing against each other to get into. It will be the teams that will be together.
To the group stage. Yeah, congratulations to all the team that made it. Again, we still have a wildcard stage where all the other team that doesn't have the opportunity to move on in this single elimination can battle it out for the last 4 slot in IVC. So it's quite exciting to see the wildcard stage as of late, because we have seen a lot of great picks and ban and a lot of non-meta characters. So I'm excited to see more of those in the wildcard stage.
Of course, for sure. I mean, with this new meta, I'm still hoping to see really amazing flying wheels from all these teams. I mean, this many veteran teams are here: ZT, GH, Noir, MP, and many new teams like WP.
Yeah, a lot of great teams. Yeah, great to see them around. Yeah, a very action-packed day that we have been having. And yeah, I think this is the end for day 2 of preliminary. We're gonna see you guys in the next weeks. I'm NTT. This is Jojo. We have been your commentator for the last 2 matches, and yeah, we'll see you soon.
Bye.
Bye.